Order, please. Just before we begin with the daily routine, the subject of late debate today, submitted by the Honourable Member for Chester St. Margaret's, is therefore be it resolved that all members of this House of Assembly remind the Liberal government that the graduate retention rebate benefits thousands of skilled and educated young people each year and ask them to reconsider their short-sighted decision to eliminate this program. We'll begin the daily routine with the presenting and reading of petitions. The Honourable Member for Hants West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I beg leave to table a petition. The operative clause as follows. We, the owners of the Ellers House General Store, would like to see the Nova Scotia Liquor Commission agency store back at Ellers House and call on the Government of Nova Scotia to consider reinstating their licence.
Petition is tabled. Presenting reports of committees. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. As Speaker, I'm pleased to table the 2013 annual report of the House of Assembly Management Commission. The report is tabled. Statements by ministers. Government notices of motion. The Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby give notice on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Tuesday, April 8th is the 6th anniversary of National Healthy Schools Day in Canada, and whereas the purpose of the day is to foster improvements, celebrate successes, and create projects that make indoor environments of new and existing schools the best they can be. And whereas Healthy Schools Day in Canada gives students, teachers, organizations, school boards, and all Nova Scotians the time to focus on school buildings' indoor environmental quality to benefit the health and learning ability of Nova Scotia's school children. Therefore, be it resolved, all members of this House of Assembly recognize the outstanding contributions of the many students, teachers, staff, and schools participating in National Health Schools Day in Canada, and thank Canadians for a safe learning environment for coordinating Healthy School Days. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. We'll now move on to introduction of bills. The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill, an act to amend Chapter 10, the Acts of 1994-95, the Workers' Compensation Act.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 10 of the Acts of 1994-95, the Workers' Compensation Act.
Bill number 42, entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 10 of the Acts of 1994-95, the Workers' Compensation Act.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill titled An Act to Amend Chapter 129 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Direct Sellers Regulation Act.
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 129 of the Revised Statutes 1989 of the Direct Sellers Regulation Act.
Bill number 43, entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 129 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Direct Sellers Regulation Act.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. We'll now move on to notices of motion. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Pastor Mark Collins led 23 team members from the Oxford Church of the Nazarene to Manzanillo, Cuba, to take part in a work and witness project. And whereas the team worked on projects in the community, such as ways to produce better crops and dry them for future sale, electrical work, painting, and much more. And whereas the team came away having received so much more than they gave, with a joyful heart and a love for the community and the humbleness of its people. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House congratulate the Oxford Church of the Nazarene missions team on its successful journey to Manzanillo and wish them all the best in the future. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the decision to cut the graduate retention rebate by the Liberal government has taken almost $50 million from the pockets of new graduates in Nova Scotia, and whereas the Ivany Commission has identified that our province must do more, not less, to support the success of young people in Nova Scotia, and whereas thousands of new graduates have prospered from the assistance received by the graduate retention rebate, enabling them to work and live in Nova Scotia. Therefore, be it resolved that the Nova Scotia House of Assembly demand that the Liberal government amend its budget to restore the $50 million to the graduate retention rebate, or at the very least, reinvest and support the graduates of this province. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? I hear several noes. The motion is tabled. The Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the North Sydney Rotary Club recently donated $10,000 to the Youth Inclusion Program on the North Side to help the program stay viable, and whereas the Youth Inclusion Program tries to change young people's attitudes and educate them on healthy living activities and lifestyles, and as it aims to reduce youth crime by creating a safe place where youth can come together to have fun and to gain new skills. And whereas the North Side has seen about a 60% reduction in youth crime, along with significant reduction in vandalism since the program has begun. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of the House of Assembly congratulate the North Sydney Rotary Club for their commitment to youth and to the community of the North Side. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The Honourable Member for Pictou Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of following a resolution. Whereas New Glasgow natives Don Kennedy, President of Legion Branch 34, and Yui Muir, Executive Member of Legion Branch 34, in a joint effort, organized a fundraiser to accommodate the Citadel canine mission to veterans in our area, whereas this successful program matches veterans suffering with post-traumatic stress disorder with dogs who are in need of homes. And whereas these members want the veterans to know that it is the Legion's mandate to help veterans and they have not forgotten their mission. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House of Assembly congratulate Don Kennedy and Yui Muir for their efforts to bring the Citadel Canine mission to our veterans in Pictou County. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver, notice, and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The Honourable Member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas on December 2nd, 2013, the Chester Heritage Society was awarded a grant through the Rural Communities Foundation of Nova Scotia. And whereas this grant was awarded to work on a project called Musical Friends, which develops rural community leadership skills for young people in music, video production, skills implementation, and community collaboration. And whereas Musical Friends is a partnership between the Chester Heritage Society, St. Stephen's Anglican Parish, and Pink Dog Productions. Therefore, be it resolved that the Nova Scotia Legislature congratulates the Chester Heritage Society, St. Stephen's Parish, and Pink Dog Productions on this important project and wishes them much success. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The honourable member for Argyle-Barrington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I hereby give notice on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas volunteers are the cornerstone of Nova Scotia's communities who generously give their time and talent while expecting nothing in return. And whereas on April 7th, more than 70 volunteers were recognized for the valuable contributions that they make to their communities in our province at the 40th Annual Provincial Volunteer Award Ceremony. And whereas Virginia Smith of Argyle has been involved in the Tuscan River Environmental Protection Association, Southwest Paddlers Association, and Yarmouth County Learning Network, but is far better known for her devotion to swimming in 42 years of coaching the Yarmouth Whitecaps and her extensive involvement in the sport. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House of Assembly congratulate Virginia Ginny Smith for receiving this award and thank her for making Nova Scotia stronger. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There's been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, and Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the Battle of the Badges, a charity hockey game between the Truro Police Service and the Truro Fire Service, was played in Truro recently, and whereas $5,000 was raised for local charities along with 1,000 pounds of food collected by the Cobequid Education Centre Student Council, and proceeds from the 50-50 draw were donated to the Colchester SPCA, and whereas plans are now in the works to make the Battle of the Badges an ongoing event to continue charitable awareness in the community of Truro, therefore be it resolved that the Nova Scotia Legislature congratulates the Truro Police and the Fire Services and volunteers who helped to make the fundraising initiative a reality and wish them continued success. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The honourable member for Sydney Myra Lewisburg.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Sydney River.
Sydney River, Myra, Lewisburg.
There you go.
The title is actually longer than my resolution. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future date I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Jamie Jules of Donkin will once again represent Canada in wheelchair basketball after being named to the national women's team, and whereas Jamie Jules, who competed at the 2012 Paralympic Games in London, England, was one of 9 returning players named to the 12-player roster for the national women's team. And whereas the team will host the 2014 World Championships from June 20th to 28th at the Athletic Centre in Toronto, therefore be it resolved that all members of this House of Assembly congratulate Jamie Jules on representing our country in wheelchair basketball and wish her and her teammates all the best for a winning season. And Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the Liberal government axed the graduate retention rebate in its budget introduced on Thursday, April 3rd, 2014, and whereas the graduate retention rebate provided up to $2,500 in the first year after a student graduates and up to $15,000 over a 6-year period, and whereas the graduate retention rebate was an incentive for young people, including international students, to put down roots in Nova Scotia while reducing their student debt. Therefore, be it resolved that the members of this House of Assembly condemn the Liberal government for cutting the graduate retention rebate. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? I hear several noes. The motion is tabled. The honourable member for Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the Myra Long-Term Care Centre in Truro is home to approximately 90 senior citizens, and whereas Sandra Walsh was a continuing care assistant at the Myra for more than 10 years until she underwent surgery for cancer in February, and whereas in early March some of the residents and staff at the Myra raised money for Sandra, who will be unable to work for about a year, by having their head shaved and by planning a benefit concert for Sandra later in March. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House of Assembly wish Sandra Walsh the best of luck with her recovery and thank the residents and staff of the Myra Long-Term Care Centre for their continuing support. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The honourable member for Hants West.
Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future date I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the Accidental Actors began performing in 2003 when a local volunteer fire department was in need of funding, and the group had raised more than $250,000 for community initiatives, schools, daycare centres, and individuals over the past decade. And whereas the Accidental Actors recently received the Maritimer of the Week award from CTV for their community support in a unique and entertaining way by performing plays written and directed by Carol Peterson. And whereas while the volunteer actors may change from time to time, the community spirit and sense of camaraderie are always evident, and a good time can be guaranteed for everyone. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House of Assembly congratulate the Accidental Actors on receiving the Maritimer of the Week award, thank them for their continued support of their community, and wish them continued success. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice, passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The honourable member for Inverness.
Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Steve Armitage is approaching 50 years as an announcer with the CBC, and whereas Armitage has called the action for 15 different Olympics, the CFL, NHL, PGA, plus many international sporting events like speed skating, swimming, and track and field. And whereas he has been honoured with the Foster Hewitt Award in 1982 and the Gemini Award in 1988. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House acknowledge Steve Armitage for his 50 years providing that charge of excitement we experience when he is at the mic. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
On an introduction, Mr. Speaker.
Permission granted.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to draw the attention of members of the House to the West Gallery, where we are joined today by Amanda Parsons, who is a healthcare provider, a nurse. And Ms. Parsons, I believe, was here last week to visit with us. She's back again today to observe the proceedings of the House, and I would invite members to give her a warm welcome.
The Honourable Member for Pictou East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Roy Rushton, a 95-year-old D-Day veteran and a member of the elite group known as the Paratroopers, received word he was being nominated to receive the prestigious French Croix de Guerre. And whereas this medal is presented only to military personnel who have distinguished themselves by acts of heroism involving combat with enemy forces, and the presentation will take place on the 70th anniversary of the D-Day invasion. And whereas Mr. Rushton's company achieved their goal of destroying bridges to halt German reinforcements intent on stopping the Allied forces. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House of Assembly congratulate Mr. Rushton on receiving this honor and thank him for the sacrifices he made to protect our freedom. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Contrary minded, nay. Motion is carried. The honourable member for Kings North.
Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas volunteers are the cornerstone of Nova Scotia's communities and generously give their time and talents while expecting nothing in return. And whereas on April 7th, more than 70 volunteers were recognized for the valuable contributions they make to their communities in our province at the 40th Annual Provincial Volunteer Awards Ceremony. And whereas the Port Williams Women's Institute has dedicated over 100 years to learning, sharing, and improving the quality of life for all, and presenting, preserving, and fostering the concerns of urban and rural women for home and country and worldwide. Therefore, it be resolved that all members of this House of Assembly congratulate the Port Williams Women's Institute for being recognized as the Provincial Volunteer of the Year for 2014 for the Village of Port Williams, and thank its members for making Nova Scotia stronger. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Contrary minded, nay. Motion is carried. The honourable member for Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas concerned parents, teachers, and citizens rallied together to prevent the elimination of the French immersion program from Pictou West. And whereas the CCRSB proposed eliminating the French immersion program from Pictou West, necessitating students in the program to travel to the opposite side of Pictou County if they wished to pursue French immersion. And whereas many meetings were held and solutions to increase interest in the program were presented to the school board by the parents group. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House of Assembly congratulate the parents, teachers, and concerned citizens who recognize the need to maintain the French immersion program in Pictou West, and who then convinced the CCRSB to do the right thing by not only maintaining the program, but better promoting it as well. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. I hear several noes. Motion is tabled. The honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Stellarton native Carol Wallace has been instrumental in organizing and preserving local history so it is not lost or forgotten by future generations. And whereas her efforts through written accounts, photographs, scrapbooks, and newspaper clippings will ensure that this rich history and memories from her lifetime are kept alive. And whereas Carol's continued efforts and donations of items of interest are made to our Pictou County Root Society, Museum of Industry, Military Museum, and Pictou County Sports Hall of Fame, sharing her family's treasures of the past with our residents. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House of Assembly congratulate Carol Wallace for her love of history passed on to her by her parents, the late Mildred and Aubrey Dorrington, and for ensuring generations to come may learn and pass on to others the history of Pictou County. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Contrary minded, nay. Motion is carried. Yeah. Who's older? The honourable member for Sydney River, Myra Lewisburg.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future date I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Sarah McNeil of Troutbrook Road and Albert Bridge was named to the Canadian Inter-University Sports Academic All-Canadian Honour Roll at Dalhousie University for 2013-14 for the second time in as many years, and whereas Sarah is a third-year forward with the Dalhousie women's hockey team, and whereas academic All-Canadians are student athletes who achieve an academic standing of 80% or better while playing on one of their university's varsity teams. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House of Assembly congratulate Sarah McNeil on being named to the Canadian Inter-University Sports Academic All-Canadian Honour Roll and wish her well in her future endeavours. And, Mr. Speaker, I would ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
If it's okay with the member from Sydney River by Lewisburg, I'll go now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas 5 days a week at Harbourview Hospital in Sydney Mines, seniors participate in the hospital's day program that includes games, guest speakers, day trips, and parties. And whereas Kathy Jessom, the program director, tries to look after recreational, medical, social, and spiritual needs of the seniors in a family environment. And whereas more than 20 seniors take part in this program 5 days a week, receiving their meals, transportation, and health checks, all for one very low fee. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House of Assembly support the individuals responsible for the day program at Harbourview Hospital and thank them for filling a very valuable need for our seniors. And, Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The honourable member for Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas on March the 6th, 2014, the Truro Sport Heritage Society held its 30th annual awards dinner to recognize the accomplishments of outstanding local teams and athletes. And whereas for the second year in a row, Carly Burgess of Hilden was named the female 15 and under Athlete of the Year. And whereas Carly was recognized for her numerous achievements, including being a member of the Mary Fay Under 21 Junior Curling Rink, who won the provincial championships, placed third at nationals. The league leading scorer with the CC Riders Under 16 soccer team, and being the provincial champions and Atlantic Legion meet winner of the 400-meter race. Be it resolved that all members of this House of Assembly recognize the outstanding accomplishments of Carly Burgess, wish her the best of luck with all of her future endeavours. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The honourable member for Inverness.
Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the annual Burmac hockey game was played on February 5th, marking the 36th battle between Burke and McIsaac House at St. FX University. And whereas Burke prevailed with a 4-3 victory in the third period before 1,400 wild fans on both sides of the divide. And whereas this game has been regarded as one of the most intense rivalries in the hockey world, therefore be it resolved that all members of this House congratulate the Burke Brawlers, 2014 Burmac Cup champions. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate. There
has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. We'll now move on to oral questions put by members to ministers. The time is now 2:34. We'll conclude at 3:34. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the 2013 television leaders debate during the election, the Premier told all Nova Scotians, and I quote, "I can guarantee that we'll be taking the $46 million off our power rates if elected by removing the NDP electricity tax." Well, Mr. Speaker, we now know that isn't happening. because what the Premier did not tell Nova Scotians is that he's going to allow Nova Scotia Power to put that tax right back on our power bills. This is just a shell game at its worst. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the Premier, at what point did he realize he would not be able to keep his signature election promise?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for the question. I also want to thank the Minister of Energy for a tremendous job he's done on behalf of the people of Nova Scotia, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, not only are we going to keep, Mr. Speaker, our election promise by removing the efficiency tax off every power bill come January 1st of next year, Mr. Speaker, let me say that again. Power bills will be going down in this province, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, under the great leadership of the Minister of Energy, we've taken it one step further. We've created now an efficiency competition for the monopoly in this province, which will continue, quite frankly, to drive power rates down even further.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on his first supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In that same election television debate, the Premier clearly said that the efficiency Nova Scotia fee would be, and I quote, taken off our power bills and be legislated that the utility pays for that efficiency through their profits. Well, they aren't going to be paid through their profits, Mr. Speaker, not at all. Oh no, we're all going to still pay that efficiency fee, just in another place on our power bill. After all, Mr. Speaker, it is an elaborate and complicated and farcical shell game. Mr. Speaker, I will ask the Premier, what happened to his guarantee that those fees would be paid through their profits?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I want to remind the honourable member that power bills will be going down and the efficiency tax will be removed from every power bill in the province of Nova Scotia, Mr. Speaker. We are doing something, Mr. Speaker, that his party was unable to do, which is actually drive down power rates in the province of Nova Scotia. On top of that, Mr. Speaker, we've taken the efficiency programs, Mr. Speaker, and created a separate entity that will drive competition with the utility, which the URB will continue to monitor, which will drive down rates, Mr. Speaker, which will again provide relief for Nova Scotia ratepayers.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on his final supplementary.
Mr. Speaker, the only party that the Liberals are copying today is the NDP, who broke their signature promise not to raise our taxes. Now they're breaking their signature promise on the efficiency tax because it's not being charged to the power company as he guaranteed Nova Scotians. It's being charged right back on our power bills. That is a fact. That's exactly what they're going to do, Mr. Speaker. And the only other thing that makes them different from the NDP is when Nova Scotia Power recovers every dollar of that efficiency fee that they're so proud of today, Mr. Speaker, they're going to charge a 9% guaranteed profit for them on top of it. At least the NDP didn't do that when they broke their tax promise, Mr. Speaker. So I'll ask the Premier, why are broken NDP promises on taxes any worse than broken Liberal promises on power rates?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure what the Leader of the Opposition doesn't understand, quite frankly. The efficiency tax will be removed from every power bill, Mr. Speaker. Let me tell this again, that every power bill in the province of Nova Scotia will decrease come January 1st, Mr. Speaker. And the only way, Mr. Speaker, that any efficiency program is going to, if it's actually cheaper and saves power customers even more money, Mr. Speaker. I can't for the life of me understand why the Leader of the Opposition is opposed to reducing power rates and potentially saving ratepayers even more. Mr. Speaker, everyone in the province, quite frankly, has agreed. Everyone has agreed with this position but the opposition party. So much for cooperation in this House, so much for what's good for Nova Scotia. If he actually believed in that, he would stand up and stand with Nova Scotians. We know that this policy is in the best interest of Nova Scotia.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is also to the Premier. You know, prior to the election, the Premier promised repeatedly, Mr. Speaker, that he'd remove the efficiency fee from power bills and make Nova Scotia pay for it, Power pay for it, Mr. Speaker. As the Canadian Press report stated in September 9, 2013, I quote, "The Liberals will shift the $46 million of cost of funding programs run by Efficiency Nova Scotia from customers to the utility, which the now Premier said would be able to pay for program from its annual profits," end quote, Mr. Speaker. But what we learned yesterday, Mr. Speaker, is that the Liberals are doing just the opposite, Mr. Speaker. In fact, under this new Liberal energy scheme, Nova Scotia Power will be able to charge ratepayers directly for the cost efficiency programs after 2016. That's 2016. It'll be on the rate, Mr. Speaker. So my question to the Premier, why did he allow his energy minister to break this very vital election promise?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. Not only did the energy minister keep our commitment to remove the efficiency tax off every power bill in this province, Mr. Speaker, we went a step further and found a way to even provide more savings to Nova Scotians by providing more competition for Nova Scotia Power. There's one thing that Nova Scotians need to know. Under this piece of legislation, power rates are going down on January 1st, and any way into the future, any efficiency programs, the only way that they'll be paying for them is if it drives more savings into their power bills.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre on his first supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, in a previous answer to the Leader of the Progressive Conservatives, the Premier said that everybody in Nova Scotia was on his side and agreed with it. But, Mr. Speaker, not so, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if he had contacted the consumer advocate, John Merrick, because he doesn't agree with his position. In today's All Nova Scotia, Mr. Speaker, he said, for the province to take it off the bill in 2015, all they're doing is changing the way it was recovered. It's still out of the ratepayers, Mr. Speaker. So my question to the Premier, why does he now think it's okay to ask ratepayers to pay for efficiency programs?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know this is a difficult concept to understand for the member of the Democratic Party, but typically competition in the energy market or in any market actually will drive down costs. It's the fundamental principle of driving competition. So what we did very early on in our mandate is made a commitment to remove the efficiency tax, which will take place on January 1 of next year. We have a standalone entity, Mr. Speaker, that is driving competition on the fuel side of Nova Scotia Power, and the only way, Mr. Speaker, that any of those programs will be paid for by Nova Scotia Power is if they're actually cheaper, which actually reduces power rates for the people of the province, which actually reduces their fuel cost. Mr. Speaker, it's a win-win for the ratepayers of this province, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre on his final supplementary.
Well, you know, Mr. Speaker, during the days and weeks as we go and people are exposed to the light that's going to be put onto this scheme, we'll understand. And you know, Mr. Speaker, I'll be the first one to admit that I'm not the sharpest knife in the drawer. But Mr. Speaker, I'll take my lead from John Merrick, and not the Premier, Mr. Speaker, who I would say understands a bit more about this process. But according to him, Mr. Speaker, the power rates can defer $35 million of cost of efficiency in Nova Scotia and charge ratepayers. They could garner a rate return of 7 to 9%, Mr. Speaker. So I want to ask the Premier, what did Mr. Merrick tell him when he proposed this scheme to Mr. Merrick?
The Honourable Premier.
Well, let me tell the honourable member that I haven't spoken to Mr. Merrick, but I want to tell you that under the leadership of the Minister of Energy, there's been many conversations, Mr. Speaker, not only with Mr. Merrick but with Nova Scotians, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that not only did we keep our commitment to removing the efficiency tax and reducing power rates in the province of Nova Scotia on January 1, but we went a step further and he created a separate entity that was going to drive competition, Mr. Speaker, which will in turn drive down power rates. Mr. Speaker, why would anyone be opposed to reducing power rates in the province of Nova Scotia.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, what Nova Scotians are opposed to, and they made this point loud and clear in the last election, is they are opposed to a government that promises one thing when they're running and then flip-flops and does the opposite when they get into power. That's the message they sent to the NDP after they broke their promise on our taxes. But the Premier has done them one up. He actually went on TV and guaranteed that the efficiency fee would be paid by Nova Scotia Power through their profits, and people believed him. But, Mr. Speaker, that is not what's happening today. That fee is going to end up right back on all of our power bills, a horrible shell game, a cruel shell game for all those Nova Scotia families who are struggling to pay the bills every month, Mr. Speaker. So I'll ask the Premier this. It took the NDP 9 months to break their promise on taxes. The Liberals have set a new Guinness record by doing it in 6 months. Why won't the Premier just admit the obvious, that this is not what he promised Nova Scotians? Come clean.
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know what has happened to the Leader of the Conservative Party. Why would he be opposed to reducing power rates in the province of Nova Scotia? He is right. Nova Scotians made a decision on October 8th for a new government. And this government is keeping its commitment to the people of the province of Nova Scotia, and the efficiency tax will come off power bills in January of next year.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on his first supplementary.
Mr. Speaker, here is the simple concept that I would like the other side to understand. What we are opposed to is a candidate for office who goes on TV and guarantees something and then does the opposite after the election is over. That's what we're opposed to, Mr. Speaker. Of course, we would all like to see our power rates go down, and we should all work hard to make that happen, Mr. Speaker. But taking the fee off one part of our power bill and then allowing the power company to charge every last dollar of it right back on another part of our power bill is not what the Premier guaranteed. That's the point that he seems to be having trouble getting today, Mr. Speaker. That's the shell game. So, Mr. Speaker, the government is touting the Vermont model. The Vermont model, which is this great example of how to do this in a transparent manner, except they didn't do their homework, Mr. Speaker, because you know what they're doing in Vermont? They're actually taking that efficiency fee and putting it on a separate line item on the Vermont power bills, so in a fair and open and transparent manner, everyone can see what they're doing instead of burying it in the general power rate, Mr. Speaker. So I'd like to ask the Premier, why are they bragging about the Vermont model, which is going to be more transparent and more clear, and instead engaging this elaborate shell game and doing the opposite, burying the increase somewhere else in our power bill?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Here's a simple concept for the Leader of the Conservative Party to understand. Power bills are going down on January 1. I know he's disappointed about that, Mr. Speaker. I know he's disappointed about the fact that we were able to drive down power rates in the province of Nova Scotia. And I know he's disappointed, quite frankly, that we've continued to drive competition in the energy market, Mr. Speaker, so power rates will continue to go down under the leadership of the Minister of Energy. And I want to remind the members opposite that the Nova Scotia Power is paying $40 million out of their shareholders, Mr. Speaker, directly to low-income Nova Scotians.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on his final supplementary.
Mr. Speaker, power rates went up by 3% on January 1st under this Premier's watch. There is over $90 million in future power rate increases. It's a fact. Something they opposed in opposition, Mr. Speaker, something that they said the previous government should roll back, and yet they didn't when they had the chance. $90 million in fuel costs being deferred to a future day. Now the Premier wants to add $35 million in efficiency charges deferred to a future day. Power rates are not going down. We just put it off to a future day. Mr. Speaker, that is the point. What we are opposed to is a shell game where you guarantee one thing and you do the opposite. But will the Premier at least admit the truth that this is not what he promised Nova Scotians?
Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, you want to talk about a deferral. It would have been, quite frankly, if we had adopted the power scheme that was put forward by the leader of the Conservative Party when he wanted to freeze power rates to a future day, Mr. Speaker. What we did is take the efficiency tax off of power rates and reduce power rates for the Nova Scotians.
The honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question through you is to the Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, in 6 short months, this government has become expert at economic sleight of hand and fiscal shell games. When it comes to the graduate retention rebate, Nova Scotia graduates are the big losers. Because of the elimination of the rebate, many young Nova Scotians will see their after-tax income decline this year. My question to the Minister, will the Minister please explain how reaching into the wallets of our best and brightest Nova Scotians will entice graduates to stay in Nova Scotia and meet the objectives of the Ivany Report?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for the question. Mr. Speaker, the answer to the question is very simple. The evidence was clear, 7 years of evidence was clear, that the graduate retention rebate wasn't doing what it was intended to do and what its name was actually says, to retain young people here in our province. And for that reason, we are looking for other ways to ensure that young people get the first job that they need to actually attach to the workforce, because that's what young people are telling us is really the obstacle for them staying in our province. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Pictou Centre on his first supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that is certainly is contrary to what I've been hearing from graduates across this province in the last few days. Mr. Speaker, the graduate retention tax rebate provided up to $15,000 in relief to graduates who stayed and put down roots in Nova Scotia. That's the price of a first car or a down payment on a first home. The elimination of the program is a whopping 275% tax increase for our graduates. The consolation prize for students is the elimination of interest on student loans, a measure that provides about $800 in benefit. My question to the Minister, does the Minister expect graduates who just got the biggest tax hike of their lives to stay and make a life in Nova Scotia because of an $800 interest teaser?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And again, I appreciate the question. Mr. Speaker, it's never easy to make changes, but our job is to, and all of our jobs in this House, is to look at programs that are effective and to support those programs to meet the needs of Nova Scotians. And I do understand that some Nova Scotians benefited from this rebate and that they are disappointed. And for that, I'm sorry. But the fact is, Mr. Speaker, 7 years of experience shows it wasn't working. And Mr. Speaker, we have evidence not only from our own internal analysis of Stats Canada and other information about out-migration, but we have information from reports that were done by the Centre for Policy Alternatives, the Canadian Federation of Students, and Students Nova Scotia that say the very same thing. And just for that point, I would like to table one of those reports. This is the Centre for Policy Alternatives, I believe, Fairness Funding and Our Collective Future, in which they say tax credits are an ineffective use of public money and of reducing student debt, as many graduates do not pay taxes until years after graduation and cannot access the credit. This, Mr. Speaker, was directly written about the graduate retention rebate. Mr. Speaker, the member opposite knows that this was a tax rebate and has nothing to do with the tax rates in this province. So I'd like to table that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Pictou East on his final supplementary. Pictou Centre, pardon me, my apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you cannot paint a broad picture that covers all students in this province, and there's certainly a lot of students very disappointed in this province, and they've been contacting several MLAs with regard to their disappointment in this recent move by the government. Mr. Speaker, Jake Rideout is a recent graduate who did everything he thought he was supposed to do. After graduation, Jake went home to Royal Nova Scotia to start a small business because he wanted to create value in his community. Part of his decision to stay and build a business in Nova Scotia was the graduate retention rebate, which he planned to use to service his student debt. Jake doesn't feel entitled, but he is disappointed. All he is asking for was some help to get on his feet in exchange for creating value through a small business, injecting life into the rural economy and banking his future on a better Nova Scotia. My question to the minister: why has the minister chosen to punish ambitious young people like Jake Rideout who have done all the right things? Why does she want to drive people like Jake away?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his third question. I think it was his third. Mr. Speaker, this is a program that some people in Nova Scotia were able to access, but you had to have a higher income in order to access that credit. What we heard repeatedly from young people across the province, and I heard it again and again during my pre-budget consultations, was that they need the opportunity to get their first job in this province. That's the biggest thing. So, Mr. Speaker, what we are intending to do is to look at evidence and to base our planning and our spending on evidence. Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate, but after 7 years of having various credits and the graduate retention rebate, we have not been able to show any evidence that this is working. And that is exactly what Nova Scotian taxpayers have been telling me again and again, that they expect us to do the things that are working and are effective. Mr. Speaker, for that reason, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, for that reason, we feel that it's an obligation of government to look at programs to be evidence-based and to ensure that they are actually attaining their aim before they get continued. And I'm afraid in the case of 7 years of evidence and also support from a number of other people who have studied this issue and studied the benefit of the credit, we felt that this was absolutely the right decision to make for Canadian and Nova Scotia PACs.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question through you is to the Premier. Mr. Speaker, last week nurses who had recently graduated from nursing programs were hit twice by this Liberal government, once with the essential services legislation that took away their collective bargaining rights, and again when the Liberals cut the graduate retention rebate. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Premier, what does he think the effect of the elimination of the graduate retention rebate will have on the morale of young nurses who qualified for this tax credit?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me be clear. Unlike the New Democratic Party, we have not taken away the right to strike from any health care workers. Mr. Speaker, we tried to strike a balance, which is ensuring that the essential services that Nova Scotians rely on will be in place while we allow workers in this province to have the right, if the collective bargaining process doesn't work, to strike. We struck that balance last week, Mr. Speaker, and the majority of Nova Scotians have appreciated that balance. Mr. Speaker, as was laid out just by the Minister of Finance, we recognize there are some Nova Scotians who were using this rebate as part of being able to avail themselves of this rebate, but the original part of it was the retention component, and all the evidence shows that wasn't actually working to retain students into this province. And what we've done is taken it and targeted towards job creation. You'll see the apprenticeship opportunities, you'll see the research opportunities they're providing, the graduate opportunities, which was announced in the budget, which will be expanded over the next number of years. The object of this is to try to ensure that more Nova Scotians have an opportunity to stay here in Nova Scotia.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party on her first supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, earlier, before question period, I had an opportunity to introduce a young nurse, Amanda Parsons. Amanda Parsons was here last week, as you know, Mr. Speaker, and spoke out against the essential services legislation. And now Amanda is saying that the elimination of the graduate retention rebate feels like a double whammy. She's now applying for jobs in Newfoundland, Mr. Speaker. So my question to the Premier is, now that Amanda Parsons feels betrayed by the Liberal government, are you prepared to provide her with an answer to why the graduate retention rebate will drive people like her out of the nursing profession in this province?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for the question. I also want to thank Amanda for her commitment to the people of this province in providing health care. It's an essential part of the delivery of the health care model in this province, Mr. Speaker, and all of us appreciate the great health care professionals that we have in this province. The challenge, Mr. Speaker, about government is that you have to base decisions based on evidence. The evidence is, Mr. Speaker, that while there were Nova Scotians who were using the rebate program, the idea, Mr. Speaker, was to create a job opportunity for new graduates and retaining young people, Mr. Speaker. And what we've laid out very clearly is a different direction, one that we are targeting directly on job creation so that we can keep more Nova Scotians here.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party on her final supplementary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the evidence is before us here today, Mr. Speaker. We have a nurse who is looking to leave the province because the graduate retention rebate has now given her no incentive whatsoever to stay in our health care system, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Premier, why is he so unconcerned that nursing graduates like Amanda Parsons are applying for jobs elsewhere due to his government's misdirected decision to eliminate the graduate retention rebate?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, we're always concerned, quite frankly, when we hear Nova Scotians wanting to leave our province, Mr. Speaker, for opportunities they believe are elsewhere. It's one of the reasons why we've targeted towards job creation in this province, toward providing apprenticeship opportunities, graduate opportunities in this province, Mr. Speaker. It's striking a balance. One of the things, as the Minister of Finance clearly laid out, it is able to provide an opportunity for as many young Nova Scotians to be here. What's before us, Mr. Speaker, quite frankly, is that as we were trying to put out essential service legislation to make sure that we were protecting the health and welfare of Nova Scotians, the Leader of the Democratic Party, Mr. Speaker, was standing up here protesting, forcing a strike on the people of this province, and it wasn't good enough. It wasn't good enough that she forced a strike. She had to drag it out to get into another shift, Mr. Speaker.
Just before we get to the next question, I want to remind all members on both sides of the House that if you have a question, speak to your House leaders and get your name on your list, and you'll have ample opportunity to pose a question. And I am pleased to say that we're a little bit more awake than we were yesterday here. So, the Honourable Member for Northside, Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is to the Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, Nova Scotians, and in particular recent graduates, are perplexed about why this government decided to axe the graduate retention rebate program. With one short-sighted measure, the government will save $30 million a year on the backs of our students, at a time when the Ivany Commission tells us that it is crucial to support the success of young people in Nova Scotia. The elimination of the graduate retention rebate program amounts to the biggest tax increase in Nova Scotia history for the thousands of young Nova Scotians starting their career and deciding where they want to live and work. So my question to the Minister is, why would the Minister eliminate a valuable program and make it easier for our province's best and brightest to leave the province to build their futures?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question from the member opposite. Mr. Speaker, as I've been saying in earlier answers to the question, there's no question at all that some people were able to enjoy and benefit from this tax credit, but it was not creating the result that it was intended to do. And for that reason, we've looked at the evidence and we've listened to other people who presented us with evidence. And for that very reason, we had said from evidence base, from 7 years of looking at the stats, Mr. Speaker, the evidence was clear it wasn't working, and we need to invest our money strategically in the proper building blocks that will help open the doors for jobs in this province. That's what they need, Mr. Speaker. They need jobs. And we are introducing the Graduate to Opportunities program among a whole raft of other ideas that were presented in the budget to help support young people in that endeavour. Mr. Speaker, if I may, there is also, and I hope that the member opposite may have seen it, but there was evidence from Stats Canada, it comes from the Canada Revenue Agency tax filers data that shows information on out-migration for the years 2003 all the way to 2011. And Mr. Speaker, it shows clearly there was no improvement in the out-migration during that period of time. And I would like to present that. If I could, I'll just table it for the House. Thank you.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount on his first supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have a demographic problem here in Nova Scotia, with more people retiring out of the labour force than young people entering it. I have figures from Statistics Canada that show an average of 500 more people stayed in the province during the years the rebate was available. So my question as the minister is, when our province so desperately needs young people to stay and build their lives in Nova Scotia, why is the minister going out of her way to drive them down the road?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. And again, to the honourable member, I appreciate the question very much. The evidence was very clear, Mr. Speaker, that the out-migration pattern had continued the same, and the cost of the program increased every year with no measurable impact, no improvement to the outflow of young people from our province. Mr. Speaker, members of the House know that I'm a mother and that my children are in that very demographic. I know the issues that are facing young people, and the difficulty of getting that first job is what I hear most from the young people in my neighbourhood, from my children's friends, from the people I met across the province. They need access to the first job, that opportunity to get experience. And time again in Nova Scotia, employers, and I include the provincial government, will ask for 2 to 5 years' experience for entry-level jobs. And Mr. Speaker, that's the sort of thing that we want to stop. We want to help employers pick up young graduates right away and give them experience and the opportunity to start their careers and stay here in Nova Scotia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount on his final supplementary.
Mr. Speaker, the graduate retention rebate was very beneficial to boost post-secondary students in Nova Scotia. It often made the difference about where the graduates could live, pay down their debt, including their student loans. In a recent Chronicle Herald story, the Minister of Finance is quoted as saying, and I'll table that document, Mr. Speaker, "Are they entitled? Are they telling me they're entitled to that money?" she said to the students. Maybe that's what they're saying. So my question to the minister is, the minister saying that graduates who are lucky enough to find a job in Nova Scotia, who struggle to pay their student debt, and who want to stay in our province, have an oversized sense of entitlement?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And again, I appreciate the question from the honourable member. Mr. Speaker, just to relate to that tabling of the article, there was certainly never any intention on my part to make that assumption. So going forward, the program simply doesn't work. And Mr. Speaker, the evidence is enormous that it doesn't work. It was also very clear from pre-budget submissions that I received, and many of them, but I will just quote from one more, if I may, and I'll table this document as well, Mr. Speaker. This one happens to be from Students Nova Scotia, but I also received the same information from the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives and from the Canadian Federation of Students. But, Mr. Speaker, this is very compelling when you hear the words of these other researchers speaking on behalf of where they think the funds should go. And it says, and again, speaking directly to the graduate retention rebate, it can only be claimed after graduation and then only after all other tax credits have been exhausted. As a result, the typical graduate retention rebate recipient has an income above the provincial median. I might add, Mr. Speaker, that means 50% of the income earners are below that median, 50% above. In addition to the distributional issues, there is no evidence that the graduate retention rebate has improved the retention and attraction of recent graduates to Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to table that document as just further evidence, not from myself, but from another party. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question through you is to the Minister of Finance. Last week, when the budget was handed down, students were shocked by the elimination of the graduate retention rebate. Student advocates who had spoken with the minister previous to the budget being released and talked about new things the government might consider doing to invest in student and graduates, but they never did ask for this funding to be eliminated outright. So my question to the minister is this: why is the minister attempting to lay blame for the elimination of this program on student groups who are actually advocating for more support for students, not less?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for her question. Mr. Speaker, there was no intention to link those two things whatsoever. The evidence is clear, and the evidence has been provided by our own research, by Statistics Canada, by the Canadian Revenue Agency's out-migration information that I just tabled a moment ago, by a number of other pre-budget submissions that we received, and studies by the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, Students Nova Scotia, the Canadian Federation of Students. I am not intending to lay blame at their feet. They've done information and studies, so has the Department of Finance. And Mr. Speaker, you don't introduce a program without having a review and an opportunity to see if it's working. Again, Nova Scotian taxpayers expect exactly that. And upon review, this program simply wasn't hitting the mark, Mr. Speaker. And for that reason, it is not in the budget for this year.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the evidence is far from clear, as the minister says. The evidence tells us what the ongoing problem is, and we know we have a problem. But would the problem have even been greater without this program? Mr. Speaker, I suggest that it actually would have been much greater. So, Mr. Speaker, Jonathan Williams, who is the Executive Director of Students Nova Scotia, said, and I quote, "Eliminating the graduate retention rebate without reinvesting in supporting our young people is a betrayal of our students and graduates." So, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the minister, why didn't she advocate on behalf of the students and graduates that she's responsible for supporting to ensure that this funding was left alone and they could stay in our province?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And again, I know that there are people in the province that were able to access this credit and that it is disappointing to them. I really do hear that, Mr. Speaker, and I understand it. But the fact of the matter is that it didn't change the overall out-migration, and the honourable member herself was a member of the government that introduced this with the intent of upping the numbers and improving the retention of young people. Mr. Speaker, we have definitely read the Ivany report, understanding the importance of young people and their role in our province, and we are going to be introducing other programs which were mentioned in the budget as well, which are going to address the key factor, the factor that so many young people said it's fine that there's a credit, but I can't access it. There's a great deal of misunderstanding, Mr. Speaker, that it was not funds available to every Nova Scotian. It was available only to those who earned enough money to pay provincial taxes. And so many young Nova Scotians graduate without a good job, Mr. Speaker. That's a compelling reason why we looked at the evidence and want to address our efforts to the job creation and opening the doors that business can do with some incentives. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party on her final supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, over $40 million was being spent on this program. Now, Mr. Speaker, the evidence is that money was being distributed to someone. It doesn't strike me as being a reasonable explanation that there are people who couldn't access it. If you consider $40 million, that's a significant chunk of change, and an awful lot of people were getting access to it, many of them young Nova Scotians and international students who were prepared to stay in this province and put roots down in this province over a period of time. So my final question to the minister, Mr. Speaker, are why are students and new grads being asked to pay the price of increased spending in this Liberal government's budget? Surely the minister doesn't think that they're the ones that can afford this.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, they are not being asked that at all. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My question through you is to the Minister of Economic and Rural Development and Tourism. Mr. Speaker, we learned last week that the budget for the controversial Cabinet slush fund went up $5 million. In opposition, the Liberal Premier said he'd get rid of it. But now he's keeping it, and he's increasing the budget by more than 18%. It's a complete 180 from his stance before and during the election. So, why are the Liberals misleading Nova Scotians and jacking up the budget for the Cabinet-controlled slush fund?
The Honourable Minister of Economic and Rural Development and Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for the question, and it is a legitimate question because if you look at the budget numbers, the conclusions that have been reached by the member would be the legitimate conclusions that you would reach by looking at it. What I can advise the member is that the reason there is an increase in this year's budget for the Jobs Fund is because of the previous deals that were negotiated and signed by the NDP government, which were staggered as to what years they would be paid out. So because of the deals that they have shackled our government and Nova Scotians with, more money had to be put in to meet those liabilities, and I'll be more than happy for the member for Chester St. Margaret's to go line by line and project by project to show how I will be happy to show that member how her government has saddled our government and Nova Scotians with the millions of dollars of deals that they made through that slush fund.
The Honourable Member for Pictou West on her first supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the member for his answer. However, I don't know the Premier's promises in fine print, and I don't think all Nova Scotians do either. So there is nothing, you know, I look at this and it's absolutely another Liberal flip-flop. No doubt about it. The Premier has decided it is in his best interest to maintain and control the fund and keep giving corporate bailouts. The Premier and his government have already given out $20 million. And I can table that. So my question is, when was the decision made to do a flip-flop on their election promise and jack up the budget for the Cabinet-controlled slush fund?
The Honourable Minister of Economic and Rural Development and Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, as I indicated in my previous answer, during estimates, I'll be more than happy to go through each of the deals that were signed by the previous government, which the way they were done is the funding was broken down over several years. So in order for us to meet the liabilities and the obligations that were signed by the previous government, more monies had to be put into the fund. I'll be more than happy to show the member each of those deals, where those monies came from, and why the money had to be put in the budget. Let me make it clear again, Mr. Speaker. We will be replacing the Nova Scotia Jobs Fund. There will be a new fund that is brought in that will clearly meet the obligations set out in the Travis report and the concerns raised by Nova Scotians, and the members will have an opportunity to see that here in this House. But again, actions speak louder than words. Mr. Speaker, other than the ferry deal, which was signed by the previous and negotiated by the previous government, our government has not used the Nova Scotia Jobs Fund.
The Honourable Member for Pictou West on her final supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals are desperate to make it look like they are keeping at least one election promise. In February, the Auditor General once again recommended moving the fund to the Arm's Length Nova Scotia Business Inc. In opposition, the Liberals agreed to this, but that's another broken Liberal promise. And I want to know how many more promises are the Liberals going to break?
The Honourable Minister of Economic and Rural Development and Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, let's look at what the member tabled from her first question, and she indicates that it was $20 million from the Nova Scotia Jobs Fund. It was not. Her own documents show one of the deals is from Nova Scotia Business Incorporated Strategic Investment Funds. Next one is Nova Scotia Business Incorporated, the Nova Scotia Fund, not the Job Fund. The other one is Nova Scotia Business Incorporated, Nova Scotia Fund, Nova Scotia Business Incorporated, Nova Scotia Fund. The leader of the official opposition is on record saying that he supports Nova Scotia Business Incorporated and says that they should continue to be doing investments as they've done. What they've tabled here are investments made by Nova Scotia Business Incorporated. The only investment that our government has had to use the Jobs Fund is the one previously negotiated by the NDP for the Yarmouth Ferry. Actions speak louder than words. We have not used that fund. That fund will not continue to exist. We will replace it with something that Nova Scotians clearly see as an appropriate means of investing their tax dollars.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question for you is to the Premier. Mr. Speaker, on the 12th of February, Ray Ivany and his Commission on Building Nova Scotia's New Economy issued their report. And Mr. Ivany was unequivocal when he spoke with members of this legislature. He said, and I will table, there's no way to overstate the seriousness of the current situation. Of course, he was speaking about the economy and about the demographic challenges we have in Nova Scotia due to our aging population and a growing proportion of our population being retired, with young people and skilled workers leaving our province. So, Mr. Speaker, in the spirit of this report, and given the elimination of the graduate retention rebate, can the Premier please explain why he's opposed to both domestic and international student retention programs for our province?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. The simple answer to that is we're not. She actually read the report of Mr. Ivany. He talked about creating job opportunities to keep young people in this province, Mr. Speaker. It's clearly laid out a number of times that the program put in place, while being used by some Nova Scotians, was not a retention tool. What we have actually now is broadened the apprenticeship opportunities to keep young skilled workers here in this province, Mr. Speaker. We've providing funding towards research opportunities. Students graduate from our universities here in this province, do research work here in this province. Under the NDP, Mr. Speaker, they left and went to Ontario and other parts of Canada to do that work. We're going to retain them to do that work here in Nova Scotia. And in place, Mr. Speaker, we're working with the private sector to be able to create a job opportunity, Mr. Speaker, which the number one thing is young Nova Scotians are telling us what will keep them in this province is a job.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party on her first supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, I suspect that the Premier, like myself and other members of this House, are literally hearing from hundreds of Nova Scotians, young Nova Scotians, who relied on this graduate retention rebate to put down roots in this province and to remain in this province in their first job. So it's very inconsistent with the Premier saying that this is what their approach is, but this is what Nova Scotians are telling us the impact of this change will be on them. So I want to ask the Premier how he can square the circle of taking more than $40 million away from students with a program that encourages both international and domestic students to remain in Nova Scotia, and at the same time not reinvesting in programs that would allow the policy objectives that we all agree coming from the Ivany report need to be developed, supported, and enhanced, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, we are investing. We're investing in apprenticeship opportunities in this province for young tradespeople, Mr. Speaker. We're providing research opportunities, which is an investment by the Government of Nova Scotia, Mr. Speaker, to keep university students in this province. And, Mr. Speaker, we're working with the private sector to create job opportunities for university and community college graduates to retain those jobs right here in Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, like every program, Mr. Speaker, it continues to ramp up over a period of time, but we're very encouraged by the support that we've been receiving from the private sector, from the very people who are going to create the jobs and drive the economic growth in this province.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party on her final supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Among the people we're hearing from are many young entrepreneurs who actually use this program as part of their plan for the development of their business and the investment in their business in this province. And they are telling us that they fear now that they're going to be able to continue to operate those small businesses that they already have invested in, and they're looking for opportunities elsewhere. So, Mr. Speaker, my question to the Premier is this. When he reaches in and takes almost $50 million out of the pockets of the very many international and domestic students who we are trying to retain, does he really expect Nova Scotia to feel like the warm and welcoming place it needs to be for new Nova Scotians, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, what I'm hearing from Nova Scotians and Mr. Speaker, who are graduating from our community colleges and our universities, Mr. Speaker, is that they're looking for a job, Mr. Speaker. What we're building is a program and programs that provide those economic opportunities and jobs here. It's the broadening of the apprenticeship opportunities, Mr. Speaker. We are actually putting in research opportunities, Mr. Speaker, to keep university students in this province. We're working with the private sector to grow real job opportunities in this province, Mr. Speaker. And in the coming days, Mr. Speaker, we'll make an announcement around economic incentives which will actually be targeted towards small businesses in this province, Mr. Speaker, to the very thing to keep those entrepreneurs in this province and give them access to much-needed capital.
The Honourable Member for Kings South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question through you is for the Minister of Agriculture. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Minister of Agriculture answered many good questions at the Subcommittee on Supply. Mr. Speaker, the wine industry has the potential to be a real economic driver in several of the ridings in this province, and particularly in Kings South. Mr. Speaker, will the Minister of Agriculture provide the House with an update on the developments in the wine industry and its potential for our province?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with great pleasure I rise to talk about the wine industry in Nova Scotia. As a lot of people in the province probably don't realize, our wine industry offers us one huge opportunity for growth. The only problem is it takes a long time to grow the grape plants to a point to produce grapes. Once they're there, it can provide up to a couple hundred years of growth and very productive growth off those plants. So it's one thing we have to work towards expanding. The other thing is the wine industry has really evolved in Nova Scotia past the point of being a cottage industry to a true industry that now employs hundreds of people throughout the province, makes huge economic impact to the province, and indeed is one industry we need to grow and grow successfully. It meets all the requirements of environmental consciousness, profitability, and all the things we need to do in the province. So it's an industry that we have to grow. We're committed to growing. We've been meeting with the wine industry on a regular basis now to set up an incentive program to work with them to make sure our industry can grow and prosper. And not only that, but our industries have won international awards against some of the many very well-known wines from all over Europe. So I think we're poised to really set up a new economic development tool in the province that hadn't been there before, and we look forward to doing that. Thank you.
Good, Minister.
The Honourable Member for Pictou East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question today is for the Minister of Finance. As we saw record increases to our net debt during the Dexter government, the Liberals cried foul. Yet this new Liberal government is committed to continuing this trend. $1 billion more in debt over the next 4 years. There is no hope for tax relief in Nova Scotia as long as these misguided priorities and shell games of the Liberals continue. During an interview last week, the Minister of Finance was quoted as saying, "We have to balance, but we can't do anything until our debt. We can't do anything about the debt until our government is in surplus." And I'd table that for the benefit of the House. We also heard quite a bit of talk today about how we need to create an environment where new grads have an opportunity to get their first job. And I think that all speaks to the environment, the business environment that we live in today. So in that same article, the minister was quoted as saying that the government wants to try and stimulate the business community because government can't create jobs, but government has to create the right environment. So let's look at the environment we have today, Mr. Speaker. We have the highest personal taxes. We have the highest corporate taxes. We have the highest small business taxes. Our HST is the highest in the country. And our personal income brackets are not indexed. So our Nova Scotians are suspect to bracket creep. And now we have our new grads getting the biggest tax increase in their lives. So that doesn't sound like an environment that will allow business to create jobs for new grads. So my question today for the minister is when we look through the budget documents and we see 3 more years of deficit spending and we see 4 more years of debt increases. What is this government going to do, and when are they going to do it, to create an environment where businesses will be able to grow, where businesses will be able to thrive, and businesses will be able to hire new grads? Because that environment is not there today, and I don't see it in the budget for the next 4 years. So I'd be interested to hear
The Honourable Minister of Finance, I think we have time for one answer.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I think there's time maybe even for 2. But Mr. Speaker, the budget that I presented last week is a fair and honest representation of where we are, and that's something that was sorely needed in this province. We are not going to be able to move forward with the confidence level of the business community unless they understood that we were being frank and transparent and honest about where we are. And I've spent my time, thank you. And Mr. Speaker, I'm sure the member would know that I visited his community. I've been around the province and in many, many communities. I've had roundtables with business groups, with students, with young people in the high schools, with nonprofit groups and people that work in social enterprise. I've extended the number of people that have had a chance to have input. And, Mr. Speaker, I heard time and again that they felt a greater sense of confidence since the change in government. And with that, we'll be building the building blocks of trust and working together to actually provide the foundation for a growth in our economy. Because, Mr. Speaker, even businesses that might be wanting to expand won't do it if they don't have a sense of confidence in the environment in which they're operating.
The honourable member for Pictou East on his first supplementary.
Mr. Speaker, traveling around the province and talking to new grads, there's probably cold comfort for them today to know that they've been hit with this massive tax increase. Every Nova Scotian will be hit with bracket creep. The promised HST decrease has been rescinded by this government. The minister was quoted last week as saying, "The minister has been very clear that even with the tax review, they're not looking at reducing our revenue." So if the government is not looking at reducing its revenue with this tax review that our Liberal friend from Ontario was going to conduct, I wonder what they are planning to do. Are they They should do as I say they should do. And
Order, please. The time allotted for oral questions by members to ministers has expired. We'll move on to orders of the day. I recognize the Government House Leader. The Honourable Member for Queen Shelburne on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of order. Today, in question period, the backbenchers asked questions again of their own cabinet ministers. Mr. Speaker, on April the 1st and 2nd of 2014, this year, in law amendments, over 150, I repeat, 150 percenters, members of the public, brought their concerns to this House. Not one question was asked by the Liberal members. Today, those same Liberal backbenchers ask questions in question period, taking times from opposition parties. Mr. Speaker, Liberal members is taking away time from QP and these opposition parties. The Liberal government have no time, it appears, for the concerns of the public. I ask for your ruling on that. Thank you very much.
We'll take that under advisement and we'll report back to the House. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, I move that you now leave the chair and that the House resolve itself into a committee of the whole House on supply.
The Honourable Member for Inverness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased today to rise to speak as we enter debate on the supply. And I'll try to keep it to about the standard of 15 minutes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today in question period we talked quite a bit about the Efficiency Nova Scotia charge, and that was a significant piece in this government's budget for the year. And Mr. Speaker, I know the Premier had mentioned that they're going to be charging this back to Nova Scotia Power, and only if it saves money. And Mr. Speaker, I guess my concern is that the net effect for the consumer may be eliminated. The net benefit for the consumer may be eliminated for two reasons. One, while the cost for the power for the consumer may go down due to greater energy efficiency, power rates could go up for that same consumer because Nova Scotia Power is going to be paying for those changes to make it more efficient for that consumer. And will charge it back to the ratepayer, the consumer, as part of their cost of goods sold. And plus, as we heard from our official leader here, Mr. Speaker, the official leader of the opposition, Nova Scotia Power will be allowed to charge a rate of profit on any cost of goods sold that they have, including costs they have to make things more efficient for the consumer. So, and we know that's part of their guaranteed profit margin. So, Mr. Speaker, there is quite likely going to be an increase in the actual power rate for the user because of that. But secondly, and I will say that reducing demand is a good thing. It's one of the best things we can do. I know I've done it in my own home by taking advantage of Efficiency Nova Scotia programs and reducing my, my power bill, primarily through just changing light bulbs. And it's amazing. You're using a fifth of the energy with the new energy-efficient bulbs over the old bulbs. So, Mr. Speaker, those are good things. But one thing I want to point out, as a consequence of that, as we see the demand for power drop, the cost per unit goes up. So we saw this with the paper mill in Point Tupper. When it came offline, there was a tremendous decrease in the power demand for the province. And as a result, the cost per unit of electricity goes up because you're not having to generate as much power because there's not as much demand. So it's something we have to be careful of so that there's no unintended consequences. Because, Mr. Speaker, if we are driving up the cost per unit, that's not a good thing for consumers because they're going to pay more per kilowatt hour. And right now, if consumers look on their bill, they're paying about 14 cents per kilowatt hour. So, Mr. Speaker, I make this point because it's important for the government, while making these changes, to recognize that and to come up with a plan to ensure that things like the coal plants that are still generating the majority of our electricity are doing them in an efficient manner. Because if they're not generating at full capacity, they're not running at full efficiency, Mr. Speaker, they are not providing us with as cheap of power as they can be. And also for those in the room, in the chamber here, Mr. Speaker, that are environmentally conscious, we must look at the emissions. And when power plants like coal plants, which generate approximately 60% of the electricity in this province, are not running at full efficiency, and if they're being used to offset declines in, say, wind power, and they're being ramped up quickly to make up for that loss of wind power because the wind is not blowing, which often happens during the daytime more so than at night when it's the exact time we need that power. Unless we want to have a blackout, those coal plants have to be fired up. And that inefficient burn of the coal is leading to a higher intensity of emissions. So, Mr. Speaker, I know it's very easy for members in the chamber here to say, well, we want to be environmentally conscious, let's just stop burning coal. I know it's easy for them to say, you know, let's embrace all of these forms of renewable energy. But I will challenge the members here, Mr. Speaker. Why don't we do a review to see how the measures that have been put in place the last number of years, to see how well they're actually accomplishing a reduction in emissions. And until we put that information, until it's tabled here in the legislature, Mr. Speaker, I think we should be very careful about making assumptions that we're being green and that we're helping the environment. So another point I want to make, Mr. Speaker, if we look at what's driving the rates of power, the cost of power for people in the province, which we know, Mr. Speaker, is very significant because we hear people talking about it all the time. We hear people talking about the price of gasoline as well, and it's really no different. I know people that will drive 10 miles to save a cent on their gas. They're probably not saving anything, but the psychology is there that people are conscious of the cost of gas. And the same is true with power rates, although they don't get to choose whether they're going to buy Supreme gas or whether they're going to buy regular gas, Mr. Speaker. There's only one rate. And they can't choose which station they buy it from either. So the point I'm trying to make, Mr. Speaker, and this is, if you go back to 2006, and I looked at the numbers on this, if you look at the energy mix of Nova Scotia Power back in 2006, and if you move that forward in today's dollars with those same energy mixes of coal and natural gas and oil and wind power and our best source of renewable energy at Wreck Cove, a $3,000 power bill today, using that same energy mix in today's prices for those energy inputs, would be about $2,000. And Mr. Speaker, if any of the members in this chamber could go on the doorstep and tell their constituents they could drop their power bill by $1,000 each year, I'm sure their constituents' ears would perk up and they would take notice. And I'd be happy to share that information with the members anytime they want to see it. The point I'm making, Mr. Speaker, is I know efficiency was a big part of this. Removing the efficiency Nova Scotia charge from power bills was a big part of this budget. It was something that the government wanted to highlight. And that's why I'm tying these other items into it, Mr. Speaker, because at the end of the day, I think what the government wants to do is make power more affordable for people. And to build on my points that I'm making, Mr. Speaker, if we were to reduce the cost of power for people, and if we were to start measuring to see how well we're actually doing with reducing emissions, if we're saving our economy money, Mr. Speaker, if we're saving Nova Scotians $1,000 a year on their power bills, that's more money that's going into the economy. That's more money that's going to come back to the government in sales tax, for instance. And if that money is coming in, then, Mr. Speaker, why don't we use some of that instead to invest in renewable energy that is affordable for Nova Scotians? One of the challenges we have, unless we're talking about Wreck Cove, Mr. Speaker, is that a lot of the renewable energy is 3 and 4 times the price of coal and natural gas. So, Mr. Speaker, we don't make a great deal of difference in this province. While I do respect on principle, it's important for us to do our part to help the world in terms of being environmentally conscious and making the world a better place in the future. But we don't really make a lot of impact here because we are a small populated province. What we could really do, I believe, Mr. Speaker, to make an impact is to invest the savings that we would have by way of increased tax revenue, from increased expenditure, from saved money that Nova Scotians would save on their power bills, invest that money into technology development, Mr. Speaker, that would create affordable renewable energy that we could then export around the world to really make a difference in countries such as China, which, Mr. Speaker, is the heaviest polluter in the world, and they're not going to make decisions unless they make economic sense for them. And what a case we would be able to build if we had technology that would provide them energy that's efficient and safer for the environment, that they could use, that's cost competitive, Mr. Speaker. Then we would be making a real difference, not only for the environment, but we'd be making a difference in terms of our own economy, because if we had companies here that were exporting that technology, we'd be bringing some of those dollars into our own economy. So, Mr. Speaker, those are things that seem to make sense to me. And I really don't know why it's not. In my mind, it's very simple, and that's the way I've just explained it. It's very simple in my mind what the answer is to our energy problems. If you look at any province in this country that has more affordable power, they're taking advantage of their natural resources. And that's what we should be doing too, Mr. Speaker. I know there's members in here that represent areas in CBRM that would benefit significantly from the use of Donkin coal in this province. And I know some of them belong to the former NDP government, and I know they were very much against that. But you know, I think that would be good for their local economy. And if we're looking for ways to make a difference in the future, Mr. Speaker, I think we need to tie our economy and our need to make the province more environmentally friendly, tie them together, and not be afraid to make decisions that make sense instead of clinging to philosophies that are increasing our power rates and, quite frankly, aren't making a real difference in terms of our environment. And what are the benefits, Mr. Speaker? Well, one, I think we make life more affordable for people. Two, we export technology that would make a real difference for the environment in places like China. And three, look at our manufacturing industries. And I think of our paper plant in Point Tupper, which is just outside of my constituency, but where many of my constituents work. And the paper mill, Mr. Speaker, they were paying $109 per megawatt hour for power in the month of December. And, Mr. Speaker, their competitors in Quebec and Ontario are paying $30 to $40 per megawatt hour, largely because of natural gas, and they have a safer supply of, more secure supply of natural gas in central Canada. So, Mr. Speaker, how can that paper mill in Point Tupper compete with that? Well, quite frankly, in the long term, I don't believe they can, and that's why I'm raising this today, because if we don't act today on some of these things, we can know what our future is going to hold. But, Mr. Speaker, I know the paper mill right now is exploring diversification away from paper, and some of the products they're looking at are non-food sugars that they're able to derive from wood. And, Mr. Speaker, those are new products that that paper mill could move into production on. But are they going to move into production in this province, Mr. Speaker, with power rates that are so much higher than other parts of the country? The answer is no. I hope it's yes, because it's good for my area, but in reality, I would not expect them to make a decision where they would do that when they can move. They might do their experimentation here, Mr. Speaker, but if they're going to get into a manufacturing operation for that work, they're going to go where they can have a solid business case. And unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, if we keep on the same path, they're not going to choose Nova Scotia. And, Mr. Speaker, I know there's other places in the province. I know we often hear about fossil fuels, that the price is always going up. We used to hear it from the former government. But they used to do their pricing in American dollars, Mr. Speaker. If they just converted it to Canadian dollars, they would have realized that the price of coal is the same today as it was back in 2001. So, Mr. Speaker, we look at firms like Michelin in this province, a wonderful employer, not in my constituency, but in other parts of the province, provides great, meaningful employment. Mr. Speaker, they have bought into the idea of using natural gas. Why, Mr. Speaker? Well, obviously, because it is cheaper than drawing power down from Nova Scotia Power. Oxford Frozen Foods is another example. Mr. Speaker, another successful Nova Scotian business, and I know actually from former MLA from my area, who's a good friend of mine, Danny Graham, used to be good friends with a member who was from the Oxford family, from the Bragg family, who owns Oxford Foods. And Mr. Speaker, I know I have to finish up here, but they are buying natural gas, Mr. Speaker. So I think that is proof that, that the government should be looking more into this, and I wish I had more time because time goes so quickly. But I will stop at that, Mr. Speaker, and allow the budget estimates to continue.
With no other speakers, the House will now recess for 1 minute while we realign ourselves for the estimates.
The Committee of the Whole House on Supply will come to order. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, would you please call the estimates of the Department of Education and Early Childhood Development and Resolution E5.
I will now invite the Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development to make some opening comments, and if she wishes, to introduce her staff to the members of the committee.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to the estimates for education and early childhood development. As you know, education has been identified by our Premier and our government as a priority, and I'm very proud to speak to what's in the estimates book, both what has happened in the past and our plans to go forward with this particular budget. I would like to introduce staff who are here and thank them for their time. I have my acting deputy, Frank Dunn, is here, and Nancy Pinchworthy-Lake, who is the Director of Public Schools. I also have the Director of Early Years, Natalie Blechette, who is in the gallery and who may be called upon if there are questions related to early learning. As you know, that division has just moved over to the Department of Education and Early Childhood Development. And since we are only allowed to have the two people on the floor, we have her here, and if it's possible, through the clerk to the chair, we would make that switch. Thank you very much. I'd like to begin the conversation about education today by first of all acknowledging the elected school board members and chairs who are responsible for policy and for the delivery of education in our 8 school boards across the province. I'd also like to acknowledge and thank the board staff, both teaching and non-teaching staff, who every day go to work with a determination and a dedication to make a difference in the lives of the students that they meet. They are the frontline people. They are the ones there in good days and bad, and I would like to thank them for their dedication to our young people. It's also important to acknowledge the partners that work with the Department of Education, and some of those partners include school advisory councils. School advisory council exists in each school. It's made up of community members, and that brings the voice of the community and parents into the decision-making at the school level. Home and school associations, which have been around for a number of years and are also there as partners, supporters, and give direction to us when we ask for that and work on our behalf when we ask them. Parents for French, also a very active group, and the minister meets regularly with representatives from these groups so that I can hear their voices and they can bring their concerns to me. Another education partner, of course, would be members of the NSTU, Nova Scotia Teachers Union, and the NSSBA, the Nova Scotia School Boards Association, which again is an advocate for public education in our province. Another group that we often speak to and work with is the Association of Nova Scotia Education Administrators. That would be your principals and vice principals who have formed an association called the Association of Nova Scotia Education Administrators. I'd also like to acknowledge the parents and the guardians who send us the best they have every day, and they have an expectation that we do the best for them that we can. And when that is a positive working relationship, it's the kids who benefit. And so we all strive to make sure that it is a friendly, cordial relationship. We understand that parents have concerns, and we have a responsibility to listen and to try to make things better. So, as I said, so that at the end of the day, it is the students who benefit. And lastly, but certainly not least, would be the volunteers. Because when you go into an elementary school in particular, but when you go in other schools as well, you see the employees, you see the paid staff, you see the parents who are there helping out, but you see volunteers there who are not even parents, but they have a love for what's going on in the school. They have some expertise and some time that they can give, and those volunteers certainly are are a valuable component to our delivery of public education. And when all of those people are working together, it is our collective responsibility to make sure that we provide our students with the very best opportunity, the very best support, and the very best education before they leave our public schools and move on. I just want to share a little bit of the statistics, which some of you may know, but I think it's important to set the stage for what is happening in public schools in our province. And we have about 120,000 students across the grades primary to grade 12 in our schools. We have 405 schools. 39 of those are what we call P3 schools. And we have over 9,000 teachers and over 5,000 support staff. So we have a lot of people who have made a commitment to be educators or to be supporters of students. In the early learning division of our department, and I'll speak a little bit about that later, we have in this province about 63,000 children ages 0 to 6. So that's the generation, those are the cohorts that will be coming into our school. And as a department that now has responsibility for early learning, we have responsibility and working relationships with those children, with their parents, with their guardians. And it's important that we recognize that the state of readiness that we can have with those children before they come into our public school, the better they will be to deal with the curriculum that's presented to them. So the move of the early learning division came from community services. It had been a part of that department until last year, and then it was moved over to become part of the education, and thus the change in name from Department of Education to Education and Early Childhood Development. We provide a number of services and supports for those students. In particular, we see our role as helping to have early identification and early intervention, so that if there are concerns, issues, developmental delays that children experience, that we are able to get the right help, the professional help that they need prior to them ever coming to school. We have 17 early intervention programs, and when students are often referred, if they're identified at IWK, if they're identified at birth or in their early years with some developmental delay, then they are referred to an early intervention program. The challenge that we have, and it's of no one to blame for this, but it's a situation that we have and we really have to try to address it, is there are children on a wait list to get services through the early intervention programs. And I know the former minister was challenged with that when she was with the Department of Community Services, and it does present a challenge for us. The wait list in some cases is so long that children age out before they ever get the service they need, and then they start primary. So we really want to focus on what can we do in that 6 years or 5 years prior to students coming to school who have been identified to make sure that the intervention is there. The interventions that are provided in those programs is free. The intervention is free to the parents, and the professionals are there. We just have to make sure that we address the wait list, because children are losing out because of that. As you know, yesterday we officially opened the early years centers. There are 3 that were officially opened yesterday. And again, this was an initiative, it was an announcement made by the previous government, and it looks at the needs in a community and brings the services together under one roof. And generally speaking, that will be schools, not necessarily, but the 3 that we opened yesterday were. And it's important that we recognize the opportunities that exist for partners other than education to be working with children and families prior to the mentoring school. There was an advisory committee that was looking at how we do that and where we do it and what services we provide. And it was across departments, community services and health and education in particular. I had the opportunity yesterday to be at the official opening at Rockingstone Heights. And when I went in, there were two ladies there who turned out to be physicians who last February decided that they wanted to set up a clinic in the school because they recognized there was a need, that families and students had needs. And so they set up a clinic. They did not know that there would be an early years center established in that school. But when the boards were asked to submit sites where they felt it was important that they have an early years center, the community identified that area as well. So now here we have the two coming together, and it was great to welcome them to the celebration yesterday because everyone who was there for the right reason, and they were there for the kids. So you have... Yes, we had one of our MLAs there, and you might know which one it would be. And that support was great. I think the message here is there are needs in our community that we are trying to meet before students ever get into our public schools. And the early intervention and the early years centers are just two examples of how we can try to help meet those needs. The mandate that I've been given as the minister is to deliver on platform commitments, and I will be speaking a little bit more to that later. But one of the things that our leader, our premier, said as soon as he became premier was that he would honor the commitments of capital projects, and in particular schools, that had been made by the previous government. And I think that was a very honorable thing to do because communities had been working with the previous government. They had identified a need for a school. The government of the day had approved those, and so we were not prepared to go into those communities and change. So when you saw the list of capital projects that our finance minister introduced in the fall, you would have seen, I think about 10 of those schools had already been announced by the previous government. So we are keeping those commitments. The other thing that we are committed to do is to work toward excellence in education. As you know, there's a panel going around, not going around, but receiving input about what we can do to make the education system better and what things we should continue. Some things we may have to stop doing, we may have to change, or we may have to continue. And part of that is because we know that we can never stand still. There are always ways and opportunities for improvement. So we are striving for excellence within the department. That certainly is a message that is shared and delivered amongst all boards and amongst the staff with the boards. And we are intent on making decisions that are in the best interest of kids. As an elementary teacher, I used to say that at the end of the day, if you went home and you believed that the decisions you made were in the best interest of kids, you could rest at night. And I'm still motivated by that same desire to do what is best for kids. If you look at the budget, and I know we'll be talking in more detail about the budget and specific questions in that, but the budget for 2014-15 is $1.2 billion. That's an increase of $114 million over last year. And I want you to note that in that does include $56 million that came when the early learning years came from community services to education. So that $56 million is there. With that transfer, there was also a transfer of 39 FTEs. So that's reflected in some of the budget numbers. During this budget that has been presented, Every board in the province will see an increase in the funding that they get from the Department of Education, and that is something that they are very pleased with. We know that that's not happened in the last number of years, and so every board will receive an increase. Those increases range from about 3.2 to 8.3% increase in their budget. We also have stated that the model that we use to disperse the funds to boards is changing. For years, that model, the HOG formula, has been driven by enrollment, and at the same time as we've been funding based on enrollment, we've also been experiencing declining enrollment. And it finally came to the point where funding based solely on enrollment was a disadvantage to students because they were not getting the money that was needed in order for the programs and supports that they needed to be delivered. So this year we are looking at what we call a hybrid. It is partly based on funding by enrollment, and it's partly based on program and needs-based funding. We have made some commitments, and one of them, of course, was the $65 million. And I think it's important to clarify, we think we made it clear, and just in case it isn't clear, that the $65 million that was committed to be reinvested back into public education was to be reinvested over our 4-year mandate. And so when we were building the budget this year, we were looking at how we could best use that money, yet be prudent in how we used it, and ensure that we had it so we could spread out over the course of the 4 years. So about $19 million of that has been invested in this year's budget. And I want to speak to where some of that went. We introduced the class size cap, that is a primary to 2 cap of 20, and then grades 3 to 6 at 25. We also, and that's $7.2 million of our money went into that. We're also looking at introducing a student support grant, $2.2 million into that, and that's something new, and I'll tell you how it works. We know that I mentioned earlier in my comments about volunteers and home and schools and parent-teacher groups, and one of the major tasks of those groups is to raise funds so activities outside of the normal school funding can take place. And I'm not sure that that's fair to the kids in the school, because some communities are more able to raise money than others. And if you happen to be in an affluent community, you may well have all kinds of fundraising activities and a lot of funds generated to allow you to do some special activities. But if we don't all live in affluent communities. So what we did was look at what we call a student support grant. What it is $5,000 that goes directly to every school, $5,000 plus $1 per student. That goes to the school for the school to use for activities that are not funded by the school board. For example, if somebody is having an author's day and they want to bring an author in and they want to have a little bit of a reception for that person, there are some dollars involved in that, and they may be small. But the school does not have to go out and sell cupcakes in order to do that. They will have some money that is at their discretion to do some of those things which we believe are important. Another commitment that we made was to put $3.5 million into a literacy strategy. And I'm sure I will be speaking more about this later. But we have recognized that if students don't have strong math and literacy skills when they leave our schools, then they're at a disadvantage. And the opportunities that are there for them are limited. We also recognize that students, as they're moving up from elementary into junior and senior high school, if they don't have those math and literacy skills, are often the people who become disengaged, don't see any relevance to what's going on in the classroom, are not having a lot of success, don't feel good about themselves, and they may leave school. So we want to make sure that we catch these kids and that they have the literacy skills that they need before they leave elementary. We've often heard it said that students should be able to read by the time they leave grade 3. And if they can't, then the content work that they face beyond grade 3 becomes a challenge for them. So we've introduced a literacy strategy, the $3.5 million. Part of that literacy strategy will be reintroducing reading recovery, which some of you may have heard me speak about. And it's important to know that reading recovery is, thanks for the thumbs up, it's important to know that reading recovery is one of a whole menu of programs and supports that is available to teachers in our schools. No one ever has said that it is the only solution, but it's certainly one. It addresses the lowest 20% of the students in grade 1, and again, trying to catch these kids, give them one-on-one, give them some intense intervention so that they can get the skills they need and move on. We're also introducing a math strategy. And we have, in this province, for as long as I can remember, struggled with poor math scores. And every government that has been around has tried to do something to support students and teachers. One of the things that we had in place, which has now been, was taken out, was math mentors. And math mentors were there to help teachers who were not comfortable and did not have the background that they needed in order to deliver the math curriculum. And we have done a survey of teachers related to their teaching assignment and their background qualifications, and we recognize that in high school we have about 80% of our math teachers who do have a background in math. But when you get down into junior high, it's only about 54%. So you have teachers there who are looking for support to help them better understand the strategies that they should be using and how they can best help their students. So within the math strategy, there will be a reinvestment and a reintroduction of math mentors to support those teachers. We also have put $1.5 million into what we call special needs, special complex needs. And those of you who are parents or teachers or grandparents, you know that the complexities in a classroom now are much different than they used to be. And there are children who have many challenges, and some of them are behavioral, but some of them aren't. Some of them are cognitive. But in the classroom, because of our policy of inclusion, they are there with 20, 25 other students. And we need to make sure that we have put in the supports so that those kids can get the extra help that they need so that they can be on task, be attentive, and can learn. We also, on the other end of the spectrum, are investing money into skilled trade centers. And we have, over the last number of years, recognized that closing vocational schools was probably not the right thing to do. However, reopening a vocational school as it was is probably not the right thing to do either. So what the previous government looked at, and I commend them for that, was to look at skilled trade centers, which are part of a high school. They're not separated from the regular academic programs. They are part of a high school, but they do give students who are inclined towards some of the trades to have an opportunity to do that trade instruction at their school. And so we have 10 skilled trade centers currently up and running in the province. We have 2 that are under renovation, and in the budget, the capital budget that was presented in the fall, we announced 4 more skilled trade centers. I mentioned the early intervention, and we've committed $1.3 million to try to address the issue of wait lists for students who are waiting for assessment and intervention in the early intervention program. Something that is growing, and we'll hear more about it, is the virtual schools. We have $1.2 million that we're adding to the virtual schools budget. And that we have 77 schools where students can take courses online. And we have over 900 students who are enrolled in one or more online courses. I think there's about 55 courses that are available for students. But what that does for students, of course, is because we are a rural province, because we have some small high schools, the ability to have a broad range of course selection there, or course offerings, is very limited. And what we're trying to do is to ensure that the student and advocate who wants to take calculus has an opportunity to take it in advocate. And you would never be able to staff a small high school like that with all of the staff you needed to offer all of the courses that students might want. So we have 55 of those courses online, and students are taking advantage of that. As I say, I think it's 900 some students that we have. The other commitment that we've made is towards guidance counselors. And we know with all of the recent conversation about students and students struggling with bullying, with their own self-confidence, needing someone to talk to, that we felt that we needed to make sure that every one of our boards and all of our high schools had sufficient guidance counselors there to meet the needs of those students. There is a ratio for guidance counselors of 1 to 500, one guidance counselor per 500 students. And 3 boards were not up to that ratio. We're not meeting that. So we are putting dollars into those 3 boards so that they can hire guidance counselors and meet that ratio. The last thing, I guess, that I would say has to do with how we fund. And I've said that we were looking at moving away from strictly by enrollment and looking at a hybrid model of programs and enrollment. And we also recognize that there are a lot of programs that we believe are good for kids, and we meaning collectively the principals, the parents, the Department of Education. And if we are going to use taxpayers' dollars to fund those, then I believe we have an obligation to make sure that the dollars that we provide school boards go to provide those programs. And so basically what we're saying is if we're giving you $2 million to deliver a program in whatever, then there's an expectation that you do that. And we call that targeted money. Boards may have some difficulty with that because it takes away some of their flexibility. But if I go back to one of my earlier statements, I like to be driven by what's in the best interest of kids. And so if the program is good for a student and advocate, it's also good for a student in Halifax Citadel. So we target some of the money, which means the boards get their money, but they must spend it on that particular program. And I'll just go through some of I think we have 16 programs that we have targeted, which means the boards get the money, but they have to spend it on those programs. International Baccalaureate, the Healthy Active Living, Co-op Ed, Skilled Trades, Student Support Grants, Math Strategy, the Class Size Cap, Student Support Workers, Early Literacy Strategy, Options and Opportunities, RCH Initiative, French Second Language, Information Economy Initiative, School Improvement, Autism, and Special Needs Supports. So it's to make sure that we are consistent across the province with the programs and the supports that we provide for students. Boards are working with us to make sure that they are able to implement the program based on the need and the funding that they do receive. That's just a bit of an introduction, an overview of what we do at the department. I look forward to the questions and the conversation that will come from the members opposite, and I do appreciate and value your input. I would like to say that some of the best conversations that I've had in this House, not recently, but 2006 to 2009, I don't mind putting the dates out, were conversations that I had with the 2 critics of the other parties, both teachers. So the 3 of us would talk about How can we strengthen a piece of legislation? How can we look at a program and determine the strengths and the weaknesses of that? And I look forward to that conversation beginning again with the two critics. Thank you very much.
Just looking. I recognize the honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the comments, Minister, and welcome to the Acting Deputy and the Director of Public Schools and the department staff upstairs. As the Minister mentioned a few seconds ago, we certainly had many conversations over the years with regard to the plight of education, going back even further than 2006 when we were both members of the CCRSB and having administrative meetings at the board office in Truro in the administrative field. Very pleased to hear that education is a priority for the government, because that's actually music to my ears, because most of my career, of course, has been in education, and it's also dear to my heart. We may disagree, however, on certain things with regard to the way we have programs and commitments to programs, what type of programs, Madam Chair, that we use in the educational system. But again, we both want what's best for students in Nova Scotia. Madam Chair, I'd like to just mention a couple of comments about the comprehensive review. I certainly hope, I'm very pleased to see a comprehensive review across the province of Nova Scotia, and I certainly hope that the review not only addresses a lot of these changes that I feel should happen, but I think it's critical that this particular panel, and I think they're very capable of doing this, that they seek out, listen, analyze ideas, concerns, and advice from the frontline workers. And I think that's critical. We can no longer afford to listen to people that are actually isolated from the real classroom. They lack recent classroom experience. We cannot be resistant to input from educators that spend each day in the classroom, Madam Speaker. They are the educators that should be models of good teaching. So again, that's it's quite a task that they have, Madam Speaker, to in the next few months to look at the education system. It's been perhaps as far back as 25 years since the last very comprehensive study has been done. So they certainly have their work cut out for them, and I wish them the very best, and I hope the outcomes are very, very positive. Madam Chair, the first thing I just want to touch on just for a few seconds and just get a comment from the ministers dealing with active, healthy living in our schools. The need for continued emphasis, of course, to be placed on educating students in social and emotional learning and, practicing healthy relationships. Certainly in the curriculum that's been continuously being updated. Social emotional learning is certainly has been effective in our school systems, especially when it's integrated across the curriculum and various subjects and so on. So again, I guess it's more of a comment I want, and a question I have for the minister is just a comment on if there's any new initiatives in active, healthy living.
I recognize the Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, and thank you to the member. And yes, we were administrators in the same board at the same time, and I believe we made lives better for the kids in Chignecto because of that. Just a comment, first of all, about the review, the education review that's taking place. And I think it's been said that there's not been a review in public education for about 25 years. And long overdue. That doesn't mean that good things haven't happened over those last 25 years, but the graduates that we're bringing out of our schools now certainly are facing a different world, and we want to make sure that they have the knowledge base and the skill set that they need in order to be successful when they do leave high school. So we put together a panel of very qualified people who will receive the information and the concerns and the ideas from the broader public. Their task is not to set the agenda for education, but their task is to listen to what Nova Scotians are saying, to identify areas where we need to do more research in order to get more information to support a position that we may take. And they will provide me with the results of their analysis, and that will form the basis for a go-forward action plan, which will be, it's my hope, will be ready to drive the budget for next year. But I think it's important to note two things. And it is important, as the member said, to hear from the people on the front lines. And the decision was made that there would not be an active teacher on the panel. And that was a conscious decision because I believe the voices of active teachers need to be given to the panel. And so what I did was to write a letter to every teacher in the province and invite them to give me, or to give through me to the panel, their ideas and their comments, what's working for them and what isn't. Because some of the best suggestions that I believe we will get will be from people in the trenches, the people who are on the front line. And so that immediately went out to every teacher, and I know the responses are coming in. I'm not reading them, but I'm checking to see if they're coming in, and I know they are. When those are all in, of course, that will help drive the action plan. But in addition to that, we recognize that there were a lot of partners, and I mentioned some of the partners in my opening comments. But we recognize that there are a lot of groups that do have a lot of good ideas, and they need to be heard. So we put together what we called a Partners Advisory Group, which represents those special groups, those agencies, those partners, those organizations, which all have a vested interest, and I'm sure all have some good ideas. And I just want, for the members' information and knowledge, to read that off. There are 15 groups that we've contacted. They are members of the Partners Advisory Group. And there's a member from the Association of Nova Scotia Education Administrators, from the Black Educators Association, from the Council on Mi'kmaq Education, from the Leaders of Today, from the Nova Scotia Federation of Home and Schools, from the Nova Scotia School Boards Association, from the Nova Scotia Secondary Students Association. We wanted to hear from students as well. From the Nova Scotia Teachers Union, from the Youth Advisory Council. There is a Youth Advisory Council to the Minister. I want them to have a voice. From the Parents for French, from the Inter-University Community on Teacher Education. And it's important that they're involved in this because they are the recipients of our graduates. They have students that we graduate who are going on to university. We need to know how ready those students are. How well prepared are they when they go to university? And if there are things that they see as weaknesses or areas of concern or deficiencies, we need to know that, because that may drive some change in our curriculum. The Union of Nova Scotia Municipalities, a part of that, Nova Scotia Small Schools Initiative. Those are some of the groups who are represented on that panel. So I think we've reached out. We have. There will be many, many opportunities for people to bring their ideas and concerns. I have said this in public. The slate is clean. I don't want people to be bashful about, I don't know if I should say that. What about this? Is it too radical? Is it too far out? the slate is clean, and I want people to be comfortable putting their ideas and their comments forward. The second part, I guess it was a second question, was about healthy, active living. And I think we have recognized, a number of years ago that not all students have the opportunity, I guess, to have a good, healthy meal before they come to school. And we all know what the research says about making sure that kids get a good hot meal. And so out of that came a decision to make sure that cafeterias in our schools were serving healthy foods. Also out of that came breakfast programs. And if you've been in an elementary school in the morning, and I see the member nodding her head, if you're in there in the morning in an elementary school and the bus unloads and the kids come in, they make a beeline for the cafeteria or the gym, wherever this breakfast is being served. And it used to be, initially, that students went there because they were hungry. They either ate and then were on the bus for an hour, or they didn't have anything to eat at home, or they grabbed a bag of chips on the way out. So initially it was to meet the need of hunger. What has come out of that is that it's become a social event. And kids want to be there to greet their other friends, to talk about what happened the night before, and also to have a good, healthy start to their day. So those kinds of, and I talked initially about volunteers, and most of the parents who come to those schools to have the breakfast program for kids are volunteers. And it's not just elementary. I will use Tatamagouche as an example, because when I visited the breakfast program in the elementary school, some of the volunteers said, well, now we have to leave here because we're going over to the high school. So again, it's not just elementary kids that need that healthy breakfast. So those are kinds of things that we believe are trying to put students in a better state of readiness to learn. It's pretty hard to learn if you haven't eaten since 6 o'clock the night before, and who knows what you had then. So we believe that that is one of the first steps to making sure that kids can get engaged. We have a number of programs in our schools to deal with the healthy, active living. As you know, physical education is a requirement. I think it's 30 minutes a day at elementary school. And we've introduced a mandatory phys ed course at high school. You hate to think that you have to make them mandatory. But some kids are not inclined and not interested in being physically active. But if they get in with a group of their friends and they're in a class where they have to be physically active, they enjoy it. But it wouldn't probably be the course that some of them would sign up for first. So we want to make sure that we have kids who, before they leave high school, have at least one mandatory phys ed class. In many cases, after they've had that one class, they may sign up for a second class at high school, a second course at high school. And so we work very closely also with the Department of Health and Wellness, because we want to make sure that, governments in the past have been criticized for being too isolated. If it's Department of Health, you only focus on health. If it's education, you focus on education. If it's justice, it's something else. And so breaking those walls down and working with other agencies and other departments certainly has helped to promote healthy living and healthy lifestyles. I know as a parent, when my boys were in junior high, I would go do the grocery shopping and come home and put the stuff away and put it on the table for whatever meal, and the first thing they did, which I was highly insulted when they did it, was pick up the box of whatever it was and start reading, you know, what are the contents of this? You know, how many calories am I going to get out of this? And is there enough carbohydrate? And I thought, don't you even trust your mother to go buy the groceries? But they were learning in school the importance of knowing the contents of the food that you're eating. And they were teaching the parents at home. Do you know how much fat is in that? You know, they still do that, and I still don't look at it. But it is, I think, one place where we as educators have helped students become more aware of a healthy lifestyle. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member from Pictou Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Minister, for that answer. Next topic I'd like to bring up, Madam Chair, is what I look at is a couple systems, in particular in high school, where grade 9 students are entering high school, and they have a certain number of credits and requirements needed to pass that grade 9 year. However, it is my belief that it causes great difficulty in some schools, especially in small areas in Nova Scotia, for a school trying to juggle a timetable, trying to create a timetable, trying to fit teachers into the right schedules because of the grades 10, 11, and 12 also in the school. I wonder that, and it seems like it would be a simple thing, you know, to do, that if we could include the grade 9s into the high school schedule, that is, when they enter high school, starting in grade 9, they have X number of credits to achieve to get their grade 12 diploma. So again, I just want to get a reaction from the Minister with regard to perhaps that possibility in the future, or at least looking at it and discussing it with the appropriate people.
I recognize the Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you. And the member has identified a situation that exists, and it's been changing over the last number of years in our province. Traditionally, we had primary schools, then we had junior highs, and then we had senior highs. And if the communities were small, you might have your junior and senior high school in the same school. But their program of study was different. Over the years, there have been studies done, and Dr. Jim Gunn, who the member will know, did one of those studies about grade configuration in schools. And it was evident that including grade 9s in some of our high schools was perhaps a better placement for those students than in a junior high. And so some of our schools have now become grade 9 to 12 schools. And I know in Pictou County there are a couple of those schools. I guess one is probably 10 to 12 and the other is still 9 to 12, but will they both become 9 to 12s? I believe that's taking place there. So if it is age appropriate and interest appropriate for grade 9, 10, 11, and 12 students to be in the same building, then the question that the member asks is a very good one. Is there any way that we can make them feel more inclusive in that environment, so it's not grade 9 and then the 10, 11, and 12s are separate? A couple of things that we have done that I believe are, you know, tiptoeing into that, perhaps, would be in the, you know, we have the Options and Opportunities program in grade 10, 11, 12. We are now introducing Discovering Opportunities at grade 9. So we're hoping there will be a smooth transition. Kids will get some exposure to those skills in the trades in grade 9, and then when they move into 10, 11, and 12, it won't be as big a change for them as if they come from a grade 9 where they've never even talked about options and opportunities. So introducing that Discovering Opportunities is one way that I think we're recognizing that that population, grade 9 to 12, is an important population. We also know that, I mentioned the virtual schools, that there may be opportunities through the virtual schools for students at grade 9 to be picking up courses that they can use towards their grade 12 or their high school graduation. It will take some work, there's no question. It will take it will really have to look at the course requirements for graduation. Right now we look at what you take in grade 10, grade 11 and 12, and you have certain requirements over those 3 years. We may have to look at extending that to 4 years. What happens if you get grade 9s involved in some of that course selection and eventually have them begin their package of required courses at the beginning of grade 9 instead of grade 10? So I'm pleased to have the member ask that question. I think it's something we need to explore, and I think the more we get into grade 9 to 12 schools, the more appropriate it will be to look at just how those programs are delivered.
I recognize the honourable member from Pictou Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as the Minister had mentioned, the two new high schools in Pictou County, the Northumberland Regional High School certainly has the grades 9 to 12, and in the fall, this particular fall, the grade 9s will be moving into North Nova Education Centre. Madam Chair, another I guess problem that I see at the high school level, and it's dealing with credits, Madam Chair. I believe it's 18 credits to graduate at the high school level, and the Minister can correct me if I'm wrong. I think, if I can remember, maybe approximately 14 may be the compulsory mandatory courses out of the 18. But however, 18 courses, Madam Chair, is the number that one must achieve in order to walk across the stage and receive a certificate. The problem I see with this, Madam Chair, in the high school level is many students acquire their 18 credits by January of their grade 12 year. So then they're in sort of in an area where, what shall I do? Shall I stay at school and take some more courses? I have all the required courses that I need. So will I stay with my friends and graduate with them? Will I go out and work and come back for graduation, or will I just leave completely? So what has happened in some schools because of this, schools have witnessed the potential, for disruption in the schools, in classes, because students don't show up. Students know they don't really need the courses. They don't take the courses sometimes seriously. And again, Madam Chair, this is not all students. I'm talking about a certain percentage of students. And so discipline problems, skipping classes, a lot of things happen. It causes disruption for the instruction in the classroom by teachers and so on. And of course, teachers want their students to learn, and that's why they are in high school. So I guess my question to the Minister is, why don't we consider increasing the number of credits in high school? Perhaps, and I'll throw a number out, perhaps to 20 credits. Because if a student is in the semestered school, they can come out with 24 credits. So would it be any advantage to us increasing that? And perhaps another question I'll ask further is concerning another compulsory course, which I don't want her to answer right now, but I'll bring that up later. But anyway, it's the increase in courses. Will that be something that perhaps one should at least look at?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you very much, and a good question, good ideas. I would ask the member opposite if he would please submit his ideas to the education panel that's receiving all of the ideas that are out there. because if you will remember, in the early stages of the education review panel, it was called a curriculum review panel. And we recognized that curriculum had to be the focus. But we also recognized that there were a lot of things that were interconnected to curriculum. So we broadened it. But it did initially start as a curriculum review. And I think the question the member asks is important because, first of all, we need to make sure that the courses we're offering are giving the students the skill set and the knowledge base that we want them to have. Oftentimes, we add something to the curriculum, but we don't necessarily connect it to what it is we want them to know. So I am encouraging staff to look at what do we want our students to have when they graduate, then what courses do we need in order for them to have that. Then the next question is how many courses and what are those courses and how many. I recognize that when you have students who have completed their course requirements by January, by the end of that year's semester, what do they do? And some of them will be very engaged and will pick up 4 more courses and be fully engaged and learning through that last semester. And good for them, because it does give them a broader base of knowledge. However, others may say, okay, I've finished what I need to do. I want to go on to university. Well, can I start in February? No. So what do I do? And they they're kind of lost for a period of time because they have no place to go. And that's not a good situation for young people to be in. Not all of them can travel for 4 months and then come back. So what happens with the required courses when during the 3, or if we include grade 9s, 4 years of high school, do they pick up those courses? And how can we make sure that those courses that they're taking are giving them the credit, the skill set that they need when they leave? I'm hoping that it will become part of the curriculum review, that people will raise that as a concern and a suggestion. I don't expect that the education system will look in 3 years' time like it does today. If we really want to make things different and better for kids, it will require some of those major changes. And course requirements, graduation requirements, semestering are all part of that possible outcome.
I recognize the honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Minister for that answer. Madam Chair, I'm going to move on to another type of question, somewhat similar as far as what I consider a problem area in our schools. And in this particular one, I guess the bottom line is dollars and cents, and I know money is scarce, but I'll explain the problem and I'll ask the Minister for a comment on it. And it's dealing with the smooth transition with special ed students, Madam Chair, when they turn 18 years of age and they walk across the stage at graduation and receive their certificate and they go home, Madam Chair, all of a sudden sometimes reality sets in. The parents are somewhat in semi-shock and wondering, you know, what do we do next? What's going to happen next year? I've had this support system, you know, since day one, grade primary. Now they're finished. What usually happens, at least in my experience, Madam Chair, what usually happens, the students return to high school, to their special ed class. They're 19, 20, 21. That at times can cause problems because of overcrowding classrooms and lack of resources and special educational teachers and instructors. what I see is, potential problem is a school that is not prepared, for an extra large class. I'll give you an example, and I believe I'm correct in saying this, at North Nova Education Centre. This particular school year, I believe, Madam Chair, about 7 returning grads returned to make the classroom somewhere approximately around 15. And I'm sure that's a strain on resources, a strain on educational assistance, and a strain on the system, because there's not enough money to, to divide it into a couple classes. So, again, parents are perplexed as far as, what is the next step for their child, and they decide to return to school. Madam Chair, the problem, there is a solution, but again, the solution comes with a dollar sign. So I will mention a potential solution, at least one in our area where we live, and certainly in other areas across the province. We have a situation where these students actually could transfer to a place very close to actually North Nova Education Centre, where the special ed class is, and that's Summer Street Industries. And Summer Street Industries actually has a waiting list of approximately 32 students at the moment, and that's due to a lack of funding. Students that want to get into these very worthwhile programs, Madam Chair. Therefore, because they can't get in to Summer Street, they decide, well, my other option is go back to high school, stay there till I'm 21. But there's no funding for students after they graduate for 19, 20, 21, and therein creates the problem. There's no funding at the high school, and this transition. So I guess there's a possible win-win situation if the money was available. They could continue this, if the student funding was available for those 3 years for the students that had finished that particular curriculum at their school. And if the student funding was available first, and if it would transfer with them to this wonderful community organization. Summer Street Industries is basically an employment center for adults with mental disabilities or those facing multiple barriers to employment, Madam Chair. I think we have to address this gap, a service program, perhaps a school to community. I believe there's a center in Sydney area that's working on this or involved in this type of thing, and I've had many talks with people at Summer Street, and they certainly would like to see something like this happening. And again, it comes down to dollars and cents, and we realize that. This type of transition program, Madam Chair, would focus on independent living, personal management, community involvement, and employment potential. Madam Chair, Summer Street Industries in New Glasgow and other organizations such as this are well known throughout Nova Scotia for securing employment opportunities for persons with disabilities, and they certainly are well known in our community of Pictou County, and I think the Minister is aware of this particular organization, and they have accomplished wonderful things over the years. And their mandate is to promote and enhance independence, choice, and employability of those that they serve. But there is follow-through, some action to make the necessary changes required to place on the, on the leading edge in educational circles. And again, I think this would be a nice, smooth transition if it was possible for them, after they finish, to slide over to a place like Summer Street Industry and continue their development. So again, I'd like the Minister just to comment actually on that concept.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, and thank you to the member for the question and the suggestion. It's true that students, when they graduate, have to be out of school a year before they are eligible to go into some of the adult programs. And parents do wonder, what meaningful activities and what opportunities they can have for those for their young children, not young children, but their young adults during that period of time. I think we should also remember that public school students are able to stay in public school until they're 21, and if they're in public school, they're funded. So I guess the question is, if they leave public school, could the funding follow the student to another workshop type of environment where they are gainfully employed and feel productive and confident and good about themselves? And I know I said earlier, sometimes we're so isolated in our own departments that conversation between education and community services needs to be had, because at the end of the day, it's provincial dollars. The dollars are following that student. If that student was in a high school, the funding would go to the school. Why could it not go with the student to another, like Summer Street Industries? And I am familiar with that, because it's a sad time for kids and parents, kids who have been engaged in a social environment, who have been involved in activities where they feel good, who have some life skills that they have learned, some skills that they want to practice, and would be great in a workshop environment, an adult workshop environment, and would be productive. But they have that year that they have to either go back or not get engaged in that activity. So funding following the student is an initiative that we need to look at, and it would certainly, it would not cost the government any money, because we would be paying that funding if the student was in a school. So I make a commitment to you, I will look at that.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Pictou Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Minister. And perhaps just one last comment on that particular question or scenario is perhaps it could be cost shared with community services, with health, with justice, because they all sort of fit into that particular area, as opposed to dropping it all on the educational budget. Madam Chair, moving on here, in the next item that I'd like to discuss with the Minister is the 1 to 4 assessment tool. I've talked to several administrators and guidance counselors, Madam Chair, and I'm finding that the majority do not want this evaluation in high school. And at least that's the ones that I've been talking to, the 1 to 4 assessment tool. And I guess the reason why they don't, Madam Chair, is there's no percentages in this evaluation. And I believe that when guidance counselors are sending out transcripts and information to universities, I mean, basically what I'm hearing is the universities want percentages. But this evaluation that is called like the 1 to 4 assessment tool doesn't offer percentages. And I think I might be right. Hants North and Pugwash might be using this particular assessment tool. Most schools are not, Madam Chair. But again, I guess I just asking the Minister if what's her opinion with regard to this type of assessment. Does she think this assessment might be moving on where all high schools may have to be involved in it? And again, there's going to have to be some changes occurring with regard to the transportation of information from schools to universities and so on.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if I could just go back to the earlier question about funding following the student, it is about $9,300 per student that we give to school boards. So if in fact students were going to be, if the funding was going to follow them and it was in cooperation with the Department of Community Services, the funding that is allocated now, if that followed, it would be about $9,300. So we do have some numbers that we can look at and some real numbers. And as I said, the cost to the province would remain the same if the funding of $9,300 followed the student. So just for your information and for something for us to build on. Your second question was about report cards, I believe, and how we assess students and how we report. Am I correct on that? Yeah. And as you know, the 1 to 4 that you're speaking about does not include the percentages. It is one of the common complaints that I've heard about how we report to parents. There was quite an outcry last year about report cards, what they did or didn't tell the parent. There was probably as loud a cry from some teachers who were filling out the report cards. And so if you're probably aware that we have now asked parents, teachers, and students to tell us what they think of the report card. And I will tell you this, and no offense to my colleagues who are on either side of me here, but when I made the decision that we would go out and do a review, do a survey to get people's opinions about the report card, I mentioned that to some staff, and I said, we need to hear from teachers and parents and students. And so I had staff very promptly come back to me with a list of people who would be on the report card committee. And they were from the Department of Education. And I said, no, this is about parents and teachers and students. And so we put together a report card committee made up of parents and teachers and students. Because if you have built something and you believe it is the right thing to have, and I ask you to evaluate it, chances are you'll give it pretty high marks. I wanted to hear from the users how they felt about the report card. So those surveys are out now, and we have asked students. The last time I checked, we had well over 1,000 responses, and that's encouraging, because that, I believe, will drive any changes that may come about in the report cards. We will be making decisions based on how users feel about the instrument that we're sending out. I've made this comment, and as a teacher, I shouldn't say former, because once you're a teacher, you're always one. As a teacher, a report card is only one means of communicating with parents, and it's sad when we think that it is the only means for some families, that the only communication they have with their teacher is when their student brings home a report card. So reporting to parents is an ongoing and should be an ongoing process, but the actual written report that goes to parents has to be meaningful. It has to have language that the parents understand. It has to give them a clear picture of the progress that their child is making, and it also has to point out clearly where the child may need some more help. And if it doesn't do those three key, send those three key messages, then it's really meaningless. I've heard stories, and I will tell them one. A parent had twin girls, and the little girls brought home their report card, and they presented them to their mother. And if it wasn't for the name on the report card, you would never know Susie from Sally. They were absolutely identical. And the mother was saying, but my kids are not absolutely identical. So I think there's lots of room for us to personalize the report card, for us to make sure that it speaks to progress and to make sure it identifies strengths, because every child wants to be able to say, look, the teacher's really happy because I did this. But it also has to identify areas. Parents need to know if there's a concern, and the report card's one way to do that. So, short answer. The review is out, the responses are coming in, and they will be reflected in the report card. I have said to staff, we've cut the timeline so that that information is back by the end of April, because if we want to make any change in the reporting mechanism for next year, we have to have that ready soon.
I recognize the honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, do you have any idea how much time I have left? For 13 minutes, okay, thank you. Thank you, Minister, and certainly anyone connected with education certainly has heard a lot about report card reporting across the province, and anytime you have a chance to talk to teachers in a school setting or outside a school setting, often the topic of report cards come up, and again, I may touch on that at a later date. Maybe as we continue to do this, Minister, over the next 4 or 5 days, we'll come up to talk about report cards. The next item, Madam Chair, that I'd like to quickly bring up and get a comment from the Minister is with regard with the hours that are in the classroom throughout a school year of 195 days. And if talking to some people, they will suggest, not all, but that we probably should have maybe additional hours for in the classroom, building these skill sets and so on. And they're not saying this because, you know, we have in-service days and we have storm days and so on, because I think I'm correct. Back a number of years ago, I think we perhaps added 10 days on to the school year to sort of make up for that. And I think over the years it's sort of balanced out. This may be a different year, but again, I think I can remember reading once where Alberta has maybe approximately 100 hours of instruction additional over the number of hours that we have in our school system. And of course, there's other areas around the globe that certainly spend more time in the classroom during the school year. So I guess the comment I want to hear from the Minister is just an opinion about what she thinks with regard to additional hours in the classroom.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the member would know, the maximum number of hours of instruction per day is 6. There are not many schools that go the full 6 hours, but that is the maximum number. That's instructional time. So we would, you know, if we were going to lengthen the school day in some communities, that could make a long day. I think what I may hear you saying is the amount of instructional time, which may not be a lengthened school day, but a lengthened school year. There are some things that are contractual that we work with the Nova Scotia Teachers Union on. It's part of their collective agreement with respect to professional development days. And I, you know, right now we have boards that are struggling with what do we do because of the days we've lost because of storm days. Really, there's very little that the boards can do without the cooperation of the union if it involves professional development. And I think there are 8 days that are written into the school year, part of the contract for professional development. And so those are non-instructional days. and those could not be changed unless it was changed within the contract. I know that some boards had talked about taking one of those days and using it as an instructional day to try to make up some they'd lost with storms. And the union was prepared to grieve that. So there really can be no taking of those 8 professional development days without the cooperation of the union. The question is, I think, more of quality than quantity. We could extend the school year or the school day, but if the quality of instruction was not the very best that we could provide, then the learning probably would not improve. So knowing that there are limitations with what we can do, I'm more inclined to focus on quality. Now, I know what some boards are doing within their days now to try to make up for the snow days is if it's a school trip that they are in control of, they can cancel or they can shorten the trip. If it's an assembly, if they're used to having an assembly every Friday afternoon, well, maybe they don't have those assemblies on Friday afternoon. Maybe they use that as instructional time. So I think boards are looking at ways that they can increase the instructional time within the parameters that we currently have. And so I don't think it's a bad exercise for boards to be going through. I think, you know, we can't control the number of storm days we have, and we can't be critical of boards when they close because of unsafe conditions. But we have to deal with the reality of that, and how can we ensure that the instructional time for students is not compromised because of that. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Minister, for the answer. The Minister mentioned earlier some information dealing with the math curriculum and the students or the teachers that are teaching at the high school and junior high. And I will ask a couple of questions in a few minutes. The question is really not about the math curriculum. It's just, I guess, an idea that sort of triggered when she was talking and thinking about high school elective courses as possibilities. And we're always trying to think about courses that can be offered at the high school level, and thinking about elementary schools perhaps sometimes not having, in some cases, teachers trained in mathematics to teach mathematics in the lower grades and even up into junior high school. And I guess the idea that I have is to have perhaps an elective course for very competent grade 12 math science students that they could take an elective course, and the elective course would be where perhaps if the arrangements could be made, they could help mentor students in the early stages, in the early grades up through elementary, or maybe even in the high school grade 9 to 12, grade 9 students that often struggle with the math curriculum, to have these students, not all year long, but like it would be a semester course, and it would be an elective course. And I think that, you know, perhaps something like that, you know, would be very beneficial both ways for the student involved in it, the grade 12 math student, and the student receiving this assistance. So I guess I just would like the Minister to comment on that idea.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And something that I did mention, and I know you've picked up on, is teachers teaching outside of their subject area. And back, I think it was in 2006 or 2007, there was a study done to determine how many teachers were teaching outside of their subject area, and it was driven by the fact that we had poor math scores, and that's what drove that study. And what we have found since 2006 until I guess it would be last year was that we have made significant improvements in the junior high with the numbers of teachers who are teaching math, who have math as a background, but we're not there yet. And of course, what you get in small schools is that you have teachers, you don't have experts in every field, yet you have teachers who are teaching several subjects. And I often think of a small school like Advocate, where they have about maybe 8 or 10 students in grade 12. And the teacher who's teaching math in grade 12 might also be teaching science, maybe physics, maybe economics, maybe phys ed, in order to cover the courses that they need and want to offer so students have the required courses to graduate. So it forces teachers to teach outside of their area of expertise. But as I said, what we have found is that at high schools now, 80% of the teachers who are teaching math have a background in math. I think it's 54 at junior high. But I'm not sure if you're talking about a co-op course or a course where it's taught by it's a student who's teaching another student, basically. Is that what you're talking about? If you have a really good math student in grade 12, they may work with a struggling student in grade 8. Is that kind of what you're looking at? I'll sit down and you can talk.
I recognize the honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was referring to like a grade 12 student working with a classroom math teacher and helping out with the students that are struggling in a particular grade.
Recognize the honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you. Thanks for the clarification on that. You know, I believe that already happens in some of our classrooms. I think we have students who do excel. They want to be engaged, they want to be busy, and someone else in the class is struggling. The challenge, of course, that you get is if I'm struggling and my parents don't want you teaching me, they want the teacher teaching me. And so you would have to deal with some of those dynamics within the classroom, but in many cases, that student who excels can be a great aid to the student who's having trouble, who's needing a little bit of support. I'm not sure. We have a number of courses in math at high school that kids can choose from, and if a student is excelling in pre-cal, for example, and they finish that course, then they're going to go on to the next most rigorous course there is for them in math. Those are the kids that are always looking for a challenge, and we believe that, you know, we have a broad enough course selection in most of our schools that they can get that challenge. But always, you know, you go into a school and you have grade 6 kids going down and reading to their little primary partner. So that model, I think, is what you're talking about, done within the confines of a class. And as I said, I believe it's happening. I hear people tell stories of, I guess it would be my grandmother's generation, P to 12 in one classroom. And the grade 12 kids were teaching the grade 7 kids, and the grade 7 kids were teaching the grade 2 kids. So I guess what is new? Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And I hope what didn't get lost in that was the fact I was looking at a chance for a grade 12 student just to pick up another elective, like at the same time. Okay.
Recognize the Honorable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you. We do at high school have what we call Challenge for Credit, and you know, that this might be a new twist on that, where a student who is able to take on that responsibility and can prove that they do have the background and the teaching skills and the ability, and there's somebody to supervise and monitor that. That may be a credit that they could challenge for, or it could be through a co-op course that they would be able to work with another student. Thank you.
The time is finished for the Honourable Member, and now I recognize the Honourable Member from Chester St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like to thank the Minister for her remarks, and also certainly the staff for all the work that goes into preparing for budget estimates, and for the work that they do each and every day, year-round, to make a difference in our education system here in the province of Nova Scotia. And the focus that I'm going to take, Madam Speaker, in our budget estimates and questioning is from a parent's perspective. I'm very proud of my son, who will be 22 years old this summer, and it doesn't seem like it was even that long ago that he would have been in the category of the early years. And for me, I know that family and friends would hear me say over and over, oh, this stage is the most wonderful stage, right? And then the next stage of his life would come along, and I would say, oh my gosh, this is the most wonderful stage. And having only one child and being so blessed for that miracle, I have been an overpowering mother and a worrywart most of the time, and still am. And I'll never forget when I always had to be there to walk him to school, and when he was in grade 5, how I walked him right into his classroom, and the teacher quietly came over to me and said, Mrs. Peterson-Rayfuse, do you think perhaps you could leave him at the door outside? And I kind of looked around at the other kids snickering, because Mom was taking him right to his desk, and bless his heart, he wouldn't say anything to me about it. So I think I have an understanding, of course, as a parent and also as a mom, and the importance of our education system and how critical that is to what our children become as adults, and how they give back to our society, and the influence that education has on our children. And so that's why it is such a very important department for us to be talking about in certainly here in budget estimates. So first I'm going to speak a little bit about the early years, from, as we define, from birth to 6 years of age. And I know that the minister said that there was about 63,000, I believe, in our province that would go into that particular age range. And we all know that for decades of research that the scientists and the advocates have said how important those early years are in terms of a child's development, not only their physical development as they're growing, but also their intellectual development, and that if we focus our resources on a child from the time, and there's even people that believe before birth, because I know of a lot of mums that will actually, when they're pregnant, they will read to their unborn child, because and there has been studies that there's a rhythm in the mom's voice that the child would recognize, or the dad's voice, if he's reading a story to the unborn child. So I think that there can even be arguments that it's even before birth, how important it is to have that relationship and develop that relationship with your child, and also focus on the educational component. And education, as we know, is not just for our education system, but for us as parents, that we play a significant role in that. And so that's why I want to stand in this House during budget estimates and talk from a parent's role and what I've experienced in the education system as my son grew up and is now actually in the university system. And so the first thing that I want to mention is that that's why it fit so well for me as having the opportunity to be elected in 2009 and represent Chester St. Margaret's and the rest of Nova Scotia, because I know it is one area that the NDP were very passionate about. And, you know, we had the opportunity to form government for 4.5 years, but during that time, and the members in the government side will see how quickly that time goes by and the amount of work that it takes just to take something from, like my grandmother used to say when she was making her cakes from scratch, you didn't take it from a recipe, a mix that was available, that you must make your cake from scratch. And I think that that's what we did, the NDP, in terms of the early years for the province of Nova Scotia, because there was no strategy in terms of the early years and focusing in an overall plan. And so, you know, I think, as we always say, you know, we need to give credit where credit was due, and it may sound like I'm toting our own horn, but I think it's very important for people to recognize, and I know that the minister did recognize that here today, that it was the NDP who actually focused on the early years, brought a panel of experts together that created a plan and a pathway for those early years for a province, no matter what government came in, and I'm very pleased that the Liberal government has adopted our philosophy in terms of the importance of the early years, and will be carrying that through. And as we know, there was a lot of work to lay that foundation. Those things do not happen overnight. I know from a public perception they don't always see what is taking place internally, and that when an announcement is made, it almost sounds like that just happened a month ago, you just put it together. But often it is months and months and months of work, and the first thing that you need to do is bring the key players together and have a consultation process, which was done with the early years. And to it's like when you're developing, when you're getting married and you're trying to do the guest list. That is one thing that's really challenging for any ministers when they are putting together a panel or want to bring together a consultative process, because of the fact that everybody wants to be involved, and that's nice that everybody wants to be involved, but there is a point when you're trying to move from that process to actual developing a strategy and a plan and putting that plan in action. And as many as you know, and kindly as the minister said here today, that one of the first steps after the panel came together and a plan was formulated was moving the early years from the Department of Community Services, which I had the honor to be the minister of, to move that into education. And there was a great deal of work around that, because there are a variety of philosophies on where early years can sit. Some provinces, like for example Quebec, will have the early years in the family and even seniors all encompassed under one department, because the philosophy is that it's your whole life and you have a continuum of life and life stages, so it is good if that is all encapsulated in one department. Putting the early years in education is the direction we went, and there's also, as you know, a great deal of support across Canada and throughout the world. The importance that we identify that a child starts learning from day one when they're born, and that the educational component is absolutely critical for their development. And so, you know, it is a legacy that certainly I am very proud that the NDP brought to this province, and will actually very much positively affect our future generation because of now having the early years sitting into education, so that educational lens is focused on those early years. And we also has announced, as the minister had mentioned, that pilot projects throughout the province that would look at the early year component and how you can have a more collaborative approach and have it integrated into the education system. And I know that that was one of the sort of stressors for me when I first came on in community services, because the government of the day was certainly, that we replaced, was not going in that direction. And you can look back at what was taking place and what was happening throughout the province. A lot of money was, because of federal government funding, a lot of money was being put towards opening up new daycare centers, which were very important, and we needed those throughout the province. The disconnect was that there were new schools being built, and even existing schools, but there was no pathway or encouragement for those daycare centers to be attached to the school. And so that was one thing that we couldn't take back, because if you built a new school, you'll see throughout the province there's many very nice daycare centers that are a mile or two from a school, or 5 miles. They try to usually locate near a school as possible because of the children, of course. But there was a real disconnect that money was invested in these new daycare centers and they were not connected to schools. So I'm very pleased to see that this government will continue with the pilot projects that we announced. I know that there was, we originally had 4. We were going to have 3, but we did announce there was 4 different sites, and I know in the announcement that was made yesterday that there was 3. So I'm just wondering if I could ask the minister what the 4th location was, to remind me again, and the particular reason that that wasn't a part of the announcement, and will it be?
Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. And yes, there were 4 that were announced, and we are following up with all 4. We're at various stages of preparedness, and the 4th one was in Yarmouth. And so we are, our goal is to try to make sure that we have one up and running with all of the I's dotted and the T's crossed, and learn from that. 3 of them were ready, set, go for yesterday. The 4th one, the community is working together with the Department of Health and with the child care sector and with our department. So that certainly is still part of the plan, and we're hoping to have that one up and running soon, but it's not been forgotten.
The honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Thank you very much, Minister, for that answer. I'm wondering, too, with respect to the pilot projects, do you have a time frame that that pilot project will run? I know that it is important to have pilot projects because you can work out lots of times the kinks in the system and have an opportunity to really live and breathe what that project is all about and identify what the barriers and challenges may be to go forward. So, but a pilot project is exactly a project that should have a time limit on it, so you can move forward to be able to address the challenges and the changes that need to be made, and then take the next step in the plan, which would be to start developing more throughout the province. So I'm just, my question is with respect to what will that time frame be for those new pilot projects?
The Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you. And it's an important question because we recognize that a pilot is intended to help work through the growing pains, learn from mistakes, learn from best practices, and then move forward. So part of the money that has been received from the McCain Foundation will be used to do an evaluation of the project, the pilots, as we're working through them, and to ensure that we learn from those. So we expect that we will move from a pilot into a permanent facility, permanent program, I guess, within the next year, because that monitoring and evaluating of the current sites will be done. And once all of the components are up and running and we believe that they are effective, then we have in this budget put an operational grant of $125,000 per site. So we are moving forward with every intent of the pilot becoming a permanent.
The honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In response to the $120,000 per site, is that what you have analyzed as the cost factor to run? I do understand that if you're going to say within the year, are you looking at like 6 months? And so that $120,000 actually reflects 6 months of operational costs for all 4 of those pilot projects. So that's my question, Madam.
I recognize the Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
If I could just, to the member, speak to the, there are startup costs for furniture and for resources, for materials, and those do not come out of the 125. That money has already been spent. I think about $600,000 has been spent to make sure that those 3 sites have the furniture they need, have the materials they need. So the 125 will be their ongoing operating costs, and that is for the budget year 2014-15.
I recognize the honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So could the minister tell me then what the actual costs after the pilot project is running for a year? You said that $125,000 will be operational. So is that what you're looking at for operational cost approximately for each of the centers after that? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the member would know, this is bringing together a lot of human resources that already exist in the community, whether it's from family resource centers or whether it's from Department of Health or whatever. So if those resources are already in place in a community, but they move into the early years center, they bring that with them. So, for example, when I was at Rockingstone Heights yesterday, there are 2 physicians who are in a clinic there. Any services that they provide would be from them as the members of the clinic, not out of the 125. Am I clear on that? Okay.
I recognize the honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Thank you. Looking forward in the future, after it looks like from what the minister said, and she can correct me if I'm wrong, is that it looks like around a year period is what you're giving for the pilot projects to get up and running and sustaining themselves in the community. One of the issues that I discovered as a Minister of Community Services was that we have a lot of inconsistencies in the province, and I'm sure you you've identified that too. And that's in a lot of different departments, because over the years there wasn't a lot of talk about strategic planning. And if there was a need in a community, the community would come together and they would create the resources and provide the services that they needed. And so to reflect back to my introduction when I said that there's going to be some very challenging areas where you have very new daycare centers and you have schools, they're not together. How do we ensure going forward that communities throughout the province have an opportunity to have this type of project in their community, that will be the way of the future? And so it's kind of a two-part question. So how do we ensure that we are able to work on those inconsistencies going forward? And how do we ensure that that opportunity is available to Nova Scotia communities? Is there going to be a criteria base, I guess is what I'm asking? Like if you have X number of a population and they want a similar type project, will there be a criteria to say, no, you don't qualify for this? Or what's the criteria base for example, if I'm saying I'd like to see one of these in the Chester area, what would be the criteria in order to go forward to be maybe 5th on the list or 6th on the list of a pilot project or a new center?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you. One of the commitments that we have made and have already acted on it is to go out to the other 4 school boards, because we have one in 4 of the boards now, Cape Breton, Strait, Halifax, and Tri-County. So the letter has already gone out to the other boards to say, we want to have an early years center in your board. You look at the needs within your community. You look at the partners that can come with you, and you come back to us and tell us if you are interested, what you have to offer, and then we will sit down and work with them to develop a center. But there is every intention in this coming year to have 4 more identified and to start working on those. So I think, you know, I know they were introduced as pilots, and I know we've used the word pilot, but I believe we're getting past the pilot stage, and they will become sites that we continue to build on and expand across the province.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Chester, St. Margaret's.
Thank you very much. I'm going to move my attention now to early intervention. And the Minister, in her introduction, talked about the challenges of the wait list for early intervention and how important that it is to provide that service. Once again, during our period in government, I was very proud that we had the opportunity to focus on autism and to be able to provide autism support for every child, not have it as a lottery system like it was before. Now, with respect to early intervention, what I saw as Minister of Community Services was once again that inconsistency, that we have a variety, I believe the Minister said 17 sites throughout the province, and that they have worked diligently to be able to provide a service and struggle with the wait list and struggle with the dollars. And so I'm just wondering if there is any plans that she has before starting investing public dollars in the early year intervention centers, that there's a coming together of the centers and the whole service of early intervention to identify the weaknesses in some area, the strengths in others, to bring back to Nova Scotia a consistent service. So whether I live in Yarmouth and I have a child that needs early intervention, that I do not wait longer than somebody who perhaps lives in Halifax, and that is exactly what is happening now. So I'm just wondering if the minister can tell me a little bit about her future plans and how we're going to resolve that inconsistency. And part two of the question is, what kind of investments does she feel needs to be put into the early intervention centers to bring them all up on an equal basis? Thank you.
I recognize the Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the member certainly understands that there are inconsistencies within that program. There are wait lists within that program. And what we have started to do is to, in fact, one of my first meetings was with some of the, one of the groups, the early intervention groups. And it became obvious that we are really kind of all over the map with how we deliver and what we deliver. And so we've started a review, an internal review by our staff to look at what services are available, what kinds of wait lists exist at each individual site, and are there efficiencies within the 17 sites collectively? Are there any areas where there's duplication that there doesn't need to be? So we've already started that, but we did make a commitment of $2.6 million in our platform. But we're not going to spend the $2.6 million until we know what we can do to make the service more efficient and to eliminate the wait lists. And we believe we need to do that scan, that review first. And that's underway right now. And that will allow us to determine what changes need to be made. It's heartbreaking when you think of kids who age out before they ever get the intervention that they need, and to know that that intervention could make a change in their life. And so it's I'm pretty passionate about that. I recognize that we have an opportunity, but before we start throwing money at it, we're going to make sure that it's going to help get those kids off a wait list. So that review is ongoing, done internally by staff, and then that will give us the direction as to where we put that money. But we're not waiting long because we don't want any more kids to age out.
I recognize the honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Thank you to the minister. I know it's a catch-22 situation because, like you said, you don't want to have the children age out, yet at the same time you want to make sure that the money is invested where it needs to be to bring the system up to par. Do you have any idea of what time frame you're looking at for that internal review? Are you talking about, it sounded like this budget year, is it 6 months or 8 months? That's your goal in order to identify what those needs are and then to be able to roll out the funding where it is necessary?
The Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you. The staff within the department are meeting with the directors. Actually, I've been told they're meeting Thursday of this week with the directors to look at communication with parents, to look at how we move forward with the review. We don't want any surprises to people, think you're doing a review and they may read something into that. But the timeline for the review to be completed is early summer. So that's our timeline now. And, you would know that when you have meetings and consultation and you want to make sure you have all the stakeholders there, that takes some time. But that meeting with the directors is Thursday of this week.
I recognize the honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Minister. Do you have a list of all of those who will be involved in this process in terms of, I know you're talking about the early intervention centers themselves. Will you have, for example, medical professionals involved in and giving their recommendations in terms of how to reduce the wait list and the encourage what type of efficiencies and what kind of supports may need to be there or may not need to be there, that it's there now, not only with the medical professionals, those that are professionals with like mental health. I know it has to be also difficult for parents that are dealing with their children that are having these particular issues and the supports that parents also need. I know that the child needs support, but the parent too going through this process. So I'm just wondering, have you identified who those key stakeholders will be as you, I know you said you're doing an internal scan, but there will be that external involvement in this process. Also family resource centers, because they're often in the community. They're the ones who have their fingers on the tip of information and know who's in the community, what community needs are, or individual family needs, the school system. So as I just stand here and talk, as you can see, there's many that would have influence and be able to provide input into the scanning process. So if you can, elaborate a little bit more on that group.
I recognize the Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the member would know, there are three key departments that are involved here and working together: community services, health and wellness, and education. And so we recognize that they are the key partners in all of this. But to be specific, those who will be involved in the review will be family resource centers, as you've mentioned, the EIBI program directors, the child care sector itself, the IWK, and student services staff from the school boards. So those are all the partners that are coming together to be part of this review.
Order. We have reached the moment of interruption. The committee will now rise and report the business to the House. We'll take a brief break and to allow us to change seats. And to allow the staff to leave.
Order, please. The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on Supply reports.
That the Committee of the Whole on Supply has met and made progress and begs leave to sit again.
We have reached the moment of interruption. The topic for tonight's late debate was submitted by the Honourable Member for Chester St. Margaret's. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House of Assembly remind the Liberal government that the graduate retention rebate benefits thousands of skilled and educated young people each year and ask them to reconsider their short-sighted decision to eliminate this program. The Honourable Member for Pictou Centre, or as I thought, the Honourable Member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Didn't have time to put my lipstick on. That one happened so fast. Yes, I'm glad to be able to get up on my feet and speak to this bill today. I care a lot about the youth in our province, and in Truro, we have the Nova Scotia Community College. We also have what is now Dalhousie University Agricultural Campus. So we are a university town. Yay, Truro, Bible Hill. But so many people are very worried, concerned, and upset about the changes to the graduate retention rebate. I've been receiving emails and phone calls, Facebook messages from many parents and students, all concerned about kids that are studying right now who had thought they were going to be able to take advantage of this program and who are now not going to be able to take advantage of it. And Mr. Speaker, they are disappointed, they are shocked, they're dismayed, and they're very angry. So, Mr. Speaker, approximately 5 years ago, Nova Scotia had the very worst student aid programs in the country. The report by Dr. Tim McNeil that was commissioned by our previous NDP government outlined the problems and the need to address those problems in our student aid program in order to make post-secondary education more affordable, accessible, and attainable for young people in our province. We all know that people who have access to post-secondary education, either in our community college system or in our university system, stand a far greater chance in life to be gainfully employed at better levels of income. And statistics also show that they live longer and healthier lives when they have a better education. So I believe it's our responsibility, Mr. Speaker, as politicians and as community leaders, to find ways to make education more affordable, accessible, and attainable for as many Nova Scotians as possible. And, Mr. Speaker, I have to make note here that there are many countries in the world, much poorer than Canada, who have free post-secondary education. In Uruguay, for instance, they have free post-secondary education. In Cuba, which is considered a third world country, they have 45 universities in their states, one in each state, and they have 3 major universities, and all of them are free. What the students in those places do to pay back the loan that the government has given them to get free education is they give 2 years of their lives to volunteer in another country, usually a third world country that is worse off than them, and they work in that country for 2 years at a very low-paying scale before they come back, and then they join the civil force in Cuba. And, Mr. Speaker, I have to say, if a small country like Cuba can do that, why can't we work towards something like that in Canada? I would love to be able to speak with the federal government at some point in time about an initiative that would in fact help education right across this country and have money coming in from the federal government, more money coming in from the federal government to help our provinces be able to afford something like this. Now, many people point to Newfoundland and say, well, Newfoundland, it's only $5,000 to go to university in Newfoundland, so many of our students go over there to Memorial. The problem is, though, that in Newfoundland, they only have one university. We have, what, 12, 13 institutions here in Nova Scotia, so it is very expensive for us here. However, this government and all governments, I believe, should keep education of a lifelong education as number one foremost in their efforts to improve our province, to improve the prospects of our people, so that going forward into the 21st century world of knowledge, it's going to play more and more of an important part, I believe, in how our students can be placed in the work system of today and tomorrow. The initiative recently announced by the Liberals to remove the interest on provincial student loans is a piece in the puzzle, and it will help in a small way to relieve a small part of the burden that students face with respect to accessibility and affordability. However, as opposition critics, the New Democratic Party did suspect, and in fact now know for certain, that support has come at the cost of the graduate retention rebate tax credit, which the Minister of Finance, just prior to delivering her budget, said was valued at about $50 million, with that number increasing every year. Students and graduates are continuing to express disappointment, shock, dismay, and disgust with this decision, this latest decision to cut the rebate program, because not only was the program eliminated by the new Liberal government, but no program was introduced to replace it. So the Finance Minister and the Premier himself has said over and over again the fact that their government has taken the interest off student loans is such a great boon to students. However, it works out to be about $800 per student, and our program was worth $7,500 to Nova Scotia Community College students and up to $15,000 to university students. They also say that the Liberal government also has said that it was necessary to eliminate the graduate retention rebate program. First of all, they blamed the students themselves, saying that it was the students' organizations who had asked for the program to be cut. Well, Mr. Speaker, that is simply not true. And in fact, I would have to say that it is yet another Liberal untruth, because we've already heard from Jonathan Williams, who's the Executive Director of Students Nova Scotia, who has said publicly that eliminating this program without reinvesting the funding is actually not what students were requesting. He said, and I quote, "Eliminating the graduate retention rebate without reinvesting in supporting our young people is a betrayal of our students and our graduates." So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to add my voice to that chorus and I feel betrayed, that this is a betrayal to the students and young people of this province. The other excuse for axing the program that we keep hearing from the Liberals is that it just doesn't work, that it is not keeping graduates here in Nova Scotia. But, Mr. Speaker, they keep saying that it's been 7 years now. Well, in fact, the NDP government only came in 2009, and we added in the retention rebate program in about either the end of 2009 or beginning of 2010. So it was only in for the last 3 to 4 years. And I would say, how can you tell if it's working? These kinds of things are investments in the future. Most of the people, the students that I'm hearing from, are in their first, second, and third years of university or college right now. So how do we even know if they've had a chance yet to see whether it works? These are students who are saying, I wanted to stay in Nova Scotia. I was going to be able to get back a rebate, a portion of this, what I've been paying into this, and I intend to get work, and I intend to set up a business, and I want to stay here in Nova Scotia. This is now going to force me out of Nova Scotia to go and try and find work elsewhere. There's no incentive for me to stay here. So again, I would argue that we haven't given it enough time yet to see if it works. And I would say, Mr. Speaker, that the fact that we continue to struggle with the out-migration of our best and our brightest minds is no excuse to cut this program. And in fact, I would argue it's an excellent reason to keep the program and invest more in our graduates, not less. Mr. Speaker, there is no single objective of the graduate retention rebate. Like most government programs, there are many objectives of the graduate retention rebate. For example, the rebate helps grads manage their debt loads, providing them with cash to put the money where their budgets are bleeding the most. And again, I'd like to point out that here in North America, students here, when they graduate, are faced with a huge debt that they usually spend most of their lives trying to dig themselves out. Now, in other countries, like Australia, for instance, where I originally came from, they've had programs there whereby the students, they get their postgraduate education
Order,
paid
please.
for.
The time allotted for the member's comments has expired. Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted to be able to rise today. Mr. Speaker, I'm really glad that this is the subject that's before us today because there's a lot of misunderstanding around what a graduate retention rebate is and who qualifies for it and even what the history is of it, Mr. Speaker. The former member was questioning why I used 7 years as the measure, and that's because the Tories in 2006 introduced, and I had some of the debate here today, they introduced in July 6, 2006, Bill 31, the Financial Measures Act, which included a graduate tax credit. And when the NDP in 2009, in their first budget, introduced this graduate retention rebate with a similar aim to try and encourage people to stay, at that very time, they replaced the graduate tax credit with a new graduate retention rebate, is what they said. So, to quote what Graham Steele, the minister at the time, said, he said, that's why this government's increasing and extending the incentive for new graduates to live and work in Nova Scotia by replacing the graduate tax credit with a new graduate tax rebate program. So it was an extension, a change, but a similar program, so we can measure the period before we had any such measures in place, the period that from 2006 to 9, when the Conservatives had introduced a measure like this, and then from 2009 to today, and we can look at the out-migration, we can look at our population numbers and say, is it having any effect? So I'd like to point out that the previous speaker was wrong in thinking that it had not been in existence previously and had even been defined as one of their programs extending what was in place. Now, Mr. Speaker, I said a number of times today in question period that this program doesn't work, and I want to be clear that nobody's trying to blame anybody for that or suggest that anybody is responsible for the tax being removed. This was a tax rebate that's available now only for people who earn a decent income in order to claim it. I actually asked the people in our department who would be eligible to get the full amount of this rebate. So I guess I'll take you through what happens with a new graduate. When you first come out of university, you don't work the full year. If you're lucky, you have a job that you're coming right out and going into, if you're lucky. But most young graduates, of course, have been in school from at least January to April of that year. Then they go out, try and find a job and attach themselves to the workforce. So in the first year, they have lower income, and they also, by this rule, have to take the education credits and their tuition credits that they have built up from paying for tuition over the years. They have to take that before they're eligible for the graduate retention rebate. So, Mr. Speaker, the evidence was clear in the first year and sometimes in the first couple of years of being out of university, students were, very few of them were able to take the full amount of the credit. So it really was a benefit if they found a good job and if they were able to do that here in Nova Scotia. And, Mr. Speaker, although there were quite a number of people that ultimately were getting it as each year another cohort would come out of university, There's a real problem around whether it hit the mark on people that were actually going to leave the province or were staying as a result of this credit. And we know for a fact, Mr. Speaker, that many people were getting post-secondary degrees who were not leaving, who had employers here, who they weren't even taking, they were probably doing their degree part-time, then and just continuing to work for the same employer with a new degree, and suddenly they were entitled to a tax rebate because their income was high. And so we do know that of all the recipients, 35% are over the age of 30, and they get 77% of the amount. So 77% of the amount that was paid out from Nova Scotia taxpayers as a rebate for remaining in the province. So it was a disproportionate amount. And Mr. Speaker, I'd read a number of reports by others, and the fact is, these are reports that were done, with a bent to really review and analyze the credit. And we have 7 years of experience, as I've already said, 7 years of analyzing it. And I'd like to remind, I don't think the clerk has told me I don't need to table again the chart, but we have a chart that I hope all members have seen, which shows that the retention over the first 3 years, when there was no credit whatsoever or rebate, was after 3 years was 79.2% of that cohort. After the next 3 years, it fell to 77%, and after the current 3-year period, it was down to 70.5%. So it was less in each case of that if we look at these as 3 different scenarios. And I've tabled that earlier. I hope the members have had a chance to look at it. And it comes from information from tax filers in Nova Scotia. The key thing here, Mr. Speaker, is that government has to look at programs. You can't put programs into place and not assess them later. And we heard today on Information Morning, actually, the former Finance Minister, Mr. Steele, Graham Steele, was speaking about the introduction of this credit 4 years ago or 5 years ago, and said that there was really no evidence at the time. They just hoped that it would work. And what we heard from, and I'll name the 3 reports I used today, reports from the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, the Canadian Federation of Students, and Student Nova Scotia, all earmarked or targeted this program, saying it didn't work, it didn't hit the mark. And in one of them, it was the Canadian Federation of Students used the term, it was well-meaning, but it didn't hit the mark. That was one way it was described, Mr. Speaker. And again, this was said time and time again. And Mr. Speaker, in the campaign of 2009, this was a campaign commitment of the NDP. That's why they brought it in after the election. But during that time, Mr. Speaker, a report here from the Metro, which I'll table, actually said that the former Premier Darrell Dexter had said, he said the program would cost the province an additional $6.5 million. Well, Mr. Speaker, that was very much off the mark for a program that, again, hasn't proven to work. They were very, very far off the mark in what they thought it might have cost. Even in the first year, it was more than double that in the first year. I think I'll table that for the House. But it was more than double that in the first year that it was offered. Mr. Speaker, when I spoke about people seeking higher education, postgraduate education, actually postgraduate, people doing masters and above, Mr. Speaker, 2 members of our own caucus here would be eligible for that in a very short time because 2 of them are doing higher degrees. And the minister, which minister have I got? Minister of Environment and the Minister of Internal Services and Public Service Commission would both be eligible for that in just 1 year's time. They said that they had been recognizing that that was something they would get, should they continue and complete their degree. I just use that as an example of the fact that any degree made you eligible to receive this rebate, provided you were earning a good amount of money. Again, I say those first years out of university, most of the young people, especially when we look at the cohort 20 to 30, they weren't really able to avail themselves of this program because they didn't have the earning power. They weren't earning enough. I can say that for my own children, that they didn't claim much of this because they didn't have incomes that were large enough to get it. Mr. Speaker, I've heard from some people that said they're unemployed and they're upset because they wanted to receive this. They don't understand, and I would hope that the other members, especially those that do some tax accounting and know what taxes are about, understand that many people, the average person, doesn't understand how their taxes are calculated. But, Mr. Speaker, you have to earn roughly $45,000 a year or more to get the full benefit. It varies for each person depending on the credits they're able to take. But that is more than what most Nova Scotians earn, Mr. Speaker. A sad fact that we should all remember is that 54% of our tax filers have taxable income under $30,000. Mr. Speaker, I'll say that again because some members may not have got it, but 50% of our tax filers are in the lowest tax bracket. And we're charging them and collecting money from them for all of the important services that they know they must pay for. But when we identify a program, Mr. Speaker, that doesn't meet its mark, isn't doing what we need it to do, then, Mr. Speaker, we have to readjust, and we are instead putting money into programs like the Graduate to Opportunities program, which will open the door to that all-important first job, which is what the young Nova Scotians have told me time and time again. Mr. Speaker, that one will grow over time. So will the graduate scholarships to help young people go on to post-secondary and higher learning for research and innovation. And, Mr. Speaker, countless other programs. It's very narrow-minded, Mr. Speaker, to only look at one and only to compare one program to another. We are going to do the kind of program and investments that will actually help young people get that first job, and that is what they have all said is the all-important key to staying in this province. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Nova Scotians' young graduates were certainly the biggest losers from this first Liberal budget. The sudden cancellation of this graduated retention rebate program is easily the biggest tax increase in our province's history. In fact, it's a 275% in the provincial income tax for graduates. Mr. Speaker, despite what the Minister was saying, Mr. Speaker, many graduates in Nova Scotia did benefit from this particular program. Mr. Speaker, I have several children that have benefited from this program and others that had hoped to that will not be able to have that opportunity. The tax credit, Mr. Speaker, gave graduates who are just starting their career a chance to land on their feet. It provided a little bit of relief to pay down debt or to start a savings account. Thursday's announcement came with no warning, and it came without reasonable facts to back up the decision. Perhaps it wasn't working for everyone. There's many other reasons why our youth are leaving Nova Scotia, Mr. Speaker. One of them is lack of jobs. When it comes to the graduated retention rebate, Nova Scotia graduates are the big losers, Mr. Speaker. Where are the savings going to be spent? Is all of this spending that was taken back from students going to the direction of students? Because of the elimination of the rebate, many young Nova Scotians will see their after-tax income decline this year. Mr. Speaker, the graduate retention tax rebate provided up to $15,000 in relief to graduates who stayed and put down roots in Nova Scotia. That's the price of a first car or down payment on a first home, Mr. Speaker. The elimination of the program, again, is approximately a 275% tax increase for our graduates. The consolation prize for students is the elimination of interest in student loans, a measure that provides about $800 in benefit. Mr. Speaker, we have a demographic problem in Nova Scotia with more people retiring out of the labour force than young people entering it. It's no secret that our population is aging and young people are moving away. But it begs the question, who will be left to pay the bills? It'll be people like Jake Rideau, a recent graduate who did everything he thought he was supposed to do. After graduation, Mr. Speaker, Jake went home to rural Nova Scotia to start a small business because he wanted to create value in his community. Mr. Speaker, part of his decision to stay and build a business in Nova Scotia was definitely the graduate retention rebate, which he planned to use to service his student debt. Mr. Speaker, Jake doesn't feel entitled, but he is disappointed. All he is asking for was some help to get on his feet in exchange for creating value through a small business, injecting life into the rural economy and banking his future on a better Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, the future looks pretty bleak for Jake and other young people who choose to stick it out here in the province of Nova Scotia. By the end of this fiscal year, the provincial debt will be over $15 billion, a new record. Over the next 4 years, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals plan to add another $1.1 billion to the debt. It'll be the same young people who would have benefit from the graduate retention program who will be left wondering what to do. That's if they don't move away first, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this budget has no plan for job creation, no plan for tax relief, no plan for debt relief, and no plan for struggling families. Instead of leading by example, the Liberals are spending more than ever, but not on services. Some of the biggest increases are in administration. They plan to add 551 people to the government payroll this year, Mr. Speaker. They are asking every Nova Scotian to dig a little deeper, but they are failing to realize families are maxed out. Families and small businesses have hit the paywall. There is no extra room at the end of the month. Mr. Speaker, the government should be setting an example, holding the line and living within its means. Instead, they are going on a costly spending spree. Mr. Speaker, this is a surprising budget considering it's on the heels of the recently released Ivany Commission report. That report title, Now or Never, speaks to the urgency that's needed to change the way we do things in this province. This truly is a tipping point in our province's history, Mr. Speaker. The Ivany Commission tells us we must support our graduates. This government chose to pull the rug out from underneath them instead, and the minister accused young people of being entitled. That doesn't make young people feel valued or supported, Mr. Speaker, nor does it do anything to keep them in Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, if anything, the actions of this government continue to find ways to push our best and brightest out of our province. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That concludes the late debate tonight. We'll now resume the deliberations of the Committee of the Whole on Supply. We'll take a short recess while we prepare for the Committee of the Whole.
Order, please. The Committee of the Whole House on Supply will resume. I recognize the honourable member from Chester St. Margaret's. You have 28 minutes
I was
left.
just going to ask you that, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. I'm going to continue along my journey with the early years. As I mentioned at the beginning, that I'm looking at this through the eyes and the lenses of a parent who now has a 22-year-old son, but still can fondly remember all the stages of his life to date. So we spoke a bit about early intervention. I want to now focus on our daycare system in the province of Nova Scotia and how important that is. And I know it is something that we really focused on as a government in order to increase the number of seats and the subsidies in daycare. And we did a lot of work in that area. And we also invested like $64 million towards increased salaries and benefits for childhood educators. But I do know, and I'm sure the minister also understands, that one of the major issues with our child care educators, and that's what I like to refer to that sector as educators, because of the fact that we have a newer philosophy now in the province because of the NDP looking at the importance of the early years and putting the early years under education. So it goes hand in hand with one of the struggles that the sector has had for many years, and that is with respect to their salaries. And the importance and the value of the work that they do, and the need for them to be put on a pathway to have salaries that equate to the teaching profession. And so my first question to the minister with respect to the daycare system in the province is, what is her future plans and the time frames around those plans to start to work on the deficiencies with respect to salaries of the early year childhood educators in our daycare system?
I recognize the Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to the question about calling these professionals early childhood educators, I think is an important step towards recognizing that they are professionals, that they've gone through a training program, and that they, some of them, have degrees, and they need to be and deserve to be recognized for the value that they add to our system. We also recognize that salaries has been an issue for a long time, in that they feel that they're underpaid, and we currently have about $18 million in grants that goes towards daycare, early childhood educators. And I indicated earlier that we were looking at doing a review of the early intervention programs. We're also looking at how that $18.4 million, actually it is 18.4, how that is being used, and is it in fact, it's going to the center, it's going to the early childhood center, but is it all going into the pockets of the early childhood educators? And it's important, I think, that we follow through on that. That is the intent. I don't think we can say without question that it is, but part of our review will be to determine if, in fact, that is happening.
I recognize the honourable member from Chester St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Minister. I'm wondering, can you tell us actually how many childcare practitioners we now have in the province of Nova Scotia? And second to that question is how many licensed daycares plus any, and how many family home daycares? So that would be 3 questions in the one.
I recognize the Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you. It's my understanding that we have approximately 2,000 early childhood educators, and we have about 390 licensed childcare facilities. We are 194 are the family home facilities, where I think the maximum number of children is 6. But that is an opportunity for parents who, for whatever reason, are not in an area where there is a child care facility to have their children looked after in a family home licensed situation.
As a member from Chester St. Margaret's.
I would like to just follow up on what the Minister mentioned about a review. And we do know, and we have identified for many, many years in the province, that our early year childhood educators are not getting comparable salaries, very low also on the list if you look across all of Canada. And it has been, you know, I know a challenge to move along the spectrum to be able to get the salaries to a more acceptable level. And I'm just wondering, because I know that the sector has heard over and over again that we're studying it, we're reviewing it, but we do know, and I do appreciate the fact that you know, any of these things should be reviewed, but we do know that there is quite a gap, and I'm just wondering, we know it's not in this year's budget, but how will the Minister approach this? Will it be put in the budget for the following year or the year after that, or will it be on a scale system? And is there a full commitment from the Liberal government to ensure in the next 4 years that the day care, the early year childhood educators will be brought up to par in terms of the teaching profession and what they offer, especially now that it is a part of the Education Department?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, you know, when the Early Childhood Division was moved from Community Services to Education, and I had a chance to look at some of the details, some of the facts that came along with the program and the staff, I was appalled to see that we are the lowest paid in Canada. That is unacceptable, and that didn't just happen. So we have to deal with that. We have to look at, as any government should, look at how we can show the early childhood educators that they are qualified, we do value them, and we want to look at how we can move that salary up for them. I have met with and am meeting again with some of the early childhood providers, and as I go back to that $18.4 million that's going out in subsidies or in grants, before we put any more money in, we want to make sure that we know exactly where that $18 million is going. So I think it would be foolhardy to throw more money at something until we knew for sure. It's not a long study. It's not something that's going to go on. I don't want to be the person who, at the end of 4 years, stands here and says that we are still in last place, but that's where we are now. The only one place we can go is up.
The Honourable Member for Chester St. Margaret's.
So I'm able to assume that they'll actually, what will happen, because the minister is speaking about the fact of doing a review, to be able to analyze where the money is going when it goes in the hands of a child care facility. So am I correct in assuming that the department will actually be doing a financial audit of each and every daycare centre in the province of Nova Scotia to be able to identify where those dollars go? Because I would think that would be the only way that you find out truly where the investment is going. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I mentioned earlier that I had met and would be meeting again with them. I want them to be part of the solution, and I think they need to know what the problem is that we're bringing to them. And so I'm not prepared to say what we're going to do until we have talked to them. I do believe it's important that before we begin to do any kind of an audit, we give the people who are involved in this child care or early childhood program and facility an opportunity to be heard. So that conversation will be the first step.
I recognize the Honourable Member from Chester St. Margaret's.
Does the minister know what kind of questions they will be asking? She will be asking the centres, because I know my time as Minister of Community Services that we had many discussions in the Department of Community Services with respect to the child care facilities, and I know that the staff has been wonderful in terms of their communications and keeping on top of things with the child care facilities. So the conversation will be very similar in the sense that it'll be things that they've said before. I know that there is extensive reporting that is required by the child care facility sector, so a lot of that information would already be available. So I'm just inquiring what type of questions that may be different than what we would already know be posed to the child facility sector.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, as the member would know, the enhancement grants that we're talking about were developed in cooperation and collaboration with the centres, and there were certain outcomes that were expected, and so the question that will be asked is, have those outcomes been realized? That would be one of the first questions that we would be asking. And, you know, based on the answer, based on their response, you know, if in fact what was intended has been realized, then we need to clear that first. And then we will look at sitting down with them to say, okay, if we've met this criteria, these outcomes have been reached, we're still last in the nation, lowest in Canada, what can we do to try to change the grant system, or what can we do to ensure that we can address the salary issue? But until, because they were part of developing that, it's as a courtesy, certainly, to involve them and to look at the outcomes, look at what was expected and where we are, and then where do we go?
I recognize the Honourable Member from Chester St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Minister. Do you have a statistical analysis of what the difference would be in your budget in terms if you were to bring the child care educators up to par with respect, even if it's an approximation of, is that going to cost 10 million, 20 million, to be able to make sure that those 2,100 individuals are at the pay scale that is equitable to the teaching profession?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do not have those figures with me. We have not costed that, but that certainly will be part of the process as we move forward once we've determined, as I said, that we are comfortable that the outcomes that were set have been met. And then if we are going to enhance, move this sector forward out of last place, then we would have to do some analysis of when and how and what path we would follow for that. But until we are guaranteed and comfortable that what we're spending is doing what it was expected to do, we would not be moving forward.
I recognize the honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's.
And from your response, is it safe to say that we can expect in the following budget, the 2015-16 budget, that there would be monies allocated to bring those salaries to the level, or at least be working towards that, bringing those salaries to an equitable level?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you. And to the member's question, I think if you look at our initial budget, our 14-15 budget, we recognize that there were a number of places within the early years division that needed to be addressed. The first one that we picked for this budget was the $2.6 million to go into early intervention. I'm not going to predict what we put in the next one, but I do believe that the work that we do as we find out more about what's going on in the sector will help drive our next budget.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Chester and St. Margaret's, and I'd just like to remind the Honourable Members to please address your questions to the Ministers through the Chair, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the Minister, I am wondering, in the 2014-15 budget, is there any new monies for the early years? That is, totally new monies not being taken or transferred from community services or any other department, but that would be seen as new dollars?
Yes, please. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I've mentioned earlier, the commitment that we have made, two commitments really, one to the early intervention programs and one to establishing the early years programs. And so both of those are new monies in our budget, not transferred from community services, but new monies that we've put in to move those two projects forward.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Thank you. Madam Chair, through you to the Minister, would she be able to give me those figures again, what those two commitments are, what the dollar amounts are for those two commitments?
The Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you. It is $1.1 million for the early interventions and $920,000 for the early years centers.
From Chester St. Margaret's.
Madam Chair, I would like to ask the Minister what her position is on universal daycare.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 2 years ago, I had an opportunity to go to Prince Edward Island to visit some of the early years centers that were there, and recognizing that it's something that we needed to move on in our province. And one of my observations and one of my, I guess, disappointments there and here is that what is in place is not universal. And we recognize that there are many families and many children who could and should have access to and be able to benefit from some of those services at the early years centers. And because it's not universal, they're not there. And quite often they're the ones that we are most anxious to support, but because of family circumstances, because of geography, because of work schedules, and for a number of other reasons, parents have no control over some of those reasons, but because of them, their children are not, and themselves are not able to access those centers. So one of the flaws, I would say, is that it's not universal, but I think it's important that we get our foundation here and get our centers established. And as I said earlier in my comments, that we have asked other boards, we were going to begin to move forward, go beyond the 4 that were announced, have 4 more, and see where it goes. We're hoping that we'll have many more sites around the province. But the whole question of universality is one that troubles me because I believe, as I said, that we are denying opportunities from some kids who could well benefit from that.
I recognize the honourable member from Chester St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Madam Chair, could the minister give me her position on profit versus non-profit childcare and the funding of profit childcare services?
The Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to remind you and all members of the House that this division coming into education is really in its infancy. The last transfer was completed the 1st of April. So we are very early on in this. There is an advisory council that I have relied on and have met with. And I certainly will be continuing to rely on them. But I think it's premature to be making statements about programs that we are just actually have inherited and we are just learning about them. My concern is, do we have adequate spaces for the children who need them, and are they accessible, and can we ensure that they are that they're not cost prohibitive for parents.
I recognize the honourable member from Chester St. Margaret's.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Still on the same vein with respect to profit and non-profit child care, there's different philosophies with respect to that. So I know it's early days, but I'm just wondering if the minister isn't able to comment from a departmental point of view. What is her government's point of view of the non-profit versus the profit daycare?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will repeat what I've just said, that my ambition is to make sure that we are able to provide spaces for all children who require childcare, whether it's profit or not for profit. That's not the determining factor for me. It's, do we have those spaces available? Are they regulated? Are they safe spaces? and our goal will be to make sure that that happens. How we get there, whether it's profit or not for profit, is not the question. Right now, we're driven by getting the spaces for our students, for our children.
I recognize the honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can you tell me how much time I have left, Madam Speaker? 2 minutes? Okay, so I'll get maybe this last question in. Can the minister give me her point of view on big box daycares?
I recognize the honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My philosophy, my belief on big box anything is what kind of service can we provide to the clients, whether it's daycare, whether it's schools, whether it's hospitals. I think the quality of care that we can provide is what should drive the decision about where and how we deliver that service. We have, as you know, in this province, many communities that do not believe that bigger is better when it comes to schools. We have others that believe that having the options, the economies of scale that you get in a large school or in a large daycare would be something that they would appreciate. But it really depends a lot on the community that you're serving, on the people who are taking advantage of that service. And again, I go back to, if it's quality, that's what we want. We want availability, we want access, and we want quality. Those are the questions that need to be answered first. And I do connect it exactly, directly to the same argument that we have in our communities about schools. And you can make an argument for both large schools and small schools, the same as you could make an argument about large daycares and small daycares.
I recognize the honourable member from Chester St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Could the minister tell me what her definition is of a large daycare that she would define as a big box daycare versus a medium-sized or smaller daycare?
I recognize the honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have any number that I would say is the right number for large or the right number for small. As I said, I believe it depends on the quality that you can provide, the access you can provide, and the accessibility that you can provide. And I don't think that we can judge whether something is good or bad, acceptable or not acceptable, because of its size. I think too many times we have said bigger is better, and it's been proven wrong. So I would not judge a facility based on anything other than the quality, the accessibility, and the spaces that we can get. Thank you.
Your time has lapsed now. Okay, and I recognize the honourable member from Pictou Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, it's a pleasure to stand here in the House and have the opportunity to ask questions and talk about concerns in education in Nova Scotia. The first couple of questions, Madam Chair, that I'll have will be concerning social media, and then both of them are very similar, and then I'll go on from there and talk a little bit about childhood development and perhaps move on to some other areas. So if that perhaps helps clarify with regardless of moving of the staff, it probably would be helpful. Madam Chair, it's, acting ethically online is certainly a phrase we often hear in our province and across the country and across the globe, and it is very important for parents and teachers to prepare young people to be engaged digital citizens who contribute to their communities in a very positive way. My question to the Minister, how do we go about supporting students and assisting them with the process of developing ethical decision-making skills? And is this sort of will this be a commitment, or is it a commitment of the government? And once again, it's how do we go about supporting students and assisting them with the process of developing ethical decision-making skills.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to the member. We have both grown up in a society where there were a lot more face-to-face contacts and communications, both adults with adults and children with children, than we have now. And if you were feeling some anger or some emotions of some kind, you would display them because the person you were talking to would know. Unfortunately, and so if you were angry, if I was angry at the member, he would know. If I was sad, he would know. If I was disappointed, he would know, because facial expressions and language tell people that. However, we're now in an age where people can communicate without ever having any face-to-face. They have no one to be held accountable to. They can say what they want, and they can press send. And there's no emotion involved in that. And that is extremely hard to identify and to control. And in our classrooms, we have ideal places for that to play itself out. And we were just talking at break time about on the school bus, for example, and who's there to monitor what somebody is texting to somebody else? Nobody. We have it, technology is with this generation wherever they go. It is part of them, and it is their means of communication. And it's great that they can have instant communication with their friends or with their family, but it's very difficult to monitor it. We see a lot of these social problems playing themselves out in our schools and in our classrooms. And what happens at home or in the community, kids bring it to school with them on Monday. And teachers are challenged to try to monitor and correct and report inappropriate behavior or inappropriate use of the internet. And it's very difficult because it can be done so discreetly. Personally, I believe that it begins at home with the parents educating their kids about what is right or wrong, what they would say to you over the internet or in a text should be what they would say to you to your face. But somehow there's that air of no identification, no need to be careful about what you say, and you're not held accountable for that. I think it's a challenge for parents to know what their children are doing. I think it's an equally challenging, an equally troubling challenge for teachers in the schools to know and to monitor that. We have put in place some codes of conduct, some reporting mechanisms, some ways to try to follow through, but that's if somebody is found to be using the internet inappropriately. It's a process that you can follow once it's been identified, but the challenge is to identify it. Can we be teaching something in our schools? Absolutely. We expect parents to be doing it at home. We expect to be doing it in our schools to make sure that people know what is socially acceptable.
I recognize the honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Minister for that answer. And I agree that with the additional demands in our school system today, that is just another one, the social media distractions, and I think it's a job for all society to pitch in and do whatever they can, be it parents, grandparents, friends, relatives, teachers, and of course school personnel, including administrators. Madam Chair, a Canadian Centre for Digital and Media Literacy has launched a series of digital citizenship resources. Its name is Stay on the Path, teaching kids to be safe and ethically online. Young people face moral dilemmas every day online. Cyberbullying, online hate, privacy and internet safety. Canadian children and teens are more connected to the online world than ever through a variety of portable devices and more connected to others through social networking. My last question dealing with social media for the Minister, is the Education Department reviewing social media to determine if today's students can be connected easier with the expectation of meeting curriculum outcomes?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will confess that the Department of Education and the schools are playing catch-up with the kids right now because they're one step ahead of us all the way. They're one step ahead of their parents, they're one step ahead of the teachers, and they're one step ahead of government. And so we have already included some components in the curriculum that speak to digital citizenship. We are constantly monitoring that. We are constantly having to change and add because, as I said, we're playing catch up. I hope someday we can get ahead of the game, but we can't stop trying to inform and educate. But I do believe that part of our challenge is educating the parents at home.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Pictou Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to switch over to a few questions dealing with early childhood learning. And I'm going to have my colleague from Pictou West to ask the first question, and then I'll continue with questions after that on early childhood.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I know earlier the member from Chester St. Margaret's asked a lot of questions in regards to early childhood intervention, and in New Glasgow we have an organization there and met with them recently, and they indicated that during the election that in the Liberal government's platform they had indicated that they would receive or that there would be $2 million going towards that organization. And I just want to know, they had met actually on February 17th with the minister, and we're very grateful, and you know, we're pleased with the steps that were being taken. Unfortunately, they were told that there would be no increase in the budget right now. But my question is the budget $18 million, and in hopes that the $2.6 million will be added, and when? And will this include any type of funding salary for these employees who have not received any government funding for the last 10 years? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And we did make a commitment to early intervention programs in the campaign. That is a commitment that we are honoring. And we recognize, I'm not sure which one it is that you're speaking of, but there are 17 centers that provide the early intervention programs. And I did meet with them. It is the program that I mentioned that we were going to do a review, because we need to make sure that the efficiencies that they are efficiently run. And so when I met with them, they knew that we were going to be doing the review. They know we've made the commitment. They know that our commitment is to reduce the wait list, to eliminate the wait list if we can, and our money will go towards that. We also recognize that some of those are one-person operations. So out of the 17, I think there, actually I have it here, but I think there are 3 or 4 of them that only have one person operating. So we have to look at, is that efficient, is that effective, is that delivering the program? So there are a lot of questions that need to be answered there, but the financial commitment is there once we know how we can put that money in so that we can best begin to reduce the wait list for kids, because that is our priority.
I recognize the honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thinking of early childhood learning, the name Margaret Kane comes to the forefront. I'm just curious to see if the minister ever had the opportunity during her administrative days, or as an education critic, or as a minister, to have the opportunity to speak to Margaret Kane.
I recognize the Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my most recent conversation with Margaret McCain was yesterday. She was here to participate in the official opening for the early centers. She and I were together at the Rockingstone Heights Center, Rockingstone Heights School, where we opened that early years center. But I've had a conversation with Margaret McCain several times over the last 2 to 3 years. Her foundation, the Margaret Wallace McCain Foundation, was instrumental in those centers in Prince Edward Island that I visited. And so I've met with her personally. As I say, was at the official opening with her yesterday. And she is a person who is so committed to enhancing early learning opportunities for kids that she has made that one of the priorities for the foundation. And she has committed $500,000 to this province for the early years centers. She is interested in, and I was happy to tell her that we had invited the other 4 boards to submit to us a site that they believe might be a good site for another center. I know that she is interested in the research, but she's also interested in that component, and I mentioned it earlier, about how we monitor, how we do evaluation as we're moving forward with the establishment and with the implementation. She is active in provinces all across Canada. She is a Maritimer. She is from Nova Scotia. I'm sure that her heart is here, but I also am sure that she wants to make sure that we invest those dollars wisely. And she made a comment, which I will repeat here. She said, you know, more money is not always the answer. So I think she's very, very prudent in the decisions she makes, and she will be watching and monitoring how well we do here in the province and what commitment we make to support our early learners.
I recognize the honourable member from Pictou Centre.
Madam Chair, I believe you may have mentioned, and I may have been tied up with another commitment about the different sites in the province. There's 4 sites. Could you mention again where they are, and perhaps what do they actually look like?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you. I'd be happy to answer that question. There were 4 sites that were announced. 3 of them were officially opened yesterday. One of them was at Jubilee School in Sydney Mines. One was at East Antigonish Academy in Monastery. One was at Rockingstone Heights here in Spryfield. And the one that is not yet open is in Yarmouth. What the centers look like, we have a requirement that they provide that there are 3 main components of services that they deliver. There's a 4-year-old program. There are programs for supports for families, for parents, and there is a before and after school daycare component. So our goal is to have those 4 components all come together in that center. We, as I said earlier, have not yet developed the site in Yarmouth to the point where we can officially open that. But what we have done, there are partners that work together here to determine the services and supports, and it's family resource centers, it's the district health authority, it's school board staff, it's Department of Health and Wellness, and it is the early interventionists. So those are the advisors, those are the partners, and those are the resources that we use. I will mention again what I experienced at Rocking Stone Heights, and I met 2 physicians in the hall who had set up a clinic in that school in February of last year. And they did that because there was a community need. And so here you go into a school and you have a clinic with 2 physicians who are there providing service and support to the community. They did not know that there was going to be an early years center established there. But when they realized what was happening and that there would be one, they were ecstatic because they again saw all of these services that our young people and their families need and want coming together under one roof. So in those centers, you have those 3 components. You have a variety of services, and to date, we have spent about $600,000 to get the furniture and the materials and the resources into those centers. And if I could, Madam Chair, extend an invitation to the member, I would like us to visit one of the centers. I think it's important for every MLA to know what services are available, what they could have in their community, and I'm hopeful that as we move forward, we will be able to take this all across the province. There are 4 boards. Chignecto is one that has yet to submit a site, so I would encourage the member to talk to his board member, and who knows, it could be in Glasgow.
I recognize the honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the more sites in the province, regardless of what board they're in, the better, as far as I'm concerned. The curriculum for early learning education, is it consistent throughout the various sites? Is it the same curriculum that is being used for early learning education, or does it vary from site to site?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And one of the reasons why we're moving slowly with the implementation of these centers is to make sure that we have consistency. The 4-year-old program, it may unfold differently in different places, but it will be based on the same foundation. It will be a play-based program for 4-year-olds. It will be delivered by an early childhood educator, and it will have the same components in all of the sites. One of the things that the McCain Foundation and what Margaret McCain is prepared to fund is the whole monitoring and evaluating of the programs and the implementation of that. So to answer the question, there is consistency, and all 3 components are requirements in each of the centers. And the 4-year-old program is play-based, it's research-based, and it will be delivered, the same program will be delivered in all sites.
I recognize the honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Often in various readings, one will find out that after grade 3, there's no concrete evidence that really matters. That the key years are from 0 to the grade 3 age. Other readings you read, it's a critical stage up to grade 6 with regard to making that positive intervention, so that when students start to come into the elementary grades, they are better prepared with the intervention that's provided for them. Again, I'm just asking an opinion from the minister with regard to that. Again, I've read where up to grade 3 is the critical stage. I've also read up to up to age 6, excuse me, is a critical stage for youngsters.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I made the comment earlier about children learning to read and the importance of children being able to read by the time they reach grade 3. But the research and the studies show that so much learning takes place from birth, and I think the early learning research says birth to age 8. However, I think we all know from what research has been done that the earlier the intervention, the better the results. And my concern that I've expressed here tonight about the early intervention programs where kids are waitlisted, they've already been identified as having some challenge, whether they're autistic, whether they're hyperactive, whatever the challenge is, the sooner there's intervention, the more likely it is to be corrected, or at least strategies developed so that they and their parents can understand and live with that. So the research for early learning says 0 to age 8. The statistic that I was quoting for reading was the end of grade 3.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Pictou Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Some experts claim the EDI is the best tool in the world to test kids, to see if they are prepared to begin school, if they are actually ready to learn. Of course, the EDI being the early development instrument. The investment, Madam Chair, in early learning will increase the numbers, I'm sure, eventually in post-secondary schools. My question is not actually to do with the EDI. It's due to the fact that investments in the early learning will see more schools heading into post-secondary schools. Is the government spending enough money on early childhood development?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it would be folly to say that any government ever spends the full amount of money that they could or should. But I think we have to spend the money that we have wisely. And that's why I think we need to move slowly, carefully, with a proven, research-based, evidence-based program so that we know that the outcome has been identified, it can be achieved, and we're prepared to put the money in to make sure that we reach that.
I recognize the Honourable Member from Pictou West. Sorry.
No, Pictou Centre.
Pictou Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And perhaps I'll just complete my questions dealing with early childhood by saying a dollar spent on early childhood learning will give a greater full return on investment than in any other area. Madam Chair, I'm going to move on now and ask just a few questions on the math curriculum. The Minister had mentioned earlier that 54% of math is taught by math teachers in our our middle schools. And we certainly have a great need for math and science teachers. That's been quite evident all through my years in the school system, and I think it still is. And again, it was mentioned that 80% of math teachers that are teaching in the high school are actual math teachers. But however, often I have found that math and science students that have achieved great success in these subject areas, when they leave high school and go to post-secondary school, often go on to other careers. And I often thought that perhaps we should be trying to perhaps persuade them to go into education, come back to our schools, and teach our youth. So I guess the question is, are we putting enough emphasis within our guidance departments across the province in our high schools with regard to putting more emphasis on students that excel in math and science to actually go into the education field and come back and help our youth?
I recognize the Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I remember not that many years ago when we were challenged with low math scores in the province, and we were looking at math teachers, and we were looking at graduates coming out of university. And the greatest percentage of students coming out of a BEd program in all of our universities had teachables in language arts and social studies. And we were trying to hire math and science teachers. So the supply and demand was completely reversed, and that has continued. Unfortunately, math and science, I wouldn't say unfortunately because for some it's great, but math and science are very challenging. They're very demanding, and we tried to encourage students to take courses that would give them job opportunities. And I remember sitting down with teachers who had graduated, who had teachables in language arts and social studies, and they were so disappointed that they did not have the information before they chose their majors and minors that they had after. And so I believe the guidance counselors in our schools do have an important role, and I think they need to look at what is the demand and try to encourage kids to take, if they're looking for a teaching job and they're looking for a job in Nova Scotia, the demand at high school is math and science. The supply is not there, but the demand is. So encourage them to take that. So I think our guidance counselors do have a critical role to play, but they need to know what the demand is before they guide their students into their post-secondary choices. Unfortunately, all you can do is guide, and that's why they're called guidance counselors. They guide, they can inform, but eventually the student or their parents make the decision. And I just believe that arming them with as much information as possible is important so the decision they make is an informed one.
I recognize the honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, dealing again with high school math curriculum, it's my understanding that Math 10 has expanded from 110 hours to 220 hours for the school year 2013-2014, and I'm very happy to see that that increased, Madam Chair. And Math at Work, I believe, is replaced. It has replaced, or will be, or has replaced Math Foundations. course, which is, I believe, a 110-hour course, which is required for graduation or intended for graduation. And again, a lot of students struggle through the years. In my experience, of course, has been in junior high, middle school, and high school. And my question, I guess, to the minister would be, do you think we are paying enough attention in the very early years, and should we pay more attention in the very early years like we do with literacy and so on? And I know we are, but is it enough with the attention and resources and so on?
I recognize the Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of comments. We did increase Math 10 from 1 semester to 2. I believe that will have benefits for students. We also have looked at, in this budget, dollars in part of our math strategy to support what we're calling credit bridging. And as the member would know, we have high school students who are struggling in math, and if they don't achieve a passing grade, they have to repeat that course. What we're hoping to do with our new strategy is to identify those kids before they write their final exam, identify them and the teacher would know them, identify them earlier on in the semester, and provide some one-on-one support so that we can get them better able and better prepared to take that examination and have success. We also know that we have students who, by the time they reach grade 10, have been so disengaged with math that they don't have the foundation that they need in order to tackle the rigor of the grade 10 math courses. So the member is absolutely correct. Early intervention in literacy and reading is important, but so is it in math. And we have adopted in this province a new math curriculum, the Western Protocol, which was adopted, I believe we're into the 3rd year of a 3-year implementation. But the focus of that is supposed to be a more narrow and concentrated curriculum rather than a broad sweeping curriculum. The member would know that sometimes we try to do too much in the course content and we end up with a curriculum that is, as I say, a mile wide and an inch thick. And I think we need to concentrate it and get back to some pretty basic skills that our kids have, a good foundation, so that when they move into grade 10, they're not going to struggle from the get-go because they have the foundation that they need.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Pictou Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's my final questions dealing with the math curriculum, and I had some other questions dealing with the report cards, but we had some dialogue earlier in the evening, and I received some answers that certainly were very satisfactory. And perhaps before I leave report cards, I will ask one question, because I often receive questions dealing with this from teachers in my community and outside my community. And it's sometimes their frustration with what they'll say is a pass-fail with regard to students advancing to the next grade level, that they're going to pass anyway, that you have to pass them, that they can't fail, regardless of their meeting the outcomes or whatever. So I guess what I'll do is I'll just ask you to kind of comment on that from your experience. What have you seen in the school system and so on with regard to the frustration of teachers experiencing that type of behavior, perhaps?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of comments. I know your question wasn't about report cards, but I did want to finish that conversation off by saying that April the 11th is the deadline for people teachers, parents, and students, to let us know how they feel about the report cards. So if you haven't filled out a survey yet, please go home tonight and do so. With respect to the what we sometimes call social passing, I think the math strategy and the literacy strategy that we are putting in place are designed to catch, and I hate to use that word, but to identify and help kids before they get to the wall and before they experience failure. We have often heard that kids who don't measure up do move on with the hope that they'll be able to catch up. And I think we have learned that that doesn't work very well. So the bridging that I talked about is our first attempt to try to identify those kids early on and give them the supports they need so that they do have the skills in place and can move on to with more success. But having students in a classroom where they are disengaged, where they are not able to cope with the rigor of the work, leads to a lot of problems in the classroom, a lot of distractions for kids who are there and who are trying to get engaged, and it does not make for a very positive and constructive learning environment.
I recognize the member from Pictou Centre.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. The next couple of questions are going to be dealing with ratios. And the Minister, Mr. Chair, mentioned earlier that the funding per student in Nova Scotia, I believe, was around $9,300, approximately $9,300 per student. My question is to the Minister, is it true that our funding per student in Nova Scotia is the second lowest in Canada?
I recognize the Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can't give you a definite answer to that as to where we are on the scale. I know we have been low. I know that our funding per student this year is higher than it was last year, but where that puts us on the national scale, I can't tell you, but I'll find out and I'll get you that answer.
I recognize the member from Pictou Centre.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Minister for that answer. The next question I have, Mr. Chair, is I'm looking for the average teacher to student ratio in our schools in the province, if you happen to have that information available.
I recognize the Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We've often debated in this House how you determine a student-teacher ratio, and the member would recognize that there are teachers in our system who do not have daily face-to-face contact with a class of students. And so what's important is that we pull those people out before we do the math. And so we've done it both ways, but it's important to note that the real number that makes a difference is the teacher, the classroom teacher to students. And so if you include all of the administrators and those people who are not face-to-face with kids, it would be 13-1. And if it is classroom teachers, no, I've got this reversed. It's 15-1. If it's classroom teachers, 13-1.
I recognize a member from Pictou Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question again to the Minister is, how does that compare to the national average?
Recognize the Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll have that answer for you tomorrow.
Recognize the member from Pictou Center.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess I was going to go on with another question somewhat similar is what is the ratio of full-time teachers, and of course, which is excluding principals and vice principals and so on, that the minister was sort of alluding to, ones that actually do not give instructional time in the classrooms. Mr. Chair, there is an increase of just over approximately 18 million to frontline services in this particular budget. What funding levels are needed in order to address all the issues that we wish to address in the educational field?
I recognize the Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe the member is talking about the 18 million. Are you talking about money that's been invested in new initiatives? Is that where the 18 out of the 65, or?
Recognize a member from Pictou Center.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I was referring to there's most or all of the $18 million, I believe, is going to go to frontline service as far as opposed to what in the past where it has gone. And I guess my question was stating what funding levels are really needed to meet the requirements, to adequately address the issues that we have in our schools.
Recognize the Minister of Education.
Thank you. What we attempted to do when we built the budget was look at what we could do within the financial envelope that we had, recognizing that if we are going to, and I'll use the class cap as an example, our goal is to extend that cap from primary to grade 6, but we had to do what we could afford, which was primary to 2 at this point, and then we will add to that. The question, what do we need? There's no number big enough to tell you what we need to provide all of the services to our students, but we try to phase it in so that we are able to learn from the implementation that we're doing, but also recognize what our goal is and spread it out over a number of years. So any of the initiatives that you're seeing there are designed to be ongoing and to be enhanced each year as we move forward. For example, the early learning centers that we talked about, we can afford to do 4. We're inviting 4 more. That will be 8. We'll invite more. That will be 12 or whatever. So it continues to grow. It's very hard to predict what that cost will be, but we believe if we take it gradually, it will be something that we can sustain.
I recognize a member from Pictou Center.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And going back to the 18 million that's going to frontline services, the money going to the various school boards, I guess my question is, how do you determine how much money goes to each individual board across our province, or do they get equal funding from the 18 million?
I recognize the Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I mentioned earlier, we are looking at a kind of a hybrid model for funding the distribution of dollars to school boards. And in the past, it had been distributed based on a formula driven by enrollment. And this year, we have changed the focus. Instead of being driven by enrollment solely, it is driven by both enrollment and program needs.
I believe there were 16 or 17 programs or services that we are targeting the money. So what goes to a board for a targeted money is driven by their enrollment, but the amount of money that we have collectively to use is driven by program. And I know that sounds confusing, but for example, let's take guidance counselors. We have, I think it's about 900,000 that we're putting into guidance counselors. We're looking at 17 FTEs, but we recognize that there are 3 boards that are not meeting the ratio for guidance counselors, so that money is targeted to those boards to meet that need. So it is a combination, but it is designed to support programs, not regardless of enrollment, but as a priority over enrollment in those 16 areas.
Recognize a member from Pictou Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The NDP cut the education budget by approximately $65 million, and you plan to repay the funding over the next 4 years. Is that correct?
I recognize the Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We recognize that, as did most Nova Scotians, that taking $65 million out of the public education system would have harmful effects on our students. And we're seeing, unfortunately, that that has happened. However, we are in a position where we can try to reinvest that money. And so in our platform commitment, we said that we would reinvest $65 million over the course of the 4-year mandate, and we have begun to do that. About 18 or 19 million of that 65 has been used this year to fund those initiatives that we spoke of earlier. But it is our intent to make sure that we keep our commitment to work away at that 65 until it has been reinvested. We know that some of the investments will give us, the desired outcomes, and we will be monitoring that. But to answer your question, $65 million will be reinvested over the course of 4 years. The first 18 point whatever has been invested this year.
Recognize a member for Pictou Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, my question to the Minister is looking at the $65 million coming out over the next 4 years, including the 18 or 18.6 starting off this particular year. If inflation is about 2%, what would the cost be simply to index the current expenses?
Recognize the Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chair. One of the things that we have made clear to the school boards is that the 3% wage increase that will be going to all teachers does not come out of the $65 million, and that we will be funding that 3%. So if you're looking at what the overall investment is in education, I think you have to recognize beyond the 65 that we are covering the 3% wage increase.
and that we are continuing to provide the funding to the boards based on a combination of enrollment and program. So I don't know if I have answered your question or not, but if I haven't, I'll try to find an answer.
I recognize the member for Pictou Center.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And going back to the 2%, the inflation, approximately 2%, like what the cost be to index the current expenses? If I trust my math, it might be around 24 million. And so does the minister believe that increasing funding by 18 million when inflationary pressures are 24 million to be a returning funding to the cuts that were made by the NDP?
Recognize the Minister of Education.
Thank you. When we looked at the wage increases and the new programs that we're funding, I think it's about 40-some million dollars that we're putting into education this year. That's additional dollars. So if you're looking at the 3% wage plus the 18, 19 million, that would be our investment of new money in the budget for this year.
I recognize a member for Pictou Center.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, putting a lot of faith into to my background in math, what effect does inflation have on the benefit of a dollar when the minister increases the budget to schools by about 18 million and inflation eats away approximately 24 million, the schools are left with less than when they started due to inflation? I wonder if this is true.
I recognize the Minister of Education.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm not sure that the member was a math teacher, but anyway, I think he was an administrator. Adult ed. I'm probably not answering the question that, or giving the member the information that he wants or needs or is looking for, but we have recognized that we have not changed our funding formula based on enrollment decline, and that would translate, if we did, into about $16 million. So we are not clawing that back. We are paying the 3% wages, and we are adding the 19 million. So if the member can do the math on that, we'll know where we are with our indexing.
I recognize a member from Pictou Center.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to let the minister know that I have 2-3 calculators over here, so I'll be okay. I guess, Mr. Chair, where I was headed, where I didn't use it yet, Mr. Chair, but I'm planning to. But Mr. Chair, in effect, you are not returning the money the NDP cut. Is sort of where I was heading. Perhaps you are not even keeping up with inflation. The value of the money that was provided during this budget is worth less than a real dollar in real dollar terms in the previous government budget. But moving on, Mr. Chair, the question I have for the minister is dealing with the $18.6 million that is going to help out education across the province in this particular fiscal year. And I guess I want some comments from her dealing with incremental costs. Like she mentioned wages already, hovering, I believe, maybe around 80% of that budget. But there's a lot of fixed costs, Mr. Chair: fuel, electricity, and other cost pressures, buses, maintenance of buses in schools, and so on. Is there any dollars going over and beyond the $18 million to take care of these cost pressures? Or do the school boards have to find that money somewhere else?
I recognize the Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When we looked at ensuring that boards had more money to work with than they had last year, we made some decisions. And when we looked at the enrollment decline, we did not penalize any board for having an enrollment decline. So we allowed them to keep that money. We did not penalize them for the retirement, the gap when someone retires and you hire a younger, or a different, somebody retires with a high license, you replace them with a lower license. We did not pull that back from them. We paid for the wages, the wage increase of 3% that had been negotiated, and we paid for all of the new initiatives that we were introducing. What we left the boards with was more money than they had had before, and out of that money, all we were asking them to pay, in addition to their ordinary operating costs, were their inflationary costs. So at the end of the day, the boards will still have more money to put into the classrooms in their schools.
I recognize the member for Pictou Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank the Minister for that answer. Mr. Chair, the previous government did not count for inflation, and although I may not have been in the House during that particular time, I certainly was paying attention to what was going on. And we all know cost pressures eat up a lot of dollars, and a lot of school boards are phoning the Department of Education looking for extra dollars for cost pressures and so on. And I can remember when I was on the government side, the PC party provided extra dollars over inflationary costs. And this made a huge difference in programs, classes, children with needs, and so on. The $18.6 million the Minister, I believe, mentioned earlier, all of it is going to...
Order. I'm sorry, time's up. Thank you. I recognize the member from Chester St. Margaret's Bay.
Thank you.
Chester St. Margaret's Bay. My apologies.
Just Chester St. Margaret's, fine. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome, Madam Chair. I want to start through the chair to the Minister with the story around the $65 million supposedly cut. We know that's not factual. So I'd like to ask the Minister where she got the $65 million as a figure, and if she could actually table any kind of documents that actually showed that $65 million as direct cuts to the Department of Education during the mandate of the NDP.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I do not have the document here tonight, but I can table that information. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Yes, could the Minister be more specific of where she got that information and what it correlates to?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe the two components were something like 32 and 33, perhaps. Part of that was direct cuts to the funding to school boards, and the other was asking boards to pay for the wage increases and the total, but I can table that.
I recognize the member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I know that the wage component is a component that goes into the school board budgets anyway, but I would like to actually table this, which is an article out of the Chronicle Herald, and I think this is where the reality comes, because there was absolutely no $65 million cut to the education budget. It was one of those public relation perception games that was thrown out and used over and over again, along with the impression to the electorates that we were going to see that money reinvested immediately, which now seems to be different. But this particular article from Francis Willick, and the minister actually was interviewed, and they talk about the school board funding. And it says right here, and I'll read the one little paragraph, it says the NDP cut funding to school boards, and this is from an interview with the minister, so I'll be clear on that. The NDP cut funding to school boards by about $13 million during its mandate. Now, I heard laughter on the other side, and as I said, this is from the minister herself in an interview. The NDP cut funding to school boards by about $13 million during its mandate, but school boards have said that when other costs were considered, the cut was closer to $65 million. School board funding is presently based on the number of students enrolled. So I'll table that because the point is that often the way that it works is that when there is a reduction in a particular department, you do not recalculate in what the cost of living will be at that time and that there are other pressures. I know that as a former minister doing the budget process, we look at the actuals and we look at what the cuts need to be in a department or a reduction, and most of us never want to do that, but we look at those factors. We are not throwing in additional numbers that are not even realistic numbers at that point in time. So that is where the difference comes in the opinions in terms of using $65 million versus the actual cuts that were made or reductions in the education system. One of the areas that was very challenging for us, and even the minister has mentioned it in her speech, is the fact that we are dealing with enrollment decreases across the province, and that the funding formula that has existed in this province has actually been based on students. So, for example, Madam Speaker, the school boards would get a dollar amount figure for each student that was enrolled in their school system under the auspices of that school board. That was the funding formula that we've had in this province for many, many years. And so when you look at that funding formula, the HOG formula, and then you look at the reduction, like I think it was 30,000 students, that would equate to that reduction in the budget of $13 million. The $65 million is actually a made-up figure that the minister herself, in an interview that I just tabled the information, has said that it wasn't actually that, and that the remaining amount that equaled that $65 million was indeed other cost pressures that the school boards were forecasting. When you're doing budgeting and you're looking at the reduction, you do not look at what's being forecast. So my question to the minister is if she could please provide us with the actual data that shows us where this imaginary $65 million come from in actuality in terms of not what is predicted as cost pressures or what may be cost pressures at that time for a school board or the school boards across the province, but the actual reduction in the Department of Education budget. And the department would have that information readily available. That now she's a minister, she's there, she can ask for those dollar figures. So what are the actual cuts that took place or reduction in the budget during the mandate of the NDP? Is that what she is going to table tomorrow that we'll be able to see?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think the member opposite has made it very clear why we needed to change the way we fund our school boards, because with declining enrollment, you are giving fewer dollars to the boards, and you are asking them to take the few dollars that they have out of the classroom so that they can pay wages, which is one thing that we have made sure this year that we gave them the money to pay those wages so they would not have to take it out of the classroom.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Minister. And I appreciate her explanation, and I also appreciate the fact that this is what she's doing going forward as the Minister, is that she has recognized that there are additional costs there that would be assumptions or knowing going forward, but they're not actual cuts. That's exactly the point that I have been making, is that the NDP did not cut, and I'll repeat it again, did not cut or reduce the education budget itself by $65 million. It's in fact around that $13 million. And you know, if the Minister tomorrow is able to table another document that shows a line-by-line reduction, because I do know as former Minister, that's how we would be looking at our budgets, Madam Speaker. We would be looking at, okay, here's a number of programs that are offered, or here is a number of budget items that we provide to this particular sector in the province. And in that, we can go line by line, and we could say, okay, we're going to reduce the budget for this particular sector by X number of dollars. And we can itemize that. And that is what I'm looking for. I'm looking for an itemized list of each and every item that would have been reduced from the budget in education during the NDP mandate, because it does not equate to this supposedly $65 million. We can stand here today, Madam Speaker, and talk about many of the investments that have been given by governments over the years, and we can talk about the many cost reductions also. But we're not talking the airy-fairy of other pressures around that. When we go to budget, we do take items that we feel are pressures on us as a department. So once again, I think that we need to clearly define, and I also would like to ask the Minister if she has any documentation that she can table for us that explains to Nova Scotians that this supposedly $65 million reinvestment in education was going to be made over a 4-year period rather than immediately upon becoming government.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you. Well, there were many questions in that question, but if I can start from the last and move forward, the question about, well, let's talk about the wages first of all, I guess. When boards are asked to take the wage increases out of their budget, and they are not given the money to pay those, then they find them somewhere. And it's the boards themselves that told us that that translated into about $30-some million less that they would have to spend on students in the classrooms. The other comment about the $65 million, it's always been our position that the $65 million would be reinvested over the course of a 4-year mandate.
I recognize the honourable member from Chester St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't believe that that's the public's understanding of the reinvestment. But as I have said a couple times, when it comes to the budget itself, we're looking at approximately a $13 million reduction in that particular budget over the mandate of the NDP. It has also been supported by the minister herself in conversation with the media, as I tabled here this evening. So I think what my point is, it's very important that when we are talking about reductions in budgets, that we are all on the same page in terms of what those definitions are to the people of Nova Scotia. And we do know that it did not include these other items that the minister is addressing and the figure that was brought forth to the province of Nova Scotia. So once again, that I look forward to receiving the documentations that the minister said that she would be able to provide, and to be able to see if that actually, the actual reductions equal the 65 million, because I will say, standing in this house this evening, that it does not in actual cuts. And we do know that in the Department of Education that they would be able to provide us with those line-to-line budget reductions that took place from 2009 to 2013. And that's what I want to be on record, that's what I'm asking for. I'm asking for the actual department, line by line, what was reduced in the education budget from 2009 to 2013, line by line, item by item, and I've been told this evening that I will receive that. I'd like to now ask a few other questions, if I may. And the first one, could you, Madam Speaker, can you tell me how much time I have, please, and thank you? Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to also this evening, Madam Chair, speak about another issue that people have differing opinions, and that's in respect to reading recovery. And what I'd like to talk about and ask the minister, as we know there is a great difference in opinion about reading recovery. First of all, I'd like to ask the minister if she could give me a little history about what reading recovery is and where it started and who started it and when it was started.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my knowledge and experience with Reading Recovery is that it is a research-based, evidence-based program that is designed to address the lowest 20% of a grade 1 population reading below grade level, and it is intense. It is one-on-one in most cases. Sometimes it's a small group, and it is about a 16-week program, and it's designed to help close the gap so that those students who are struggling have an opportunity to close the gap and to move on with their regular reading strategy development.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And through you to the Minister, for her information, the reading recovery was actually implemented and initiated and created in New Zealand by Marie Clay in 1985. And although that it is a program that is utilized in different parts of the world, there's a great deal of controversy over the program. And some of the issues in particular, and I know this, as I mentioned earlier, Madam Speaker, that I was going to talk from a parent's perspective. And from a parent's perspective, my son initially had reading issues. So I'm very aware of reading recovery and what it can or cannot do. And one of the issues that I faced as a parent was, number one, is that this is very focused on just a certain grade level, primary. And so there was a lot of students that actually were missing out on the opportunity of having one-on-one tutoring for their reading challenges. That has been an issue for a very long time about the Reading Recovery Program, and its focus on just a particular group in the school system. The other issue was the availability of the program and having enough teachers or available persons that would offer that program. So you were fighting like a waiting list to get in, and very much like the early years that we spoke about with a waiting list and aging out, that was happening to many students. I think it's important to note that you know, there's very strong opinions on both sides. I will certainly admit to that. But we also know that there are those worldwide that do not agree with the results, that there's not really strong statistical results. And I would like to table this, Madam Speaker. And what this is a conversation in a column talking about, and it's called "Experts Say Reading Recovery is Not Effective. It leaves too many children behind." Just like I had mentioned, that there's just such a focused group, which creates more inconsistency in our province. Reading Recovery was picking and kind of choosing who got support. If you missed out on that support at that time in your child's life, they didn't get it, then they were way behind the 8 ball because of the fact that they had a little window of opportunity. And this here, I think this really puts it in perspective. And I know, Madam Speaker, that you can take any issue and you can argue on both sides. That's why we have great debates in this House. But I also believe that when you're making arguments, that it's important to have statistical information and evidence to back up what you're saying and what your opinion is. And this one here, it says, in this open letter, more than 30 international reading researchers, and these are researchers, expressed concerns about the continual use of reading recovery. These experts urged policymakers, educational leaders, researchers, and federal research organizations to acknowledge the weaknesses of reading recovery. They concluded reading recovery leaves too many students behind. That's exactly the point that we were making as a government when we came in. That is why we felt that the program needed to be replaced with a more extensive program that gave more students opportunities. I believe that the minister is trying to do that, because I've heard her talk about that she's putting in other supports. I believe so, and perhaps she can answer that for me, is that we're reading recovery where she's bringing that back in. What about those other students that are being left behind as sit in this documentation?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would, I guess, perhaps clarify for the member that it is not a program for primaries. It is grade 1, reading recovery, the lowest 20% in grade 1. I'd also remind the member that reading recovery is one part of a literacy strategy, and it is, I take my information and make my decisions based on what the people who are working with the program tell me, what the parents who have seen the results tell me, and
we had an overwhelming outcry from both teachers and parents when this program was pulled out of our schools. It was effective, it was working with some students in grade 1, and it was part of a broader literacy strategy, a literacy framework. No one ever said that Reading Recovery was the only program, and no board would ever use only one program. They use a variety of strategies, a variety of programs. Reading Recovery was one that worked. I know that the minister has said you can take any kind of an argument to support your position. The argument that we're taking is evidence-based, research-based program. There was a survey done in the U.S. of 95 programs for intervention for young people. Reading Recovery was ranked first in that list of 95. So I don't think that all of the others could have been wrong. I do want to also mention that when we are looking at a strategy in our budget, we're focusing on Reading Recovery. We're also focusing on grade 3 students. And I would remind folks that the grade 3 students whose reading scores and literacy scores are extremely low in this last assessment, those who were assessed in September of 2013, they happen to be the cohort that has missed out on Reading Recovery in grade 1. And they are now in grade 3, and we are having to put extra supports into those schools to try to bring those grade 3 students up to a grade level so that they will not leave grade 3 going into grade 4. And as we talked earlier with the member from Pictou Centre, leaving grade 3 and not having the reading skills that they need. So we're trying to capture and help those students who have suffered because of the lack of focus and lack of attention on language and literacy over the last 2 or 3 years. We recognize that it's not their fault. We recognize that they need support, and we recognize that we do not want to have students leaving grade 1 and moving on to 2 and 3 if there's any possible way for us to get to them a program that will help close that gap. You know, it's interesting that when the whole issue of removing Reading Recovery came to the floor of this House, it was initially part of a cost-saving venture. And we had school boards who asked the minister of the day, in fact, they put their request in writing, I believe, asking if they funded the program, could they still use it, because their teachers were recognizing that there was a void that would be hard to fill if Reading Recovery was no longer delivered. And even if the board wanted to cover the costs for that program themselves, the government of the day said no. Now here we have educators out in our schools who know best what programs work. They know better than any politician in this room knows, because they're working with these kids every day. And they know the program works. They wanted to continue. Parents were coming with testimony saying, my child has had success here, and I'm afraid that they will not be able to keep up if they don't get that gap closed. We had all kinds of people coming, and I believe that they were sincere, and I believe that they were basing their comments on their own experience, either as a teacher or as a parent of a child who had experienced success with Reading Recovery. What we're prepared to do is to give boards that option again. If Reading Recovery will work, and if teachers believe it is part of a literacy strategy that will work, and if we believe that kids will benefit from that program, then our commitment is to make sure that that's available, teachers have it, parents will be able to judge whether they believe it's going to work for their child or not, but we believe we should give them the opportunity. They're the experts. They're the ones who can make the decision, and that's what we've done with reinstating Reading Recovery.
I recognize the honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to first correct the minister that it was not a proposed cost-saving cut or reduction for the NDP government. What we were looking at was the statistical research and the fact that it was focused on just, at that time, it was really the main program in the school system. It was not an extensive program. I know that the minister has said that they're going to make it available as optional. At that time, it wasn't. It was a program that was put in for all those that needed it, that lower 10 or 20% that were having reading issues. So it did at that time, it let many, many students without having the support they needed, and they continued throughout the school system without the support. So from the perspective of the NDP, it was not a cost saving. What it was to look at a program that was not widespread available, and whether it was cost effective or not wasn't the prime concern. The prime concern were those students that were not receiving any type of reading support. And yes, certainly I appreciate and we appreciate the comments that come from parents and come from teachers. I know that it is very difficult to make change and to bring in something new. It's human nature to resist that, and if you did have a situation where a student was successful in it, that you would feel like something was being taken away. We were looking at replacing it, which we did, with a program that was an in-house program that was not paying for the service to a more of a profit organization as Reading Recovery. And the Department of Education did a tremendous job in bringing in Succeeding in Reading and doing an in-house program, putting a Nova Scotia provincial touch on that. I'd like to continue, Madam Speaker, with this article, because this is some of the statistical research that we had based our decision on. And as I mentioned, it talks about it being an international group of researchers. And it says, we are an international group of researchers who study reading development and interventions with struggling readers. This letter, and this is what they're talking about, the letter I'm reading from, is to respond to a number of questions that have been raised by educators, policymakers, and parents about the effectiveness of reading recovery. A tutoring program designed for struggling first grade students. We hope the following summary analysis will
Order.
be...
The time allotted for the consideration of supply today has elapsed. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Chair, I move that the committee do now rise and report progress.
The motion is carried. The committee will now rise and report its business to the House.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on Supply reports.
That the Committee of the Whole on Supply has met and made progress and begs leave to sit again.
Okay. I recognize the Government House Leader.
That's it. Nothing else. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Would you please call under Government Business, Public Bills for second reading. Please call Bill number 41, the Electricity Efficiency and Conservation Restructuring 2014 Act.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I rise to move that Bill 41, the Electricity Efficiency and Conservation 2014 Act, be now read a second time. Madam Speaker, just to make a few comments about this bill, over the past few months we've had a number of meetings and conversations with stakeholders to discuss, and this was something we committed during the campaign, that we would discuss with people the mechanism in which the Efficiency Nova Scotia charge would be removed from bills. And there's a number of things we said. We said it would not come under the control of Nova Scotia Power. We said Efficiency Nova Scotia would also remain independent. And it was nice to see that the member for Argyle-Barrington on January 22nd actually encouraged the government to do just that. In fact, he encouraged us to go out and look at the mechanism. We do that in a Herald article. They went one step further, of course. The member suggested that the tax should be added not only to electricity bills, but increase it and add it to oil and propane bills. And I will table that from the Herald on January 22nd. So, you know, Madam Speaker, and today in the media scrums, I understand that the member for Cape Breton Centre, of course, the member for Cape Breton Centre suggested that Efficiency Nova Scotia was working just fine and should be left as it is. And yet the Utility and Review Board said, in fact, it was not. So, Madam Speaker, there were changes that needed to be made. We committed that the tax would come off the bills. We also found out upon becoming government that the previous government had chosen not to address the HST issue, which was costing ratepayers $4.7 million a year needlessly. Madam Speaker, we have addressed that. And Madam Speaker, we also committed to addressing a number of other issues. I was pleased to see that a couple of weeks ago we received a letter from a number of organizations, including the Environmental Defence Fund, the David Suzuki Canada Federation, Greenpeace Canada, the Sierra Club of Canada, and the Pamina Institute, asking us to go with a model that would involve competition, and I'll table that. And yesterday, the Ecology Action Centre put out a release congratulating us for going with a model that involved competition. So I'll table that as well. And Madam Speaker, just about an hour and a half ago, I was pleased to hear the Affordable Energy Coalition of Nova Scotia say that not only did that they felt that, in fact, this would improve the lives of Nova Scotians, and in fact, they were very happy to see what's being proposed. Madam Speaker, there are a number of changes that will be coming. Efficiency Nova Scotia will become effectively a utility, an independent utility under the Public Utilities Act. On January 1st, 2015, every ratepayer, whether business or residential, will save between 4 and 5% on their bills. And Madam Speaker, that will be a permanent savings. And let's just take a look at what that means. For a residential customer, heating with electricity and using electric hot water will save on average $11 to $15 a month as a result of that. A small automotive garage will save, on average, according to the numbers we've been given, $406 a year just on that. Madam Speaker, they will also, a daycare will be saving money, a couple of $100s a year as a result of that. You know, every single category, and I will table this, which is information provided from, it's actually tabled with the Utility and Review Board from Nova Scotia Power. outlines the average cost savings for different categories of businesses as a result of this change, just from the fee coming off. And I'll get to the other savings in just a minute, because that's just the savings on the tax alone. There are other changes. Madam Speaker, at the moment, ratepayers in this province are paying for low-income programs. As of January 1st, 2015, Nova Scotia Power will not only be paying through shareholder dollars the full cost of low-income electricity programs, but they will be paying it at an increased rate from what it is today, which means an increased investment in low-income funding for efficiency programs, which means that every single low-income home in this province will be upgraded free of charge as a result of the actions that this government has taken. Madam Speaker, that means real savings in the pockets of not only low-income families, but other families in this province, because that is a charge that currently ratepayers are paying, which may not be claimed back against ratepayers in any way possible. That is entirely out of shareholder dollars. Ratepayers will also save the $4.7 million a year on the HST. Again, that is dollars in the pockets of every single ratepayer in this province. Third, we have worked with Efficiency Nova Scotia, and they have committed that they will be not only delivering the same program level, but they will be delivering it with a lower administrative and overhead burden, which is an additional savings of roughly $1.5 million a year. That's over $10 million a year in direct savings to ratepayers that the previous government was unwilling to move forward with. Madam Speaker, there's been a lot of talk about what happens to the rest of the programs. Well, Madam Speaker, the only charge that ratepayers will ever pay as part of the fuel process is when it displaces a fuel they otherwise were going to pay for. So on January 1st, on February 1st of next year, on March 1st, in the future, doesn't matter whether it's 2016, 2017, 2018, they will only be paying when it displaces a higher cost fuel that they otherwise would have paid, and that amount of money will be auditable by international standards, and it will be reportable to ratepayers, and they will know exactly how much money they paid, because it will offset a fuel that they otherwise would have paid. Let me be very clear. So the items that are not being offset are being paid 100% by Nova Scotia Power shareholders. The rest is offsetted fuel costs that they otherwise would have paid. Madam Speaker, that is a permanent and increasing savings to ratepayers in every single year. And in fact, a report just came out today from the US that showed exactly what that could mean to ratepayers and compared those savings. And those savings showed that at the moment, our lowest price per kilowatt hour fuel prices can be anywhere from, on just a fuel basis alone, can be anywhere from 4, 5 cents, 6 cents, depending on what the fuel is, on the lowest end of that scale. That is the highest end of the scale that is likely to be there for the efficiency side. But you know what, Madam Speaker? I was asked today, what happens if the efficiency cost per megawatt is higher? Well, then ratepayers won't pay for it. They will only ever pay for it when it is cheaper, and they will know the cost-saving difference, and that cost savings will be on their bill, and that cost savings will save them money on every single power bill that they pay in this province as long as this is in place. You know, Madam Speaker, I can understand that parts of this may be complicated, and it is the leader of the New Democratic Party back in December criticized me for suggesting we wanted, before bringing the bill in, to avoid unintended consequences. Well, that's why we waited until now, to make sure that we had those pieces in place, to make sure that we met with and worked with the stakeholders to achieve getting bills down and making sure it was real savings, and making sure we didn't end up with unintended consequences like an HST charge that ratepayers have paid ever since the previous government introduced that bill, that they shouldn't have paid and they didn't need to be paying, and it was only going to fund the coffers of government. Madam Speaker, this is a real savings for ratepayers, and I'm pleased we've been able to get here. I'm looking forward to the the stakeholders that have indicated an interest in speaking on this bill and have already spoke publicly, and I'm looking forward and I'm interested in hearing the comments from the opposition.
I recognize the honourable member for Argyle-Barrington.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's my pleasure to stand this evening and maybe speak for a few moments to Bill number 41. Thank the Minister for that explanation. Hopefully after a while we'll get an explanation that actually makes a little bit of sense of what's going to work and what's not going to work for Nova Scotians, because it tends to change as this bill has been introduced, as other people have been talking about it, and as we read newspaper articles about what it's supposed to do, what it's not supposed to do. My goodness, my goodness, my goodness. Just as he said, it might be a little complicated, but my grandmother always said one thing: if it's complicated, it's probably not going to work, and that's probably what's going to happen here too. Listen, you know, the minister is talking, the Premier was talking earlier today about this deal and not going on the rate base. And this is the contention that we'll continue to talk about throughout here. He was saying that it will not end up in the general rate for Nova Scotia Power, okay? It will not end up there, because what we see is happening here is a bit of a shell game. So you take it off of this bill as a correct charge, or as a charge that's showing here, and it's just going to be racked up next time the opportunity rolls around for Nova Scotia Power to ask for an increase to the UARB. There's nothing more than a shell game. Maybe we're good for this year because they haven't asked for a rate increase. And I see the minister over there shaking his head, and I hope he's right. I hope he's right. But even he said. But really, what I want to. I don't know who's heckling who, but I think honestly, your folks here are heckling you.
Order, please. I recognize the honourable member from Argyle-Barrington.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, what bugs me the most about this is that when we saw a minister and a premier thinking they knew better than Nova Scotia Power, we ended up with the Muskrat Falls 35-year deal that's going to cost Nova Scotians more and more throughout its life. So I hope that we've learned from some bad decisions and some bad dealing that we're not going to end up in the same place that we ended up with the last guys and gals.
Okay.
See what happens? See what happens? You can't win around here. You can't win around here. Now let's go to the shell. Let's go to the shell game that it actually is, Madam Speaker. I know it goes around, and actually it's kind of funny because we do talk about efficiency in Nova Scotia. You know, it seems like 4 years ago we were talking about conserve Nova Scotia, and in 4 years' time we'll be talking, or actually 9 years' time, we might be talking about something completely different, because it seems like every government has a better idea. But Madam Speaker, I can say that we in this caucus, and I'm sure everybody in this House, does want to see energy efficiency and wants to see lower power rates, and all of us have different ideas on how to get there. And I don't think this is the way to get there. This is not going to create the savings I think that the minister has talked about. So it is a bit of smoke and mirrors, we believe, Madam Speaker. A little bit lack of transparency in how it's going, and a common theme for this government over the last bit. What's important here is that during the campaign, and that's the one that gets us as well, is that during the campaign, the Liberals said that it would take Nova Scotia Power, or make Nova Scotia Power, pay the $46 million for efficiency Nova Scotia. I can say we really didn't get that in this one. The Liberals gave Nova Scotians the impression that they could have their cake and eat it too. They realized that they made that irresponsible promise. Instead, Nova Scotia Power are paying for efficiency Nova Scotia out of its profits. The cost will instead be passed on to Nova Scotians. The $35 million for efficiency Nova Scotia will be recovered from Nova Scotia's power bills, despite what they said before the election. Nova Scotians should question whether this means the fee is already gone. They should question the government because the fee has just been pushed out 1 year ahead. Not $1 will be taken from Nova Scotia's profits. I can pretty much assure you that they'll find a way around that one. Because there's nothing in this bill that will stop them from doing that. Nova Scotia Power will be able to recoup it over a number of years, whether this year, next year, or over 8 years, I think is what the bill is prescribing. Nova Scotians don't buy this. Madam Speaker, it is a broken promise. Not only will this not come out of Nova Scotia Power's profits, but it will also contribute further to Nova Scotia's power profits due to its guaranteed rate of return. So I don't know how both of those things mash together, but if you're asking for 9% on one side and you're asking to take your profits to pay for a program out of the other side, the math doesn't add up, Madam Speaker. Funding for the 2015 year will be capped at $35 million, down from the $46 million that they were getting in 2014, a nearly $10 million gap, Madam Speaker, from the previous year. This begs the question as to whether or not there will be an impact on services. And having $10 million less, Mr. Speaker, means there's going to be a break in it somewhere. There's going to be less of something. So let's see where that less of something is. You operate on less money, you're going to offer less services. It is simple as that, Madam Speaker. Of course, the decision on Efficiency Nova Scotia is made before the Integrated Resource Plan is released, as well as the Electricity Review. Two, I'm sure, important documents that would help direct the minister in his decision-making. Both of these are underway and could result in changes to the amount of energy efficiency Nova Scotia Power will purchase. We may very well see further changes to Efficiency Nova Scotia in the near future, another point not addressed by the government in their announcement. It's interesting that the government talks about modeling Efficiency Nova Scotia after the Vermont model. What's worth noting that the Vermont moved away from blending the efficiency rate into the general electricity rate, unlike this government. Instead, Vermont clearly marks the efficiency fee on power bills for the sake of transparency, Madam Speaker. So again, we're moving towards another batch of smoke and mirrors on electricity rates, on electricity prices. Nova Scotians are tired of the uncertainty in their power rates. They don't know what Muskrat Falls will do to their power bills, as I mentioned a little bit earlier. They are sick of that price uncertainty, and they will grow just as tired of the lack of transparency when it comes to do with Efficiency Nova Scotia. So again, here we have an example of this government's lack of transparency. We move forward not entirely sure what the impact on ratepayers will be or what electricity rates will look like in the near future. The government has opted to build a house of cards to look like they're keeping up on their promise. Nova Scotians are wondering, if this is so hard to explain, there must be something hidden. Well, the member just said, the minister just said, it's very complicated. And I can tell you that we've had 3 or 4 different explanations along the way here. And I can say that during his press briefing, I know he did get a little aggravated with the press corps at that time because they weren't understanding what he was trying to explain. If it's that hard to explain, there must be a problem with it. Madam Speaker, we look forward to hearing from the stakeholders, just like the minister, and citizens and law amendments to provide further feedback on the potential impact that these changes to Efficiency Nova Scotia will have. Madam Speaker, this isn't a great bill, this isn't a great forward, and it is a broken promise on behalf of the Liberal government.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I will not speak long on this bill. The idea, there's some certain times that we chide the government about breaking promises and not delivering, and there's times we wish they would just have not delivered this at all. If I was to think that all things that the minister has said were accurate, I'd be applauding like his benches were too. But I don't think this bill is as advertised, Madam Speaker. It does not do the things that that the minister implies it will do. You know, today in question period, I quoted John Merrick, and who is I would suspect, use the word strongly against this bill, that, well, you know, the minister says no. So let me just do a couple of quotes from him, and I'll table them after that, Mr. Speaker. In order for the government to be able to say they're not increasing anybody's rates for that year, meaning 2016, they are going to have to defer those costs, Merrick said in an interview after government's announcement. Well, what is the, has he been misquoted? Has he been misquoted? Has he been misquoted? So, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, that's what we're talking about. I saw the Minister of Transportation play ball, certainly not him.
Order, please. The honourable member from for Cape Breton Centre has the floor.
Well, you know, Madam Speaker, I will keep my comments directed towards you, and I apologize for deviating from that. But, Madam Speaker, this bill does not do near what the minister has said. They have neglected this. They got caught out on it in the fall when they were going to do all these marvelous things. And quite honestly, I think by bringing this bill into House, they should have kept the brakes on it. If as the minister had said, that talked about unintended consequences, then he should have listened to his own conscience and not brought this forward at this time, because there are issues, there will be issues around rate increases, and if he believes that, he's dreaming in Technicolor, Madam Speaker, because that's exactly what's going to happen. This bill does not bring to Nova Scotian any certainty and indeed any efficiencies. So with those few words, Madam Speaker, I'm going to take my place and say our party will not be supporting this bill.
Yeah. If I am to recognize the Minister of Energy, it will be to close debate on, pardon me, on Bill number 41.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to clarify a couple points, then we'll move on to the law amendment. The member for Argyle-Barrington in particular said, well, how can it go down by 10 million? It's unfortunate that he knows a lot about the press briefing and wasn't there, where Efficiency Nova Scotia explained they will be delivering where Efficiency Nova Scotia actually stated that they will be delivering the same amount of programs. The member obviously didn't hear in my initial remarks where that $10 million reduction comes from, so I'll just reiterate it since I guess he missed that. First of all, there's $4.7 million in savings from the HST alone. Second of all, Nova Scotia Power shareholders will be picking up $3.7 million annually to retrofit every low-income home in this province. And I know that's difficult for the member for Cape Breton Centre since they added a tax on low-income power bills across this province. And we're not only taking the tax off, but we're actually retrofitting every one of those homes in the province for free. So and of course, we also worked with Efficiency Nova Scotia. We also...
Order, please. The Minister of Energy has the floor.
Speaker. And second of all, the third one, which brings that to 10 million, of course, they've reduced their administrative costs, but they were very clear the program levels will be the same. The last thing I just want to address, the member for Argyle-Barrington is absolutely correct that the IRP process will direct part of this. He's absolutely correct. That's been underway. And as a matter of fact, in terms of setting that program level for this year, that's where that number comes from, is from the initial work on the IRP. The member's absolutely correct. And one of the reasons that it is set for 1 year only is because after that, for future years, will of course be set through the IRP process. We'd obviously be happy to walk the member through any of the details on these numbers anytime he wants, and for the comfort of the member for Cape Breton Centre, the consumer advocate had his briefing after he had done that interview. We've talked since, and actually said he's very comfortable with the bill and actually recognizes especially the savings to ratepayers I just outlined. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The motion for second reading of Bill number 41, the Electricity Efficiency and Conservation Restructuring Act 2014. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay? Motion is carried. Ordered that this bill...
Bill number 41, an act respecting electricity efficiency and conservation.
Thank you. Ordered that this bill be referred to the Committee on Law Amendments. I recognize the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Since tomorrow is Opposition Day, I would now ask the House Leader for the New Democratic Party to give us the business for tomorrow.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, after the daily routine and question period, we will be calling Bills 16 and 39. Now I will turn it over to the Government House Leader to call the hours.
I recognize the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, tomorrow the House will sit on Wednesday, April the 9th from 2 p.m. To 6 p.m. I move that the House do now rise to meet again tomorrow.
The motion is that the House rise to meet again on April 9th, Wednesday, April 9th, between the hours of 2 p.m. and 6 p.m. Would those in favor of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. We stand adjourned until 2 p.m. tomorrow.